Hello and welcome. So I'm happy you guys are all here. Thank you, friends, for joining us today at the 76th Annual Education Conference, about 3 years from when it was supposed to be actually happen. I was going to make a joke about that. I was going to 7 years ago, it seemed like we were supposed to have an AEC in person. But I just want to say thank you and welcome. Thank you for coming up to beautiful Traverse City. Thank you to the AEC team. Thank you for my family for being here too today. We've got, I think, a really awesome program for you guys. I'd be excited. There's some great speakers. I'm excited about it myself. So I'm the president of MEHA. I started at Kent County about 7 years ago, and now I work for I started at Kent County 7 years ago. Now I'm at Ottawa County Health Department. So I had to think about that for a second. So I got my Ottawa County crew over there too. So thank you for coming. Virtually, thank you everybody who's joined us today. So you're not here, but we miss you. We're glad you're online and available. So thank you for attending. I kind of wanted to be light and fluffy with my speech, but I also want to be a little bit like, okay, we've got a lot with MEHA that we need to get going again too. So that's kind of like where I'm coming from for this speech a little bit is that place. So kind of now you know where I'm going. So when I started with MEHA, it was probably 2016 or 2017 AEC, and I helped out with the annual education conference. And I think unless you help with that team, you don't realize the amount of work that goes into it. And I want to say thank you to Brian and Steve and his team too, because without them and their team, this wouldn't have happened this year either. And I'd say, yeah, go ahead and clap for them. Yep, that's perfect. Yep. So I appreciate them. We've had obviously difference of opinions with everything throughout this past 2 or 3 years, and it's been a real challenge to get everybody in person. So thank you for wearing masks, because we want to uphold even a higher standard than I think would be recommended. So that's why the board even yesterday met just to discuss, are we still where we were 2 months ago with masking and vaccination with requirements? And so thank you for following those rules while you're here too. I know that's not easy for everybody, and so I appreciate you doing that. Obviously, when you're eating, drinking, don't wear a mask though. It makes it hard. That's the only reason why. I've got my little kiddo around here somewhere too, so if you see Alden and my wife Heather, big props to them. Oh, they're hiding in the back over there. So sorry, virtual people, you can't see that right now. Maybe they'll zoom over to there, but maybe not. Oh man, I got my giggle going, darn it. Okay. Darn you, Dad. So I was going to review some goals that I had. So I had 3 simple goals. I wrote this a year ago, or less than a year ago actually, because I started a little later than I should have. Thanks, Drew. Drew is a past president, by the way, too. So, and he's awesome. But my goals were simple. I wanted to increase membership. We were close to 200 persons or less. That was very low. MEHA in the past has been all the way up to 700 members. So if you think about that, having under 200 people, it just becomes hard to even do things, because you need a certain amount of people to stay engaged in order to make these committees happen and to make forward progression. So one of my goals was to get back up to maybe 300-400 people. I can say as of today, or actually of yesterday, we were at 281. So we're getting closer. A lot of that, we had 30 or 40 extra MEHA members from the AEC, which is awesome. But there were about 40 new people that signed back up when we started re-engaging with people here. So we've been pretty blessed that people are starting to come back to MEHA. I think part of it was with COVID-19, we all had other things on our mind. And so maybe that renewal, or maybe that wasn't the top of our list. So now my plea is to let's fill committees. Let's have outreach and engagement again. Let's have those golf outings. Let's have those things again that make us MEHA, so that help us to spread information and then re-engage the education component too. So there used to be a lot of education and outreach, and I think that would be remiss not to bring that up again, that we need to get back to, this is an education conference, and I think I want to get back to that point where we're really trying to re-engage people because it makes you go deeper, you know, a little bit. So I think that that's where I'd like to go, is to see the education go first with MEHA. So that was another one of my goals, was also to think of ways we could start doing that. So we got a new education outreach committee member, and we've got some really good things coming up in the future. And so there's other openings I wanted to bring up. So right now, I believe we might have actually got a president-elect who's interested, but right now that is open. We have a member-at-large position open. We have a Southwest director position open. And then we have multiple committee member openings. We've got membership and professional development, marketing, social media, groundwater, technology and web, and we're trying to start up a Ready reference again. So that would be another thing. You've probably seen emails or surveys about that. You might have seen some. So thank you for filling out those surveys too. So I have to check my time here. Tend to be winded. Okay, so we got about 7-8 minutes here left. So I'll keep going down the list of those simple goals they had. So I want to continue to fill up roles, which we have filled quite a few of the roles up, but we need to keep doing that. So if you're interested in those, come find me. Find anybody from the board. A couple of the board members are here. They're kind of interspersed. You probably know a lot of them already. So if you're even thinking about it, just talk to me about it. I'd love to have you guys on. So my next part was hopefully to have an in-person AEC. I think I can mark that one off. I don't know. Maybe not. So that happened, and with a lot of help. It wasn't easy. We had a lot of tough decisions to make. At first we were saying that if we're going to have an in-person, we have to have a virtual because it's got to be inclusive to other people. But I think this should happen every year. Like, I think the virtual is great for people who have to travel. Say we have a conference that's in Southwest Michigan and you're in the UP. Like, I don't see why we can't do the virtual every year. Like, this is awesome. We've got our wonderful tech team back there today, so you might see them around too. So technology going forward, I think we need to keep reassessing where we can do better. And I started a little of that. You've noticed the website's been more up to date, I hope, than it has been the past 2 years. And so that was another thing I worked on to make sure that that we're at least accounting for that and looking at that and making sure that it's up to date. So if you go to meha.net, you should find up-to-date information. So if you've been avoiding it because you're like, oh man, that's always out of date, no, it should be up to date now. Okay, those were my goals. So I just wanted to go over that real quick. Let me check my time again here too. Okay, we're at 8:40. We're doing good. Okay. I also wanted to mention that I know the pandemic took a toll on everybody, and I know Adam London's going to speak a little bit more to that too. But I did look up a couple statistics or a couple interesting things to me, and I did find that approximately, and this is from the CDC, approximately 50% of public health employees have had an increase of depression, anxiety, PTSD, and suicidal ideations. Ideation? What is that? I don't know. But anyways, ideations, yeah. So I would just say that we recognize from MEHA that this has taken a toll on you, and we don't want to go just past that. Like, I think there will be like a recovery period for people in public health. So take care of yourselves, and I think I want to say that we appreciate what you did. Many of you probably were in different positions and you got pulled, or you got asked to do more than you were, originally signing up for. So I appreciate all you. I know that my boss and a lot of my team was pulled to help with contact tracing, facility contact, technology, making sure the surveys went out and they worked. So I think just be kind to yourself is what I'm saying a little bit. So for this next year, that'd be like something you could work on very easily for yourself, is to take care of yourself, because you went through a lot the past year. Even if you weren't really an EH person, or maybe you didn't have to do a position, you still survived the pandemic. So kudos to you. My last things that I wanted to discuss real quick. So some of the positives to end on is that we have a student non-voting member now with Central Michigan University. She's not here today, but Caitlin Perry. So we're re-engaging with schools. That's one of our goals too. We're going to vote on some verbiage changes to allow more majors to be part of environmental health and to sit on those board positions. So we're going to vote on that this AEC to hopefully make it more open to people. Because you know what? There's not a lot of environmental health majors anymore out there. So we need to like open up a little bit more. So also there was the in-person AEC was a positive to end on. And then also the wastewater had a virtual conference this year, and I heard it went really well. So that's another thing. If you haven't heard about, the wastewater conference was a hit virtually. There's also a groundwater conference that occurred in person, so that's another positive. We've had a strategic planning meeting for the MEHA board, so we missed a year, and now we're back doing strategic meetings again. So that's like how we figure out what's going to happen in the next year, how we get our goals and our mission. So without that, we're like a boat without a rudder. You know, we can't steer. So we're actually steering again. So that's okay. I need to stop with my dad jokes. Anyways. Oh, I don't know if you guys noticed, there was an e-journal that came out in December. It was wonderful. So if you haven't looked at that, go back and look at that. Nora Birch is helping with our e-journal now. And that's another wonderful addition to get back to sending people content. And then, oops, I got to check my time here. Okay, 842, wonderful. The websites are being updated. I already told you about that as well, so we're making sure to stay up to date with the times. And then Ready Reference, a survey went out for people who used to get a lot of value out of that. So it's like the Ready Reference, I guess, I've never seen one, but it was, it was a booklet to tell you just about Michigan, maybe local Michigan codes for wastewater, for groundwater, for food. So it was a really good little like booklet you could take. And I'm not sure if we're going to come back with a booklet, but maybe it'll be a virtual e-thing you can do, but we're trying to get that started again. So that's some of the positives to kind of end on today. And then I also wanted to say just, I would like to see MEHA more energized and more re-engaged. So I don't think it's just that we have to provide from the board value to you. I think it's like you want to build back into MEHA because you are part of this. You know, like you're a MEHA member, so put value back in. So it shouldn't just be like, what can MEHA do for me? But like, what can I work with? Who can I work with to bring this value to the whole? Instead of looking at it as like, we have to get this in order to want to be a part of MEHA again. So I'd look at it more of like, how can we work together to get Michigan environmental health to where we want to see it? So that's kind of like my little thing that I wanted to end on. And I just want to say thank you again for being here. And it's lovely to have my wife and kid and my dad and my family and friends and just seeing all of you again, because we're all buddies. We all know each other. So I guess that's where I'm going to end my speech and say thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to me for about 15 minutes. And you guys rock. So. Hello again. I get the pleasure of introducing Dr. Adam London. I've known him for 7 or 8 years now, I think. He was part of the reason I'm in environmental health as well. So I'm honored to be here with him today. So I'd just like to read a little bit about Adam. I know you don't want me to read, this is a little cheesy, but I'm going to. Adam is Health Officer of the Kent County Health Department, a position he has held since 2013. Previously, he worked with environmental health divisions in Midland, Delta, Menominee, Central Michigan District, and Ottawa County Health Departments. He has earned a Bachelor of Science in Environmental Health from Ferris State University, a Master's of Public Health Administration from Grand Valley State University, and a PhD in Public Health Epidemiology from Walden University. Adam is also past president of the National Environmental Health Association, past president of Michigan Association of Local Environmental Health Administrators, and diplomat of the American Academy of Sanitarians. It is my pleasure to welcome you to our keynote speaker, Adam London.
Morning, everyone. Bear with me for a moment as I wire myself up. And can we give another round of applause to our president, Andy? He's going to do a fantastic job, and known him for quite some time, and he really represents the best of us in the culture and the attitude and the positive energy that we want to bring forward to the world. If the world, when they think of environmental health, think of people like Andy Priest, then we're doing a really good job. So congratulations, Andy. It's fantastic to be with you all today. It's been a long haul, hasn't it? It's been a long couple of years. We need this. We need to gather and to network and to build the culture of environmental health and our competency and our qualifications, our experience to better serve our communities. And so before I get started, the very first and the last thing I'm going to tell you today is thank you. Well done. You guys did an extraordinary job for the past 2+ years. You have saved lives. You prevented illness. You have made a difference in a big way. And if you do nothing else in the rest of your career, you made an enormous difference in this world. Well done. Proud of you. I'd like to give all of you a round of applause. So I'm going to talk, I was given an hour to condense 2+ years into 60 minutes. Can't be done. And so this is going to be kind of a walkthrough of the past couple of years. I'm going to focus on a couple of things that I think were pretty exceptional. And this is our shared story. It's my perspective on it, but unlike some presentations you may hear about an event that happened somewhere, this is an event that happened to all of us, and we're all part of this story. So keep that in mind. I've titled this, What Happened? What did we learn? What happens next? But I could have just as easily as called it a tale of 2 years. Think back to 2020, especially those early days when public health experienced appreciation and respect like never before. How many of you had kids sending you handmade cards and signs that random people posted outside your offices telling you thank you? Maybe local bakeries or restaurants brought you trays of cookies, things like that. You had elected officials on both sides of the aisle lavishing appreciation on public health and healthcare. It was really quite extraordinary, wasn't it? Those are some of the most fearful, stressful days we've ever gone through. But people got it, and they understood that we were part of the community. We were just doing our best to keep people alive, keep them healthy, get them through this. And they respected that. Sadly, a lot of that changed in year 2, right? And I think we all felt that, where in the worst of cases, public health was vilified by an influential but a very vocal minority as being enemies of the Constitution in some way, or being criminals against humanity. And I've been accused of being a criminal against humanity, guilty of crime. Has anyone else been accused of being crimes against humanity? A few of you I know have. And so we've had kind of a turbulent ride. So I want to walk through some of that. Here's a headline from the New York Times on February 2nd, 2020. I want you to think back to those days. Remember those days where we didn't even know what to call this virus? Some people called it Corona, they called it Rona, they called it the Wuhan virus, called it all kinds of things. It was quite a while before we settled on coronavirus infectious disease, identified 2019, COVID-19, right? And here the headline is, experts think this looks increasingly like a pandemic. I have about a 45-minute commute into work every day, and I remember mid-January to late January, flipping through the radio stations, hearing NPR give updates on what was happening in China. 5,000 people, 10,000 people, 50,000 people, and coming to the realization that there's nothing in place in China or anywhere else in the world that was going to stop this from becoming a pandemic. It was about that time that we pulled together our incident command team at Kent County Health Department. And I think many of you were doing the same thing well in advance of COVID being identified in your communities, and coming up with game plans and trying to do what you could with very, very limited tools to make a difference. And I remember as we heard from people in China and we heard from the CDC and the World Health Organization talking about a case mortality rate in China of 4 or 5 or 6%, thinking that if those numbers hold, in a place like Kent County, we're going to lose 10,000 people. I remember talking to my team about that, and one of the nurses on the team just shook her head and said, nope, not going to happen, not here, not on our watch. And it was that spirit that I think permeated throughout our profession, that if there's one damn thing we can do in this community to make sure that doesn't happen, we're going to do that. And we're going to do everything we can to make sure everyone gets through this. And I think you guys have done a good job. I want to start kind of with the end in mind here, showing you some slides from our data dashboard in Kent County. Now, the noteworthy, I'm not going to go through all this, but the noteworthy thing here is the total deaths in Kent County as of last week, 1,326. Way too many. That's not 10,000. It's a far cry from 10,000. That's a case mortality rate in Kent County of less than 1%, not 4, 5, or 6%, less than 1%. Statewide, it's about 1.5%. Across the country and across the world, it's about 2% to about 2.2%. So we in Kent County and all of you throughout the state of Michigan have really done an extraordinary job keeping that case mortality rate lower than it has been in many places. Here's a slide which shows in Kent County our deaths by date and our new confirmed cases by date. And you'll see that in Kent, we kind of had several different stages. We had that first 9 or 10 months of 2020, that flatten the curve phase. Remember flatten the curve? Well, we did it, and you did as well. Throughout the state of Michigan, we flattened the curve through most of 2020, and it wasn't until the fall of 2020 that we really, at least in our part of the state, saw that first major wave. And that was scary, because at that point, everyone was vulnerable. There was no vaccine, and our hospitals were really pushed to the brink and didn't know how much worse it was going to get. Thankfully, that broke right around the beginning of 21. And then we saw another wave in April. We kind of attribute that to spring break and all the travel, and also COVID fatigue was setting in. And some of the restrictions had been relaxed. Then we saw over the summer last year, things were calm. And it was kind of a false calm before the storm, because last fall, the Delta wave hit us. And you see that the deaths and cases went up last fall, last October through about Christmas time, and really hit us hard for an extended duration of time. Then right about the first of this year, things kind of looked like they were getting better, then Omicron hit us. And you see that enormous spike there at the end. Now, thankfully, that one, for the first time, didn't correspond to a rise in deaths at the same time. But it's been a bumpy ride for us, with at least 3 large waves in Kent County. Here's our vaccination page of the dashboard. You see we did a heck of a lot of vaccinating. January through April or May of last year. And then, kind of like we thought, there was about a third of the population that was very eager to get vaccinated. And boy, they beat our doors down, didn't they? They wanted that vaccine badly. And that's what you see here. And then there was a cliff. And about a third of the population, they were the fence sitters. They kind of wanted to wait and see, and so they took their time. And they got us to a point where in Kent County we have 66.5% of our population fully vaccinated and 71.4% of our population with at least one dose. You see we had a little bit of a bump there at the end of 22 or 21 when vaccine became eligible to the 5 to 11-year-olds. I expect we'll see another bump when it becomes eligible for the kids 5 or under 5. You know, we did a lot of work during those early months of 21. And hospitalizations. And this is the last one I'll show you from our dashboard. You can see that that delta wave at the end was really extraordinary. The length of time that persisted with our hospitals on some days with over 400 COVID positive cases. This is Kent County. The dark blue are those that are in ICU. The lighter blue is the total. And you can see that didn't break until the early part of, just recently, the early part of 22. One thing I want to point out at the bottom in this table, Spectrum Helen DeVos Children's Hospital. There has been a rumor out there, a myth, that kids aren't affected. They're bulletproof to COVID-19. Not true. I think all of you know that. Right now, as of last week, we had 5 kids who were hospitalized. At the worst point, we had 32 kids that were hospitalized at the Children's Hospital. And at that time, about half of them were in intensive care because of COVID. Last year, we lost 5 children in Kent County to COVID. We have many others that were and still deal with the chronic effects of COVID. Amanda Garvin told me just a few minutes ago that COVID right now is the 3rd leading cause of death in children. So thankfully, they're not affected at the same rate that other age groups are, but this idea they're bulletproof is fiction. So I have some slides here. I just kind of want to walk you through this kind of, again, our experience in Kent County. It probably resonates with a lot of you. This is the day the first case was identified in Kent County. At that same time, I issued a public health order restricting occupancy in food service establishments. And one thing that I think, there's a number of things. I'll probably talk about this picture for an hour itself. I won't do that. We were doing press conferences in person. We've got a group of people here in person, all packed in, to me, unmasked, because this looks very foreign and strange, and what were we thinking? But this is important because it shows the sort of consensus we had working together. In this picture, we have the sheriff, the undersheriff, we have the county administrator, the city of Grand Rapids manager, the mayors of Grand Rapids, Wyoming, and Walker, leaders of the Grand Rapids Chamber of Commerce and the Tourist Center, the chief of the fire chief, all united behind this message that we're going to get through this together. And I think that was pretty cool at that time. Here's my office. And I only show you my office because there's something in this office that isn't normally in that office, which is a cot. Anyone else have that sort of experience during? Yeah, I know there were, because like I said, I live about 45 minutes away from my office. And during those early weeks, I pulled some old time cards. I put in 121 hours one week, which comes out to a little over 17 hours a day. There were media requests up until 11:30, 12 o'clock at night, and starting at 5 o'clock in the morning. There were questions that were coming in at all hours of the day and night from hospitals and elsewhere. Those were crazy days. Now, we could also probably talk all morning about how the work environment has changed for good and for bad over the course of the past couple of years. This was one snapshot of how it's evolved. Something that was kind of frustrating to all of us early on is that we didn't have really effective tools to go on the attack against this. Remember, we were talking about social distancing, isolation and quarantine. We were talking about hand sanitizer. We had people who were sanitizing their groceries, right? We didn't have a whole lot, including information, to go by. We didn't have enough PPE. There wasn't a whole lot that we could do in those early days, but one thing we did have was trust of the community and the ability to communicate and huge media interest. Now, This is a picture, actually we have a studio at the health department, and it was a brilliant idea that our communications director came up with a couple years before the pandemic to turn a closet, which was dusty with old health ed pamphlets and bent augers and all the crap that accumulates in a health department closet in the basement, to turn it into a studio. And we all kind of said, why? But oh my goodness, did it pay off and continues to pay off in a huge way. We have done over 300 daily videos and updates to the community. We had countless media interviews from this space because now we didn't have to have the person with the camera come to us. The media could call us on their phone. We would set up the video equipment. They'd ask their questions. We'd record it all and then send it back to them as a file. They didn't have to enter our building. We didn't have to go to their space. It was brilliant. This is a picture of me alongside our medical director, Dr. Nirali Bora, and our community wellness director, Joanne Hoganson, doing a Facebook Live town hall. We did a bunch of those as well. But that ability for us to communicate and the trust that the community has in you is enormous, and something we need to remember is a big asset for us. While we couldn't go on the offensive yet, there were other things we did, such as when we heard that our blood banks were critically low because people were afraid to go out and donate blood. We held blood drives. Here we've got one of our commissioners, Commissioner Wooden, and one of our deputies at the Sheriff's Department being heroic and giving the gift of life here. When testing supplies finally became available, we had a big top in our parking lot, and we had hundreds of people coming through every day that because of an exposure or symptoms that were getting tested. And this is one of those opportunities for environmental health to get involved in supportive roles as well. How many helped with testing sites in your communities? Yeah. We realized that we had an issue because we have a large population of people in Grand Rapids who are experiencing homelessness. And they're being discharged from hospitals and the jail, either COVID positive or with a COVID test pending. There were probables, and they had no place to go. And our shelters weren't confident that they could isolate them and prevent huge outbreaks in those important shelter environments. So we worked with a number of other organizations to make some spaces available at a couple of shelters. And here you've got our environmental health director and past MEHA President Sarah Simmons. Let's give her a round of applause. She was actually running point on operating an enormous shelter for people who are experiencing homelessness at one of these sites. She was running. You think that she ever thought that she would be doing that? I mean, that's the kind of thing that environmental health experts rose to the occasion, were given a problem and solved a problem. And because of that, we prevented larger outbreaks from happening, and we allowed for people who are struggling with a real crisis of homelessness to be able to recover in a dignified, safe environment, and that's something we're really proud of. You also see that she's holding one of those signs that just kind of showed up one day. Thank you to Healthcare Heroes. And that was the kind of thing that happened during that year. We had teams working with schools, and we created this enormous toolkit of resources for schools to operate in a safe way. And I bet a whole lot of people here were involved in making schools as low risk as possible as well, because that in many ways is an environmental health problem, challenge. We created frameworks for guiding schools, because I tell you what, are there any teachers in the room? Educators are kind of a pain, aren't they? Did we all learn that? It's kind of difficult to work with, right? And so we had questions. In all honesty, I love them. They did a great job, and they were fantastic to work with most of the time. But they had a lot of questions, and they were trying to do the best they could. And it helped us to create a framework based on incidence and risk and age group and vaccine status, so they could help navigate these things so they were becoming dependent, self-dependent, independent, instead of asking us every time they had a question come up about whether or not they should hold a certain event or whether or not a class should be in person or virtual. And we've actually got attention from Harvard and CDC and others about this framework, and they want to take some of it for part of their best practices going forward. Working with employers, and here's where our environmental health team really rose to the occasion as well. We had employers that, I mean, they needed to keep operating. right? I mean, that's part of public health in the community also, making sure people are employed, making sure we have access to essential products in the community. But they didn't know how to do it in a low-risk way. And so we worked with the West Michigan Policy Forum and with the Chamber of Commerce to give them tools, including testing resources, and access to a team of experts, including some of our sanitarians, to help them walk through some of the difficult things in their space so that they could continue to operate in a low-risk way and provide the necessary services to the community. We created, with others, a West Michigan Vaccine Collaborative in the middle of 2020 because we knew the vaccine was coming. We knew that it was going to be probably a giant cluster when it did arrive, and that people were going to be scared and frightened and confused. And so we wanted to make sure that together with hospitals, with pharmacies, with our neighboring health departments, we had a way to navigate people to vaccine in the most effective way possible, and did a great job, collaboratively, all of us together working towards things like this so that when the vaccine did become available, we didn't have people struggling with confusion. And working with community to build the best planning that's not just our planning within the walls of our organizations, but the plans of the community, bringing in groups from the faith community, from schools, from businesses, from long-term care homes, and others. You know, and I'll admit to it, one of the mistakes that I made early on when we recognized that there was a health disparity happening with the serious effects of COVID, and that some of our communities, especially populations of color, were being disproportionately affected in a severe way. In my mind, I said, well, once we get a vaccine, let's make sure that we push as much of it out to these populations and these neighborhoods as we can, as quickly as we can. Thankfully, I had someone on my team who was smart enough to say, tap the brakes. If we do that, we're going to play right into fears that some people have that they're guinea pig populations, that you're just pushing this experimental drug into our community to see what happens. And so we were very careful to bring in everyone, all voices into this conversation so that they could advocate for what makes the most sense to them. And that was very important for us along the way. Okay, so that's kind of a quick walk through 2020. In December of 2020, the game changed, right? And I think this was December 17th. This is Mary Wazinski. She's our clinic supervisor with our very first delivery of the Pfizer vaccine. In the background, you can see our ultra-cold freezer. This was a game changer. It felt like everything was going to be better now. This is a slide from our video update that day, because it felt as though we were finally going on the offensive. Now we were fighting back. For all of 2020, it felt like we were on defense, right? We were telling people what not to do. We couldn't tell them what to do. We were telling them to social distance. We were telling them to avoid large gatherings. All of those important messages, isolation, quarantine, important public health tools, but it very much felt like it was a year behind the shield. In 21, we could go on the offensive, and here's actually the first vaccine that we administered in Kent County. And again, it's Mary this time who's receiving the vaccine, the very first dose that we administered, and that's important because she fit in that priority group as someone who was running our vaccine clinic. But it was also important for us to communicate this image to the community because some didn't trust the vaccine, and they wanted to see that we, the people who were providing it, felt strongly enough about to get it ourselves. And it was a great experience for us to send our strike teams out to long-term care homes, to the Veterans Home, to St. Anne's Home, and to so many others, and to provide care. And the gratitude and the appreciation that those populations felt for us was extraordinary. Here's our clinics team in a large warehouse providing vaccine to our police and firefighters in Grand Rapids. And again, hundreds of people vaccinated in this one day, tons of appreciation. This is that surge in vaccine where there was that high demand to get it, and we rose to the occasion. At the health department itself, we turned our entire garden level into a vaccine clinic for those priority groups, and every day we were doing several hundred people through that space. This is Erica, she's our translator for our videos, holding up her sticker that she got her COVID-19 shot at the Kent County Health Department. We had mobile clinics working in collaboration with partners That was part of our more micro clinic approach. But we realized that we had a problem, and that it is January going into February, March, April, Michigan weather. We really need to, and we were anticipating getting a lot of vaccine. We needed to have a space available where we could do mass vaccinating, where we could serve that enormous surge of people who wanted vaccine badly in early 21. And so we worked together with Spectrum Health and with Mercy Health St. Mary's to create the West Michigan Vaccine Clinic at DeVos Place. I actually signed a contract for that space at $12,000 a day, which is, I think, the first time that my job was threatened, is that I signed a contract for $12,000 a day without the board approving it, but I had that authority in policy because it was a pandemic. And it actually turned out to not be that cost because we were able to negotiate better terms, but also because that makes for a nice, spicy headline, $12,000 a day. What they don't realize is that you're making revenue as well, because you can bill Medicaid insurance, and in the end, we actually had a surplus of $600,000 that we put back into community programs to get vaccine out. But fantastic resource and environment at the DeVos Place. We realized we couldn't go outside in January in Michigan and do a drive-through mass vac site. We thought about it, but given the limitations of the weather, given the concerns we had about vaccinating someone who's behind the wheel of thousands of pounds of vehicle and the possibility they might faint or something, this made a lot more sense to us. And while we were telling people don't gather indoors in large groups, we were also telling them, please come to this site. Well, this was the closest thing we could get to being outdoors. That airspace is enormous. If you've been to DeVos Place, you know it's a huge space. They had improved ventilation. And you see there a trickle of people kind of walking through. It doesn't look like a lot. But if you stood in the balcony and watched that all day long, there's thousands and thousands of people. And one day we did over 13,000 vaccinations in that site. And through our research, we think that was the most productive mass vax clinic site one day anywhere in the US. There are some other sites that said they could do more, but they never actually hit those numbers. There I am doing one of my video updates in that space. On the right, I'm there with Tina Fries-Decker, the CEO of Spectrum Health, and Dr. Daryl Omuchi, the president of Spectrum Health West Michigan. What you don't see in the picture is we're talking to the governor. Now, why our communications director didn't get the governor in the picture with us, I don't know. But take my word for it, the governor is right there. We're giving her a tour of the site. And she was very impressed with what we could do there, and helped us to facilitate more vaccine because of that. A couple of shots from within here is looking down the aisle towards our little vaccine areas. And this is just a small portion. We used up to 3 of the exhibit halls there. And this is just a small portion of that. You can see it better in this photograph. This is about 1/16 of the entire area that we're using for mass vaccinating here. And it looks, of course, it's a still photo, so everyone's still, but the motion never stopped. They're moving step, step, step through this. And so we can facilitate an enormous number of people through that space. And we did this January through May of last year. What you see at the top are the lines of people who are entering after checking in. They're quickly processed into one of these clinics, the numbered clinic spaces, where there's a nurse waiting for them. They're vaccinated, they move along to an enormous observation area that we had with thousands of chairs all spaced apart and paramedics roaming through to make sure that no one's having an adverse reaction. And down the middle, you can see kind of the behind the curtains operation of all the data entry and the processing of the vaccine itself and the supply coming in and the waste going out. So it was quite an extraordinary operation in partnership with hospitals that are competitors. And that was a cool thing for us, and a cool role that we could play in bringing hospitals together like that might not normally want to work together on something like this. So while we were doing that at the mass level, and we did almost 250,000 vaccines in that site during the course of those 4 months. We're also doing micro clinics in the community, and here you can see one of them with one of our mobile units, one at a time, just working on people one at a time and giving them that opportunity to get vaccinated. Okay, so I want to transition a little bit now. the slideshow's kind of done now. I want to talk about some of the events that happened in the late part of last year, and some of the crises and the turmoil. But I need to start, and I hate to read slides during a presentation, but I'm going to do it in this one rare exception because I think it's important for everyone in this field to know, is the Michigan Public Health Code and the authority that it gives health departments and health officers in particular, and in at least two places where we have the ability to issue orders. And one is section 2451, which says, upon a determination that an imminent danger to the health or lives of individuals exist in the area served by the local health department, the local health officer immediately shall inform the individuals affected by the imminent danger and issue an order which shall be delivered to a person authorized to avoid, correct, or remove the imminent danger, or be posted at or near the imminent danger. The order may specify action to be taken or prohibit the presence of individuals in locations or under conditions where the imminent danger exists. It goes on to define imminent danger as meaning a condition or practice which could reasonably be expected to cause death, disease, or serious bodily harm immediately or before the imminence of a danger can be eliminated through enforcement procedures otherwise provided. So, what's important here is it is the interpretation of the health officer to decide whether or not something is a danger that rises to that level. And it's also important herein that all other opportunities or possibilities to mitigate that danger should be exhausted before you go to this step. Keep that in mind. The next section is 2453, which says if a local health officer determines that control of an epidemic is necessary to protect the public health, the local health officer may issue an emergency order to prohibit the gathering of people for any purpose and may establish procedures, such as requiring mask use before entering a school, to be followed by persons, including a local government entity, during the epidemic to ensure, and this part's important, to ensure continuation of essential public health services and enforcement of health laws. Emergency procedures shall not be limited to this code. And what's important about that, ensuring essential public health services, because something that is clearly an essential public health service is the ability of hospitals to provide care. And if your hospitals are burdened to the point where they can no longer confidently treat people who are having chest pains or in a car accident or anything else, that is a crisis of the availability of essential public health services. So during the pandemic, and these orders are all expired now, thankfully, I had to issue at least 6 orders or 7 orders and a public health warning. Now, I'm not going to go through all these, but the 2 I want to mention in brief are the one from August 6th of 2021, which was an order which required isolation, quarantine of household contacts, all related to schools, required the schools to post their mitigation plan, required them to work with us in notifying, did not require mask use. And if you remember, in early August last year, there was tremendous clamor by some to have masks required, and others were opposed to it. And I was getting hundreds of emails every day on both sides of this issue, very passionate on both sides. At that time, I did not include mask use in that order. And I didn't because, going back to the imminence of danger bit, was there another, school didn't start for another 3 weeks, were there other options to address that need? Yes, there was at that time. The schools could have required it. Parents could have risen up with near universality and say, we're going to require it ourselves. There were things in place that could have dealt with that problem at that time. Between August 6th and August 20th, it became very apparent that those things were not going to happen, and I'll show you some more about that in a second. But that 2-week period between those dates and for the week or 2 after that, I'm going to focus the next few slides, and we're really the high-pressure crisis point of the pandemic. So we had so many people say, where's the data about masks? And I'm not going to go into it now because, again, that would probably be all day, all morning. But we did pull together a literature review summary at that time. This is the image of it. Here's 13 pages of literature citations. Studies around the world, I think there's 70 approximately here, demonstrating the value, the effectiveness of mask use, not in preventing necessarily, but in reducing risk. And I think that's a key point that some people miss. Sometimes I think they miss intentionally, that the mask that most of you are wearing right now, we know this, everyone here knows this, it's not a guarantee. It's not personal protective equipment in the sense that it is going to assure that you're not exposed to any pathogenic material. It's risk reduction. It's risk reduction, and that's what the CDC has consistently said, and that's what we have said throughout, is that it's risk reduction. And we've seen that be demonstrated and validated multiple times. And so while we're considering all that data and we're sharing that information with the schools and policymakers, the politics of this are getting very painful. Here's a letter that I received from some of our constituents that were representing us in the state legislature from Kent County. And the key point here is they were persuading upon me that we should not require masks in that educational setting, and that we in the legislature are willing to use the constitutional tools at our disposal, including the power of the purse, should a public health officer step outside the sphere of their proper authority. So clearly demonstrating that they're willing to penalize us financially and with funding if I choose to go that route. Now, the part that's frustrating to me is that, talking about the proper authority, the authority was given to me, and I read to you a few moments ago. That's legislation that came from the institution that they represent. Now, it was 40-some years ago, but they are the ones who are elected to be able to change that legislation. And I think, and I'm probably not alone in this room, in thinking that there are ways that it could be improved upon, and ways that it could be made better, and would be welcome to see that happen, and hope that it happens in the future. But the reality is that those are the responsibilities and the authorities given to local public health. During those couple of weeks, I also received some pretty important letters of support asking for a masking requirement for the educational setting. Here, from left to right, is a letter of support from the leadership, the president at Spectrum Health Children's Hospital, Alan Voss Children's Hospital, a letter from the president of Mercy Health St. Mary's, a letter from the chief medical officer at Metro Health U of M, the three hospitals in Kent County, all saying the same thing. Masks are effective at reducing risks. We're very concerned about the children. We're concerned about the capacity that we're about to see. And please use the authorities that you have to step up in this way. And the fourth letter is one from the Kent Intermediate School District, which told us that they do not expect very many schools to require masking. And we all know that they were faced with extraordinary political pressures as well. And that in their lived experience, and this is important, in their lived experience, they saw that when masks were used consistently, they saw fewer disruptions in the classroom. They saw fewer kids missing class, and so they were encouraging us to do something at the countywide level. And that's not high science. That's not interpretation of literature. That's them telling us. In our experience, when kids are required to wear masking, we're seeing few of them missing school. That's important, because our goal, one of our many goals has been, let's keep the hospitals not full and the schools full. That's been one of our mottos. So on August 20th, I know a number of other health departments and counties also required school masks, along with Ottawa County, and shout out to my friends in Ottawa County. We often work in tandem together, and that's because I used to work in Ottawa County. We've got a great relationship. We're neighboring counties. We have about 700,000 people in Kent County. They have about half that many in Ottawa County. So together we represent over 1 million people, which is a big chunk of southern Michigan. And we issued the order. So Friday afternoon, and as you can imagine, things blew up at that point. The calls, the emails, the anger. I know some of you have heard about me being nearly run off the road. It happened this night. I was driving home. I noticed someone was following me, kind of driving erratically on the highway. I was keeping an eye on it, but there was a point at which I moved to pass a semi, and this person comes on my right. I was going 75 or 80, right, highway speeds, easily going 90, maybe 100. On my right, cut in front of me between where I'm at and where the semi is, and then slams their brakes on. And so, I'm doing the same to avoid a collision, and backed way, slowed way down to slow me down, and then fell back in that right side lane and is, wildly gesticulating and, throwing me the bird and screaming stuff. Of course, I can't hear what she's saying, and then she guns it again in front of me and almost took out the front of my vehicle. I had to slam on the brakes and go to the shoulder to avoid the person, and then she took off. And I didn't get a license plate. I can't tell you with 100% certainty that she did that because she followed me and because she knew who I was. But I can tell you that I've been driving for over 30 years, and I have never had anything anywhere near that happen. So draw your own conclusions. I have. And this continued. I stopped at the gas station, and I had someone shout out to me, "I hope someone abuses your kids and makes you watch." This happened throughout the weekend with the emails, the phone calls. And so on Sunday, I wrote a letter to our commissioners. And I have a pretty good relationship with our commissioners, always have had. And at the time, we actually didn't have a county administrator. He had retired, and we were waiting for the arrival of our new administrator. And so that's a letter that's been pretty broadly shared in the media. But just some of the key points there, I included attachments to the masking literature, to the letters of support that we had, so that our commissioners could see that. I referenced the support that we had for this public health order from pediatricians, certified industrial hygienists, infectious disease docs, academics, pharmacists, virologists, others. I actually had a scientific advisory team of people from these different professions that were all very supportive of the action we took. Shared the information from the school districts, which were asking for this sort of policy. And then I shared a bit about who I am and what I believe, because there was a lot of accusation that I was some kind of left-wing agent of the deep state, liberal establishment, woke culture, that I was somehow trying to destroy their America. And I said, time out. And I shared with them that I'm a proud American. My family has many members who have served honorably, and I'm a Christian. And I believe in the sanctity of all human life, from conception to natural death, and that's part of what has drawn me to public health, is that we get to serve and protect the life of everyone in our community. And that's what really motivates me, and this is not about some political agenda that I have. I suggested that the legislators should spend more time doing their job and less time talking about how I should do mine. Because that's the reality, is they have that ability to change the law if they don't like the law. I offered to meet with those commissioners and to talk about what my decision-making process was, but I was not willing to participate, and I called it a witch trial, fueled by people in an echo chamber of junk science salespeople and YouTube videos. And I'll be honest, I was pretty emotional. I think everyone would be with the attacks they were getting, but and I told them it's not really about our data, that the attacks, many of the attacks that we were getting were not really about our data. It was really about their dogma, and that wasn't meant to be an insult, but the reality is these are people who, the real disagreement with us was about what is the power and the rights and the authorities of government, and who should have decision making. And it wasn't really about the data, it was about those fundamental questions about who gets to make these decisions. I told them I'm being threatened. I told them that their staff at the health department is nearly broken, and I need help. And what I was really hoping for would be some broad position that they would take across party lines to say, we're not going to tolerate this sort of nonsense in our county. We may not disagree, we may not agree with decisions that are made, but the health officer has the right to make those decisions and is doing so with the best interest of the community in mind according to his interpretation. And I did not share the letter with the media. Some people have said that I leaked it. I didn't. It was obtained by them through other leaks and just through the FOIA process. During the course of that week, they did decide to have a large public hearing. Here's one of the images from that, and kind of ironically, it was at DeVos Place. So the very place that a few months earlier had been the location of this great public health victory, almost 250,000 vaccinations, was now the site of this. They gave me, there were 600, 800, I forget the number of people, but it was hundreds of people that were present there in the ballroom. They gave me the opportunity to be there in person if I chose. I opted out of that for two reasons. For over a year, I've been telling people, let's not gather in large indoor places. And so the idea that I would have an interest in gathering with hundreds of mostly unvaccinated, totally unmasked people, when I have family members at home who are too young to get vaccinated, that ain't gonna happen. And so I participated virtually, and also we had people that we were consulting on about security who were saying, bad idea. There will be a riot, perhaps, if you're there, and we can't guarantee that we can contain this many people. So I was given about 30 minutes to go through my data and my decision making. I was questioned by the board for, I don't know, maybe an hour. And then 5 or 6 hours of public testimony continued. Got pretty heated a number of times. To be honest, I did not stick around for the entire thing virtually because some of the comments and some of the questions that were brought up increased the level of concern I had for the safety of my family and my coworkers. And so in that time, I had to address those things instead of sitting there listening to this for 5 hours. Yeah, it was a pretty dark day. We had protests in front of the health department. How many had protesters in front of your health department at some point or another? Yeah, God bless you. It was awful to have that sort of danger. And in many cases, they were peaceful, but you know, we had scared staff, and we had some things that were said and yelled that were concerning. A sampling of some of the things that I heard, and I actually started going through some of my emails from this time last year to pull some of them. And I couldn't do it, too fresh still. So here's a sampling of some of the things that were said or written or left in my voicemail. You are guilty of crimes against humanity and should be arrested and executed. You're going to suffer forever in hell for how you are abusing my children. I hope someone abuses your children and forces you to watch. You have the blood on your hands from all the kids who are dying from suicide and infections caused by the masks, of course, and they cause these terrible respiratory infections, which I've asked the hospitals innumerable times. Have you seen any yet? You guys got people there that you're treating because they have respiratory infections caused by their masks? And you know, 2 years later, the answer is still a big no. You are a traitor against the Constitution. You deserve the fate of all traitors. I won't stop until you are in a cage. I'm demanding the police or the military arrest you for your crimes. If they fail to do their job, we the people will do it. Adam London, I'm coming for you. But I'd also be remiss to say that, or to imply that this is somehow the sole expression of that communication, because while it was pretty ugly, there were thousands and thousands of emails, phone calls, cards. I've got a stack in my office that's pretty thick of the really extraordinary, positive, encouraging people in the community who they're not going to show up at a large indoor event like that because that's not what, you know, they also believe that the COVID's a thing and they weren't going to put themselves in that position, but they wanted to let it be known to me and to my team that they very much are very supportive of what we're doing. And so a lot of this, because of the event at DeVos Place and because of the letter that leaked out to the community, got actually national media attention. The New York Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, I believe, had an article. It was talked about, my name was brought up on Don Lemon's show and Aaron Burnett's show. They both invited me to be present on their programs, along with MSNBC on their Sunday morning show. I declined because I didn't want to continue to make it about me. I didn't want to focus more attention on myself, my family, my coworkers. But also, I also was trying I'm trying to convince people that this is not about our sort of partisan agenda here. And it wasn't going to do anything to help me in that effort in my community to convince people on the political right that I'm working for them as well, if I'm starting to go on programs like CNN and MSNBC, because they already associate those things as the left-wing media. So I'm going to put this picture here for just a moment, because people kind of ask me, so what happened after that? The video slowed way down. You had all these threats, and it was pretty ugly there. What happened? Well, we had people in leadership in law enforcement and security consultants that we're working with that said, hey, you need to disappear for a while. While there were no specific threats against me, but the volume, the intensity was at a level where they were pretty confident that if I'm there locally, that the opportunity for crimes of opportunity, or for someone to be watching me and to target where I'm at, whether it's at home with my family or at work with others, that the best thing that I could do would be to remove myself really from the media umbrella of Grand Rapids. And so I spent most of the next bit of time in what I call safe houses, kind of the Witness relocation program, not too far from here, along the Lake Michigan shoreline, different locations. If you know me, you know I've got a large family. We kind of had to conquer and divide. Everyone's at different stages and phases of life. So we had people at grandparents' house and other grandparents' house, and my wife was at a hotel for a while. I mean, it was ugly. It was awful. But we had to do that, and we had to increase the security at the health department, our campus, and continue to monitor the situation. Now, it's only been recently that I've gone back to attending the board meetings in person, and that's because for the period of time in which my orders are in place, there was still a lot of anger and people coming to those, and it was thought that if I'm there, it's going to be a magnet for more people to attend those meetings and to make that a place of protest. And we really didn't want to interrupt the board's ability to get their other work done. So I think all of us in leadership and public health we're staying engaged and we're staying mission focused. But I think the visibility has changed greatly now from where it was, certainly during the happy year. So I know I'm running out of time, but just quickly, some lessons that we learned. Number one, team. Wouldn't have got through this without having a truly extraordinary team at the Kent County Health Department, and more broadly at all of our local health departments who have been in this together, with our friends at the state departments who have been huge allies and in this fight with us, and in healthcare locally who've been extraordinary throughout. That's also concerning to me, though, because I think we have taken a lot of trauma and damage throughout the course of the year. Poor communication between elected and appointed leaders at various levels compromised all of us. There were so many times where we would work hard with partners to find a solution to a particular problem, and then the CDC or the state would come through, or the governor or someone else would come through with all the best intentions, but would have a different solution. And so that lack of really timely, good communication is something that we need to work on. Key resources were not available. Think back to those early days when PPE was important, and at one point in time the recommendation was for healthcare workers to use a bandana or a scarf. I mean, this is like telling the Marines to storm a beach with flip-flops and squirt guns. What are we doing? And how is it that we got to a point in this country where we don't have the PPE and the equipment to quickly prepare our frontline workers in a time of crisis? I mean, a pandemic should not have been a surprise to anyone. We've been talking about this for years and years and years, and it's one of the only things that's ever really pushed the human species to the brink has been infectious disease. The idea that this snuck up on us is silly. Volunteers, God love them, they're awesome. They helped out and gave us thousands of hours at places like the DeVos Clinic. But they're a lot of work too, and they're good for short bursts of time. We need more sustainable staffing. Local groups assumed that local health departments were going to take care of everything because we're public health and this is a public health crisis. How many of you had situations where schools or homeless shelters or others said, well, or the police, that, oh, it's a public health problem, you guys are going to send the staffing, you're going to fix this, right? That was a problem in a lot of times, especially in those first few months. We could do some of that because we had people who were pulled off of other programs. But after a while, we lost that capacity, especially as we were doing testing sites and vaccination clinics and starting to reopen our other service lines. Become the media. I showed you the studio that we have. We've got to continue to grow in that area. And that's a challenge I would put to the MEHA, is let's make it a priority to develop our skill and our talent as communicators and storytellers in our community. Of course, politicians have little tolerance for discomfort. I won't go into that much further, other than say that there were a lot of politicians that supported what we were doing privately, but felt as though they were very much challenged publicly to do that. A portion of the population is going to resist, regardless of how obvious and clear the facts may seem to us, and this is important. We have that portion of the population that no matter whether it's vaccines or masks or whatever, they're going to resist. I don't know that it makes sense for us to keep fighting against that, hoping that it goes away. I think we need to find ways to acknowledge that and to have game plans for how to work around that for when the next thing happens. All groups were affected, even though some refused to acknowledge it. And this goes back to those kids again. I can't tell you how many, heartbreakingly, how many times people said, well, kids are bulletproof to this. Oh, I know last year there's 5 families in Kent County that lost a child. There's a whole bunch that are dealing with multi-system inflammatory syndrome and other chronic effects. And there have been kids throughout that have been on ventilators, and they don't feel very bulletproof. You rose to the occasion on so many occasions, and I could probably spend an hour talking about this, about how many times there was something that had to be done that was unconventional and new to us, and it was environmental health that were really the shock troops that could go in and could solve a problem, who could be nimble, who are trained in a variety of different disciplines. They could respond to something and had a can-do attitude, and I appreciate that so much as the health officer. Public health and healthcare professionals had enormous energy and readiness for the initial response, and we're all really good and trained for dealing with a week or 2 week crisis, right? The outbreak, the spill of chemical X, whatever it is, we've done that countless times. This was different, and it continues to be very difficult for us, and something that we need to think about, that we need to take care of ourselves. And that's, I promise, my last slide, Andy. That's really my last slide here, is what happens next. There was an article in the Guardian last week asking the question, is America prepared for the next pandemic? Their answer and mine is no, not really. In fact, I don't know that we've ever been less prepared for the next pandemic than we are right now, because we are stretched so thin, and we need a true, genuine time for recovery and recuperation. And I hope that's part of what happens during this conference, is that people can rebuild those connections, those relationships, can build on those skills and start to recover and recuperate. I think we're all dealing with trauma at some level. We need to have a national conversation about pandemics, and we need to have some clarity and some consensus about what the roles and responsibilities of all agencies and organizations are going into the next thing. Let's make sure the population knows what health officers can do, what the CDC can do, what schools can do, etc. And finally, celebrate. And this goes back to the thank you. You have made a big difference, a huge difference. And there are people, thousands upon thousands of Michiganders who are alive today because of you. Don't ever forget that. And I hope you can find time and start to celebrate that as we're coming out of this pandemic. And I hope some of that can happen here as you rebuild and renew those connections. So I don't think I have time for questions, but I'm going to be around, so if anyone wants to talk to me, that's great. Thank you, and I'll stop there. Thanks, everyone.
General Code, a member of the family of solutions that make up the International Code Council, would like to welcome you to the presentation today. My name is Brian Fatka, and I'm an account executive for General Code covering the Great Lakes region. I live here in Michigan, and in working with one of the local health departments, we created some processes that I believe could be of great value to many of you. I'd like to examine how Laserfiche can help the environmental divisions of the Michigan Health Departments. We'll focus on digitizing information, such as property records, and then automating the Type 2 water reporting process. Both of these processes can save a tremendous amount of staff time and help avoid human errors. Laserfiche is a document management system that organizes and stores information in such a way that it is incredibly easy to search and find what you want. You're looking at a Laserfiche repository where you could click through a folder structure based on parcel numbers to find the information that you are looking for. Notice when we open the document that we have tagged everything with both address and parcel number. So instead of looking through a file folder structure, we could just enter that information in a search bar and find the documents related to that parcel with a simple search. On top of that, Laserfiche has built some incredible automation tools that can simplify daily tasks and streamline processes for more efficient work. The Laserfiche Public Portal is a way to share pertinent information, which means no more digging through old paper files. The Benzie-Leelanau District staff were spending a lot of time answering calls and looking up data for septic pumping companies and inspectors. They decided to digitize all of their property records relating to the location of septic systems and then publish those documents to their public portal. The Laserfiche Public Portal can be stylized to look like the rest of your website. This one was designed with a simple Google-type search on the homepage, or you could click the Property Search button for more detailed searching by street name and number. There is also an option to browse through folders, much like we showed before. Regardless of the method, people outside the office can now find the documentation they need to find a septic system's location on a property. The internal staff stays focused on other work, and the people in the field don't have to wait for their answers. While this system was focused on septic system information, the Laserfiche Public Portal is useful for all sorts of information, like public meeting minutes, historical archives, records requests, and really any publicly relevant information. Now, let's move on and look at how Laserfiche can be used, which speeds up the Type 2 water reporting. The process starts with a Laserfiche product called QuickFields. QuickFields allows us to take a lab report and break the data down into bite-sized pieces that we can use later to complete the report in WaterTrack. For documents that always look the same, such as these lab reports, we create zones to capture information, such as the lab name, or the sample location, or even the WISN number. The concept is that as lab reports come in through your email, you would store the attachments in a folder on your computer or network. You can see here as I start the QuickFields process of grabbing 3 documents out of that folder, and we watch as they all show up in the lower left pane. As I click on each document, I review the information we grabbed and make sure that it's accurate. Then I'm ready to send it to the Laserfiche repository for safe storage and for our next step. On the way to the repository, Laserfiche workflow is used to finalize some data for nitrate, nitrite, and bacteriological results. Workflow runs in the background so that when you're ready to browse to the repository and find the documents waiting for you, you again confirm that all information is correct before clicking the button which sends the sample to the state reporting website. When you do that, it disappears from the queue and automatically stores itself in the appropriate folder based on county, lab name, or WISN, depending on what you prefer. It also tracks all those little pieces of data we gathered, which can be used for tracking and creating reports in the future. When you click the button to send this report to the state tracking site, you invoked Laserfiche Robotic Process Automation. And while you normally wouldn't watch the process, I want you to see here how we trained the Laserfiche bot to log on to the website. We trained it to expand the selection list on the left and then navigate to the appropriate page. It then performs just like a human, entering a WISN number and clicking the Find button, and then it's able to select the appropriate laboratory and wait for the system to recognize that lab and then enter each piece of data. The bot would then click the Save button and close this window so it could start entering the next report. While we only showed a single report here, you could actually send multiple reports at once and the Laserfiche bot would do your work while you go grab a cup of coffee. I hope you were able to see that these automation tools could potentially save an incredible amount of time, remove the need to store physical paper files, and remove the potential for human error. If you would like to learn more about what we designed for health departments, please reach out and we'll provide a more in-depth look at the system and work to understand how Laserfiche could work for you. Thanks for your time, and I look forward to meeting you soon.
Elgin Corporation is celebrating 50 years of success after its founding in 1970 by World War II veteran Lieutenant Colonel Joe Glasser. Since its beginning, Elgin has led in the passive treatment and dispersal market. Its humble beginnings started with the perforated drainage system, PDS, and grew with the development of the GSF system. Elgin produces all of its products in Windsor, Connecticut. The geotextile sand filter, GSF for short, is distributed from Australia to Europe with greatest use in the United States. The first installations in 1982, this product is versatile and proven. This treatment product is 100% passive in gravity-dosed designs. However, more complicated sites employ a pump for pump-to-gravity and pressure-dosed configurations. Designers enjoy the high flexibility of the system. Capable of use in trenches, beds, and mounds, there is a system configuration that fits whether you find yourself on a sloping site or a site with a high water table. The GSF system is your tight lot, high water table, and poor soil solution. Due to the flexible design, tight lots become dream lots, high water tables become gentle sloping lots, and poor soils are just another soil when employing the Elgin GSF system. The system excels at intermittent use sites as there are no startup procedures needed for the product. The GSF module is comprised of cuspated core wrapped with a geotextile fabric. The module is designed in such a way to maximize the vertical surface area inside the product. The vertical surfaces inside the GSF module promote the growth and management of the biomat. As the system is dosed, whether through a toilet flush or the pump in the pump tank turning on, effluent flows down the distribution pipe into the GSF module. The effluent is then filtered through the GSF module before passing through to the surrounding sand. Each dose charges the module with effluent, raising the water inside. As the effluent passes through the geotextile fabric, the module backfills with air and a biomat forms on the fabric. The air promotes and facilitates the growth of aerobic bacteria, which eats away at the biomat. This management process helps promote the long life of the product. After the effluent enters the sand, it flows to the receiving soil in an unsaturated environment. That is to say, the sand pores above the receiving soil are not entirely filled with effluent, rather they are filled with pockets of air. This process provides treatment and dispersal in the same footprint. The Elgin team takes training very seriously. Even though the GSF system's design and installation are quite simple, Elgin and its partners provide multiple avenues to become a trained designer, installer, or regulator. We have 3 methods that we commonly use to include classroom training, on-site training, and virtual training. The Elgin team is founded on training. Since their military service days, they have trained, taught training, and designed training to help others learn. The team is led by Captain Jim King, Petty Officer First Class Eric Daniels, and Private First Class Scott Moore. Elgin's team is made of leaders, veterans who now serve the on-site industry's needs. They will bring a training experience to you and your team on all topics from basic design and installation, commercial system design, or more complicated subjects. All you have to do is contact us at 800-444-1359 or on our website at www.elgin.com/training-request.
you know, of all of that? All right. All right. So of that intro, I think most people remember the Match.com. Yes, we are actually Match.com's oldest still married couple, which I think is really funny. But so you all, it's really a privilege to come here today. I'm going to talk to you about some very special 9/11 heroes. And for one thing, don't we love hero stories nowadays, right? People who inspire us. This is a little known hero story about 9/11. In fact, can I ask who here is familiar with the 9/11 maritime boat evacuation heroes, or the 9/11 boat evacuation story? Right. So this is wonderful. I'm thrilled to be here to raise awareness about these wonderful people. So I have a little slideshow. Does it look kind of clear from here? Okay. So I'll start off by saying that in 2001, my husband and I were in a new apartment in New York City, and we just loved it. We loved especially our 300 square foot terrace with its panoramic views of lower Manhattan. If you know anything about Manhattan, you know having a terrace is definitely a specialty. We lived on the 24th floor. Uh-oh. Come on now. Yeesh. Let me get this back going. Come on now, I believe in you. Hold on one second. All right, let's try that again. Do we have it? Let's see. I might need some help with this. Oh, it was there? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Did it go away again, your screen?
All right. All right, come on, girl. Don't do me wrong. All right, come on now. Okay, do we have light? All right, let's keep her going. Have a good feeling about this. So, back to the apartment. Here was my apartment, and here was our view, our day view and our night view. I loved seeing those twin towers, both in the morning and at night. I just thought it was the most gorgeous view ever. So, living in 24 flights into the sky, it really felt like we were floating in the sky. So, like I said, I'm a licensed New York City tour guide. Here I am. I love this picture. It's like I call it tour guide nerd. In 1996, so as a licensed New York City guide, I was thrilled to be living in the heart of the financial district. I had taken thousands of tourists over the years to the World Trade Center complex, where we would take an 80-second elevator ride to the 107th floor, which is the observatory, and it stretched, basically the view stretched 45 miles in every single direction. It was absolutely gorgeous. And here's one more slide of where our apartment was in proximity to the Twin Towers. So yes, I love these postcards that I found. And I really love this picture of the Twin Towers. It's one of my favorites. And you can tell that that was taken in the 1980s. By the foreground, you see the dirt there. And just for a brief overview to remind us all, because it has been 20 years, almost 21, the building to the left is the North Tower. That was the first one that was attacked. On the top floors was the famous Windows on the World restaurant. It had a bar and 2 restaurants. The twin tower on the right-hand side is the south tower, the second one that was hit, and that one held the observatory. If you look very low at the base, you'll see a low-lying building covering up the base of the south tower. That was the Marriott building, and that was one of the 8 buildings that was demolished due to the attacks. Look to the right of it, and you'll see that black building, the old Deutsche Bank building, again, another one that was demolished due to the attacks. So those were 4 right there visible of the 8. So I love taking tours there, and when we decided to live there, I was just thrilled. That's my husband and I. We had just been married for just over a year, just like the twin towers that stretched a quarter mile into the clouds. It really did feel like the sky was the limit for us, and that is our beautiful little baby, Gabriel, our little angel. And we only took one picture of us on that terrace. Unfortunately, we moved in July 2001 to this wonderful terraced apartment in the sky. So I only have one, and you can see the twin towers in the background there. But just 2 months after we moved into our dream apartment, my husband shook me awake, I was still asleep, and was yelling something about the World Trade Center. I jumped out of bed and followed him to the terrace. Thick black smoke was rolling out of the North Tower just 6 blocks away. Emergency vehicles raced down the West Side Highway, lights flashing, sirens blaring. I looked down to the street from 24 flights. People were running in all directions, some even straight into traffic. Suddenly, something caught my eye. I saw a plane flying low, way too low. It went right over our shoulders, went right in front of us, turned, and went into the South Tower. So one moment we were standing on our terrace, the next I woke up on the floor of our living room. Our apartment in the sky suddenly felt very vulnerable. My husband grabbed our dog, and we raced to the stairwell. So when we hit the ground floor, the emergency door slammed behind us, and I struggled to adjust to the sunlight. The sickening scent of something electrical burning filled my nostrils, and pieces of paper fluttered down like confetti at a ticker tape parade. Brian and I paused for a moment, catching our breath and trying to calm our dog. But as I watched men and women in suits and skirts running past us, I suddenly realized I had no idea what I was wearing. So I looked down, and what am I wearing? My pajamas, of all things, yes. I had been so panicked that I ran down the 24 flights in my pajamas with no shoes, so bare feet. So regaining a slight bit of sanity, I turned to go back inside to start this process over, this time dressed, and the emergency door had already locked. So standing barefoot on the sidewalk, feeling even more vulnerable, I just realized nobody cares what I'm wearing. Everybody was in such a panic. There was abandoned briefcases and shoes and eyeglasses. I remember seeing, of all things, cigarettes on the street. Everybody just was in their own private hell. I remember my husband asking me if I wanted to put on his shoes. I said, nope, I'm good, just give me your socks. I had those kind of nerdy early 90s thick white socks. I put those on, and he wore his shoes, and I thought we're good to go. So our next order of business is, when you're around danger, you want to get as far away from the danger as possible. It's like you don't want to. It's actually your body kind of kicks in and it does kind of that self-protective mode. And so we walked onto Battery Park. So that's Battery Park, and I put this up here so we can all be reminded of what Manhattan looks like. It's an island, and this is where the island ends at the very south part. So my husband and I lived right south of the World Trade Center. So to get far from that, far to us was near the water. So since we were between the water and the World Trade Center. So if you see that dark green park there, it's a 25-acre park called Battery Park. I bet a lot of you have been to Battery Park. If you've been to the Statue of Liberty, you probably were at Battery Park. I can see a lot of you nodding. That's where you get your tickets to the ferry. So we walked onto Battery Park, and I remember on the northern edge, the crowds were all gathered. They were watching both towers burning, which looked even more formidable and horrible than even from our apartment, I felt like. People were sharing just stories. All of our cell phones weren't working. People had heard rumors that a plane had gone into the United Nations. A plane had gone down in Times Square. A plane was on the way to the Statue of Liberty. And I remember telling my husband, I just want to get out of, I don't want to hear these people. It's making me even more upset. I also don't want to see the towers burning. I want to get as far away as possible. So we went all the way to the tip at Battery Park. So without warning, the ground began to shake as soon as we got down to the very tip. A terrifying, otherworldly cracking sound of an avalanche filled our ears. Not an avalanche like what you see in a movie. It's a whole different sound. Thousands of people began shrieking in terror, and we all realized the same thing, that a tower was coming down. People scattered like mice, sprinting blindly through the park in every direction. So I froze in terror as a mass of something hit me in the face. It felt like somebody had thrown a bucket of sand over me. It was sticky, it filled my nose and mouth, covered my pajamas, covered every pore of my body. And I opened my eyes slowly, trying to protect them from whatever was stuck on my eyelids, and it felt like a bunch of little needles were pricking my eyeballs. I remember looking at my husband, Brian, who hadn't moved, but he looked like an upright mummy. There was one guy who took pictures of what it looked like in Battery Park for those of us who were stuck down there and who were experiencing this. One guy, and imagine how funny that is since we all have cell phones. He took 6 pictures. His name is Scott McDonald, and he promptly moved to Australia after this. God bless him. We're actually friends now, and he lets me use these photos, and I love them because if it weren't for him, none of this would be captured. But that's exactly what it looked like. So, I remember at one point we were running around within that pile of smoke, and it threatened to asphyxiate us. We couldn't breathe. We caught our Boston Terrier trying to lick the dust off his fur, just like what a dog does. He tried to lick them, or an animal, I think, tries to lick themselves when they're dirty. We didn't know it at the time, but that dust was full of pulverized glass and concrete. You've probably heard of this. Deadly toxins, deadly debris, and that would leave him near death within a day, which did eventually kill him. We actually saw somebody try to run and dove into the New York Harbor, and he tried to swim, as people did, to Governor's Island, which was the nearest land, which is about a mile away. We actually talked about it, like you would talk about, oh, I'm going to eat an apple now, should we swim a mile? But then, of course, we had the dog and we couldn't, but that was definitely a subject of conversation. So we ran away from the smoke, and at one point, my husband kind of veered us north. You don't want to run too far north, because north was where the danger was, and it's almost like your inner alarm started screaming, don't go north, not even one step. But this is the fort. A lot of you all have been there. It's an 1804 fort that now sells the tickets to Statue of Liberty. But I remember distinctly we stopped by that the rounded outside wall, and I heard people screaming and crying around us. We did see some death that day, and I just realized this might be our last moments on the earth. And I asked my husband if he thought we were going to die, and he said maybe. And I remember that he grabbed my hands and he grew up Catholic. He was praying the Lord's Prayer. And I just remember thinking, wow, that was all that for that. I'm 32, he's 35, we've been married over a year, and wow, life was going to be short. I was pretty upset about that. So, but after my husband prayed, he had another idea. Let's just try to hug the coastline so we could possibly walk our way out of that dangerous spot. But again, if we go back to the original map of Manhattan, remember, Manhattan kind of ends in a triangle. So you had that park, and then there's water. We literally ran out of land, and we were literally trapped. So we walked up the coastline until we hit this area called the North Cove Yacht Harbor and World Financial Center. Just across the street is the World Trade Center. And so we couldn't go any farther north. So this is a little area, if you're familiar with Manhattan, called Battery Park City. So we couldn't make it past there. Which is, to tell you the truth, I couldn't move for another moment anyway. I'd spent like the last hour running for our lives. I remember we had stopped at the Jewish Heritage Museum. Has anybody been there? It's a wonderful museum. It's Manhattan's answer to DC's Holocaust Museum, and it's a wonderful museum. They had these weeping willow trees. I remember them. There's not many weeping willow trees in Manhattan, and I remember stopping underneath them and looking at these willow trees that was covered with yellow and thinking, boy, I love these trees. They look so ghoulish right now. So I remember there was a man at that point when we were under those trees who I could tell he was somebody official. He had an official hat, but it was covered with dust, so I couldn't tell what he was. He ran up to us and he said, run to the river and turn your back to it. The second one's coming down. So we did. And I remember that fire trucks and police boats started going up the Hudson. And as they passed, people in the crowd would yell to them and beg them to stop to help us. And the boats just zoomed on. They were going to try to address the fires from the Hudson, so they weren't about, getting us. But I remember specifically one man who had been in a business suit, but he had more, shredded material than intact material. He was, excuse my French, but he was just standing and screaming and saying, "Come over here and fucking get us." And I just remember thinking that wow, it's so hard to see what we'd been reduced to with this craziness. We saw a line forming not too far away, and we weren't sure what was happening, but we went over to investigate. And I gazed out on the river and recognized the outline of a tugboat. I watched as it got closer and closer to the shore, and I realized, wow, they're coming to get us. I was thrilled. The tugboat stopped at the railing, and men threw ropes out to secure it, but I quickly realized it was too small to take all of us. There was a couple hundred there. They, I think, loaded 50 people and backed up. So I kind of, sunk down, thought this was going to be a long wait. That was like an anomaly, like a one-up thing. Maybe some other boats will catch the idea. But right away, a New York waterway boat came just a few minutes later, and it pulled alongside the railing. And what was interesting is where these boats were docking wasn't a loading area. It was by a seawall. So we were on a pedestrian walkway surrounded by a 4-foot-high safety railing, and the deck of the boat was about 7 feet below the top of the seawall. So in other words, there was a huge gap between the safety railing and the deck of the ferry. So with no ladder or ramp to span the gap between the walkway and the deck, the dock hands began helping people over the rail and lowering them to the boat. And I remember when it was our turn up, one guy asked my husband, big burly guy, "Does your dog bite?" And I remember thinking, why is he asking if Gabriel bites? What a strange question. But of course, I was very out of it. He, as he took Gaby from my husband's arms and lowered him into the boat, he was just wondering if the dog was going to bite him. To tell you the truth, normally that dog would have bit that man. he just, our little lawsuit waiting to happen. He just hated everybody but us, right? But even Gabriel knew that this was not your normal times. And I remember two guys helped me up on the railing, kind of steadied me there. And one guy said to the other guy, "Hey man, watch the lady's skirt." Because I was wearing these cotton, like half-dress pajama things. And I remember thinking, who's wearing a skirt? What is he talking about? And of course now I realize the man was trying to protect my modesty. And let me tell you, if there was ever a time I cared less about modesty, that was it. But you know what? I appreciate that so much. All these years later, this man was still, again, felt like he was looking out for me, even in the midst of all that. So got on the railing, went down. My husband came down after me. And so I remember my husband saying to the guys, "Where are we going?" And one of the guys said, "Jersey City." So slipping into tour guide mode, I'd taken thousands of people to the Statue of Liberty by ferry. I led my husband and my dog up to the top deck where tourists go to get great photos of the Statue of Liberty. But I remember distinctly, and by the way, I love this picture. This was the best photo taken of that day. And it's beautiful. So the pyramid-looking ziggurat, I guess you'd say, building was the Jewish Heritage Museum that I was telling you about. And I love all the boats there lined up taking folks, and you can also see all the dust in the background. So I remember there was about 200 people on board. Office employees, hotel staff, women in workout clothes, parents with kids, and mothers holding babies. And we all were completely bewildered, finding ourselves floating on the ferry in the Hudson, what should have been just a normal Tuesday morning. And some, I remember distinctly, some appeared unscathed, as if they had been nowhere near the chaos. Others were yellow and covered with dust, like my husband and I. But a few were red from blood, and clothing ranged from pristine and fine to shredded. I remember specifically a blood-soaked man. He was completely bloodied head to toe, and he was just staring out into space. And I just remember thinking he clearly was in shock. But you know, there was a few people crying, but no one was talking. I remember that very well. Nobody was talking. I think there was just nothing to talk about after that, and nobody was looking at their cell phones or anything like that. And cell phone service was down. You probably know. But we all were just, again, there was just this traumatized, horrible feeling that the world is coming to an end. So as the ferry started churning through the water, I remember gazing back at the city we were leaving behind, and a large cloud of dust hung over the Twin Towers, or the spot where they had been. I like this picture because that's how I remember it. And Brian, we finally looked at his watch, and it was just over noon, so it had been 3 hours that we'd been running and running away from this hell. But we were alive, and we knew that. We were happy. We were making our way to safety. So I remember as we sat across the river, this is what I saw. And I remember, so as a tour guide, I give boats in every way possible. Walking tours, bus tours, I've even given boat tours. And you know, I have a pretty good gauge of how many boats are normally like on the Hudson or the New York Harbor or the East River. But this was incredible. I mean, there was so many boats in the water. I had no idea what was going on or why all these boats were there in the water. So I remember we got to Jersey City and loaded the boat. The captain backed up and went right on back. So I later learned that Brian and I were just 2 of approximately 500,000 people that were rescued that day from the island of Manhattan by boat. So the September 11th boat lift would prove to be the largest sea evacuation in recorded history. It even surpasses that Dunkirk. You've seen the movie. If you remember, Dunkirk is the rescue of Allied soldiers from the coast of France during World War II. So this was even larger than that. So the terrorist attacks left up to 1 million people stranded in Manhattan. Immediately after the attacks, the subway closed. Their trains were shut down. After the second plane hit, the city closed all bridges and tunnels to Manhattan. There's 17 of them, I don't know if you know, to non-emergency traffic. MTA buses were suspended or rerouted. So if everything was shut down, the only way to get people off that island is by boat. And by the way, at 11 o'clock that morning, Mayor Giuliani had issued a mandate. Everybody has to evacuate Manhattan below Canal Street, which again, there was quite a few trapped below Canal Street. So like Brian and I, hundreds of thousands headed to the coastline. But what was interesting is when the US Coast Guard realized that large crowds were gathered at the coastline, they issued a radio call asking every available boat to head toward the tip of Manhattan to take people off the island. So isn't that interesting? They had no idea who would respond to this. They had none. But an estimated 150 boats soon headed towards Manhattan. New York Harbor filled with sightseeing boats from Circle Line, waterway ferries, tugboats, water taxis, private-owned dining boats, watercraft, fishing boats, party boats, you name it. Anybody, basically, I understand that their call was anybody who owns and operates a boat, get over there, pick people up, don't care where you put them, right? Just get them off. That was the directive. So, and they basically all day, the guys brought, the maritime heroes, guys and girls. They dropped passengers off in New Jersey, Brooklyn, Staten Island, and Upper Manhattan. So I have a couple of quotes about it, that while the evacuation of Lower Manhattan was chaotic, it was an interesting phenomenon, and it happened almost as if it were rehearsed. No one had planned for it. All of that was improv. That was an improv situation. And you gotta understand, a true cross-section of New York City demographics were evacuated that day. So approximately 300,000 office workers, including commuters from New Jersey, Connecticut, and Pennsylvania, along with 25,000 residents. Again, that was the category that my husband and I were in. 50,000 students. You know, there's a ton of schools from preschool to colleges in Lower Manhattan. They all were evacuated that day. So nobody knows how many tourists were in the financial district, but there were 35 million who came to the city that year. And Lower Manhattan is chock full of attractions. So, and a couple of tourists on the ground did die from the attacks. And so we know that there was thousands down there. So that's who was getting on these boats, a true cross-section of who's in Manhattan every day. One interesting thing is my friend Peter Johansson, who was one of the instigators of the whole evacuation, said people were great. They were very cooperative. They were being polite to each other. There was no pushing, no shoving, anything like that. I didn't see any of that. Everybody was completely calm and orderly. Get a bunch of New Yorkers to do that? That's actually a miracle. So, and here's another fact. The spontaneous boat evacuation of 9/11 helped rescue 500,000 people in just under 9 hours. That's a huge amount of people. Another quote that I read, every mariner is taught that you never, ever leave someone out there. If someone calls for help, you go. It's ingrained in every mariner. It's the basis of why everything happened that day. So on September 11th, my focus was on escaping the island. I never thought of how this happened, who was doing it. I wasn't questioning it while it happened. I just was razor focused. I got to get out of here. How it was occurring was inconsequential to me, but obviously that changed afterward. As a tour guide, I was very interested, how did that happen? And to tell you the truth, if you had not heard of the 9/11 boat evacuation, I was telling Brian this before I was talking, that you can be forgiven for that, because what happened is the information about this kind of sub-story of 9/11 didn't come out for actually a long time after the attacks. And by that time, when people started hearing more and more about it, I would say that the media coverage had greatly lessened. I just feel like a lot of people have missed this altogether. And as a tour guide who takes people regularly, that's me giving a tour of the 9/11 Museum and Memorial, I've estimated maybe 10 out of 100 have ever heard of it. So that's why it's such a privilege to talk to you guys today. So if it weren't for these people, that day would have played out much worse for hundreds and thousands of us. And just so you know, about 800 mariners were involved in this rescue endeavor, and unfortunately, many involved in the evacuation have since died because they inhaled the toxic dust while they were volunteering, especially as they went back and forth. You might have even heard of this, that COVID, unfortunately, killed a lot of those who are still alive, because that dust has lingered on with cancers. It's caused over 70 different cancers. And so those who already had that compromised immune system, COVID was the end of their lives. So even more so, these folks who were volunteering paid the ultimate sacrifice for it. So 20 years later, 9/11 still looms very large in our lives. It's an ever-present shadow. It informs pretty much every single one of our present endeavors. My husband left the corporate world and began working for a nonprofit and is the CFO of several, which helps people. I'm still a tour guide. I gave 3 9/11 tours last week, and that's still very popular tour, and I'm very glad to hear that. I've become a writer and have written several articles, which is how Brian has gotten to know me. And I write in every angle that I can about the boat evacuation. Did you know there's been one book written about the boat evacuation, and I've seen a few articles out there, so hopefully I've added to that. My husband and I started a nonprofit called Loving All Nations, which helps people through man-made and natural disasters. So, you know, in 9/11, we weren't able to get back into our apartment for 2 weeks. And there's a few reasons for that. It's because when the Twin Towers came down, they registered on the Richter scale as an earthquake. They had to test 600 buildings in a radius of the World Trade Center complex to see if they were sturdy enough, if they hadn't been compromised and was about to crumble themselves. So we were a part of that. Also, there was talk of looting. They needed the place to remain evacuated to secure everybody's things. But it's mainly because of this. This is what my apartment looked like when we came back. So it wasn't livable even when we did come back. Turns out, as much as we love that terrace, we left the terrace doors open during the attacks. It kind of became a rubbish bin after that. So yeah, so I have to say, during that time, we kind of couch surfed, and I found that very discombobulating. I'd never had the experience of being homeless. And to this day, I have a passion for refugees and homeless, and work with through the International Rescue Committee and help out in that way. But it's certainly something that makes our lives now have all of our roots from 20 years ago. And I do expect it to be background noise for the rest of our lives. But over the past 20 years, Brian and I have had the opportunity to continue our lives when almost 3,000 people didn't. So a lot of heroes rose up that day, right? We've heard about the policemen, of course, the firemen, civilians within the buildings, passersby outside the buildings. People that day produced an amazing amount of heroes. And the American maritime heroes, the 800 of them, were some of them. So I just hope that we never forget them, and we should never forget them. So thank you for letting me bring their stories to light. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments of that day? Yep.
Do you have any health issues because of it?
Oh, yes, I do, unfortunately. So that's the bad news. Kind of the good news is you've heard the Twin Towers Fund. So that was money that was raised in the aftermath to help people who, in the aftermath, and to help victims and their families. So I'm a member of the World Trade Center Health Registry that monitors our health. And whenever we have, if ever we have something going on with our health, we are covered. Unfortunately, some of the people who died with direct exposure afterwards didn't receive that help because I think it took the city and health inspectors a while to understand what was happening with people's bodies, that this was an effect of 9/11. You might have heard that the threshold was just crossed, that more people have died in the aftermath due to the cancers than the almost 3,000 people who died that day. So yes, it has affected my husband and my health, but I'm 52. I actually consider myself extremely blessed to have lived this long. A lot of people haven't. So, and I love it that we have that cushion with the Twin Towers Fund. So yeah. Yes.
How do you do the tours of the Twin Towers site? Like, how is that hard? I mean, you're kind of like reliving.
Oh, that's a good question. Yes. So the question is, how do I do the tours, and is it hard to relive every time I talk about it? For one thing, doing the actual tour, interesting. Just the 16-acre World Trade Center site does not contain all of the memorials. There's a massive amount of 9/11 memorials all over the city, but in a huge radius of the World Trade Center complex. And so I show people some of the lesser known, I guess, memorials within the area. And I like to talk about my firsthand account to make it real to somebody, especially students. You know, can you believe that there's a whole generation that was not born, you know, when this happened? That rocks my world. So when students are up, I feel a real obligation, responsibility to tell them, you know, in a firsthand account about that day. Also, one of my husband's friends, my husband graduated from Clemson. One of his friends died in 9/11. I have his picture, and I take them to the 9/11 memorial where his name is written. And I bring this picture, I talk about his friend who I had definitely met, but that puts a face to a name again, just to make it more alive and more real, more relevant, and to hit home a little bit more. But you know what, I usually cry when I talk about it, even all these years later, but again, there's parts that I feel a responsibility to share in the hopes that this doesn't fade out, you know, that we all remember and never forget. So that trumps me getting upset. And if people don't mind me crying, I'll cry. Yeah, I'll talk while I'm crying. Yes.
What did you do immediately when you were wrapped up? How did you get clothes?
In New Jersey. That's a whole other, that's a big part of my book. That was interesting, to go from a war situation, which what Manhattan was, to go across the river and go into pristine New Jersey where nothing had taken place. It was very surreal. I became very aware that I was in pajamas and that I was yellow. There was a whole pile of us that walked to a BJ's wholesale club. You know, you never knew that you'd be so happy to see a big box. You know, when you never know when you're going to need like a Costco or BJ's. But somebody had said, I didn't even know where we were in New Jersey. We walked to a BJ's wholesale club. They let us in without a card, which is very nice. membership card, and went in, was able to wash my face, and later on in the day, we were able to get one of the last rental cars, and we had to drive about an hour and a half to get to a hotel that was available. And but I remember thinking when we were at this hotel, at the BJ's, I was still so not with it. I did not buy any clothes. I don't know what I was thinking. Well, and but yeah, when I got to this, I bought flip-flops, sounds good. But when I got there, I remember thinking, I can't wear this. This is horrible. It's filled with the splinters. It smelled. I mean, honestly, it had human remains on it. It smelled quickly. And I remember thinking, gosh, is there somebody I can call? I need help. And I never forgot that feeling, because I was like, yeah, I bet there's a lot of people who would help me. But I don't know who they are. I don't even know where I am. And it's one of the reasons that was the impetus behind our nonprofit, trying to reach people who need help, who no one else seems to be helping. But at any rate, that was a ponderous tale. We did get back into the city the next day and stayed with my best friend Sarah, and we just kind of couch surfed from there. Interesting, there was, there's 25,000 that were homeless for several weeks like us, some even longer than that. And I heard later on that some of them, like, they went to the Four Seasons and they went to other high-end hotels, and FEMA paid for it. I was like, Brian, we were slumming and we could have been in the lap of luxury. What's up with that? To tell you the truth, I wouldn't have been able to do that. That wouldn't have seemed right at the time, but that's what a lot of people did, is they just went to hotels, but yeah. Thank goodness my husband had his wallet. Thank goodness for that. And we needed that. We needed that. But actually not having ID for a couple of weeks kind of hurt me, to tell you the truth. But thank goodness he had the presence of it. He was dressed. And I don't even know why I was still asleep at 9 o'clock. I wake up at like 5:30 nowadays. What is that? Maybe that was a younger thing. But yeah.
So did you have help when you went back to your apartment? Did you have to do the cleaning? Was there a crew that came in and helped with you?
Great question. Did we have to do the cleaning of the apartment? No. Essentially, we were renting our place. The landlords got together. They were very nervous. They knew that people were going to be moving out, and they did. And they came together, and I think they all decided what they could do to help us and to keep us in the apartments. So we had free laundry for a few weeks. Have you ever heard of, probably you all have, but I had not, that there's such a thing as dry cleaning apartments? I mean, you can dry clean walls. I had not heard of such a thing. It's a special kind of cleaning. So they brought them out there to clean our apartment. But until the day we left, every single day when I woke up, there was a thin dusting on absolutely everything. That, and we know that it was the 9/11 dust that was being kicked up by the constant building. Well, first they had to tear down what was remaining and cart that away, and then they started building the new towers. But we all knew that even though the EPA had told us that it was safe to go down there, we knew it wasn't. In fact, landlords offered 25% discount for 2 years if you signed a 2-year lease, committing yourself to living down there. And we signed on the dotted line, but we did kind of know that there's no way that this air is okay. But yeah. Any other questions? Sorry that this is so early to have such a sad, it's Brian's fault. Don't be mad at me. Brian is the one who asked for this. I feel like it's more of like a glass of wine situation than coffee. So I did write a book about our experiences. There's been over 700 books written about 9/11. And so 18 years later, I certainly did get the question of, why would you write a book when there's so many glut in the industry? But there has been no books written from the perspective of a resident of the neighborhood in which 9/11 happened, and what it was like to live there before, during, and after. So it was a little bit of a different angle, different view. So, and I wrote that just, because I think a lot of people weren't familiar with, again, the 9/11 boat evacuation, which I spend a lot of time talking about in it, and I wanted to highlight that. They're $10, and the money goes to Loving All Nations. So if you're interested, happy to sign it. But thank you all for having me here. Now, when I speak Friday, it's going to be happier. I'm, I'm talking about the book I'm writing now that will come out in another year. It's about my tour guiding experiences. And there is an aspect of how COVID has affected New York City, a place I've lived in almost 30 years. So a little bit happier, at least 3/4 of it. But anyway, thanks again for having me here. Thanks, Brian.
Hi everybody, thank you for being here today with me. I'm really excited to talk about this topic with you. My name's Elizabeth Weir, as we've been so introduced. I'm the Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator at MDARD, and you heard a lot about what I do, but my primary role at MDARD is to assist with training, exercising, and planning for all types of emergencies across our programs. And today we're going to talk about our sample team exercise and what we did in 2019 and how we're going to expand what we're doing in 2022. I'm really excited for this particular audience because I know how busy we all have been with COVID response over the last few years. And I think, I hope everybody like me is looking forward to more opportunities to train and exercise. So we're going to talk about this today, and you'll hopefully feel the passion that I have for this topic as we talk through sample team exercise at MDARD. So today as we're talking, I just want to provoke some thoughts on this particular topic and think about these things as we go through the presentation, and hope that in your roles, in your agencies, or in your organizations, that you might be able to take bits and pieces from what we have done at MDARD, or if you're interested in participating with MDARD, we'd love to have you. We'd love to host you at one of these exercises, and just keep these thoughts in mind as we talk about this today. So what does the incident command system mean for you and your organization? And how can you build awareness of ICS in your organization, and how can you use it to be more prepared? This is a big question. Who will replace us? How can we think about training others and building up others, training others to be leaders in our worlds? And how do we build that commercial or that capacity in emergency response? So those are our big things we'll want to talk about and think about as we go through this today. I always start with our mission and key goals from MDARD. This drives all of what we do in our department, and it is cross-cutting through our emergency management program as well. So we're here to assure the food safety, agricultural, environmental, and economic interests of the people of the state of Michigan through service, partnership, and collaboration. And that's why we're here today, right? We're here to collaborate, and we're here to strengthen our partnerships. So thank you again to MEHA for having me here today, and so many of my other MDARD colleagues that are here in the room with us. And I'll give you shouts out because you're all a part of this sample team exercise too. So we're going to talk about our sample team exercise that we pulled off in 2019. We're going to talk about how that prepared us for our deployments and our incident management during the COVID-19 response, and some other things that we activated our incident management teams to manage. And then we're going to talk about what that brings us to today, 2022 sample team exercise. Our first session, which will be next Thursday in Rockford. We're going to be doing a plant pest survey, and we'll talk more about why we pick some of our scenarios that we do too. So what is sample team exercise? This is something that we've done for several years. This goes back to, I think, 2005, 2006. And we do it every 3 years as an opportunity to get our field staff together to network. History lesson around that time when we first started sample team exercise was around the time that state of Michigan was consolidating a lot of things, budgets were shrinking, we got rid of our field offices. So this is an opportunity to have regional networking and opportunities for people across our programs that don't normally meet and don't normally get to see each other, to have those kinds of meet and greets, to talk to the director, to receive the same kind of training. We typically focus on some sort of safety during the morning of the exercise, and everybody gets an orientation to emergency management and what it means for us in our jobs. Then the second half of the day, we go into a real field staff exercise. We have an incident management team that manages the day. We do an operations briefing, we present an incident action plan, and we go out into the field and we take real samples. We take real samples. And over the years, we've done a lot of different types of scenarios. In the last, the 2019 session, we did multiple different types of scenarios. Again, testing our capacity and showing that we are able to walk and chew gum at the same time. And then we also focus on continuous improvement. So that hot wash is always a part of this. We do several hot washes throughout this process. We have hot washes with the field teams. We have hot washes with our incident management teams. Continuous improvement is a part of everything we do at MDARD. So we have a whole series of exercises that happen throughout the year. So in 2019, I think we did 8 exercises over about 6 months. This year, we're doing 9 or 10 over the course of about 8 months. And we focus on all of these big overarching goals and objectives. So we kill multiple birds with one stone with this type of exercise. So again, it's employee engagement because we're getting out there in the field, we're doing different things, we're meeting people. We are using the ICS and incident command system to build surge capacity. We're testing new technologies, we're focusing on safety, we're doing all these things and using it as an opportunity to also collaborate with our partners. Excuse me. Getting a little dry. Okay, so over 2008 to 2019, we saw this great growth in participation. It really was, it's meant to be an exercise for our field staff, but we've seen a lot of interest and growth in our engagement with our programs in Lansing offices and our laboratories. So we've built this growth over time. And in 2019, we had 350 unique participants from across our department, from across state government. We had local health departments there. We had some federal partners, and we intend to do the same this year and hopefully grow that number a little bit more. So how do we do this? We have a planning committee that brings together people from across our department. Different divisions within the department send a planning person to serve on the committee. And at every session, we identify a different incident management team, again, from across the department. An opportunity for people to see what it's like to be on an incident management team in kind of a soft landing process with lots of coaching and mentoring and kind of showing what ICS is like behind the curtain. And we talk through what it is like to be on an incident management team. We talk about the things that you're gonna have to deal with. How do you stand up an incident command post if we were asked to do this tomorrow? And have it be an opportunity for people to practice with a range of levels of experience. So we have people on the teams that are pretty experienced in ICS and have had some great real world opportunities to use that. And then we also have people that are brand new to this, that have taken maybe the basic courses and are just getting their feet wet with incident command and emergency response. So, as I said, mixed levels of experience. This is an opportunity to try new things, to shadow others. We prepare our incident management teams ahead of time with a lot of personal nudges, phone calls saying, this is what we're asking you to do in this exercise. This is how you're going to be supported. Here are the resources that can help you be more familiar with ICS while you're getting started in this. And we have an IMT call ahead of each exercise to do introductions because, again, we pull these incident management teams together from across the department. So sometimes they're people that have never worked together, and this is that opportunity for them to meet and greet across their divisions. We provide them with a pre-drafted incident action plan. So really, we'll see a slide later with the planning P and how this kind of works, but essentially this incident management team at this exercise gets a pre-crafted incident action plan that they provide to all of our boots on the ground resources and execute whatever sampling mission we've got going on that day. So again, on the coaching piece, we have mentors and ringers at each session. We try to have people there that are able to coach and talk through what it's really like to be serving on an incident management team in an emergency response. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. You can see, you might recognize some faces in the photos that we've got up here because we have a lot of MDARD staff members here in the room that have participated in the planning and execution of sample team exercise. We've got Michelle Kushner right now, she's on the planning team. We've got Lauren Edwards, where'd she go? There's Lauren. Rodney's been in a picture so far, Jennifer. So we really try to bring together everybody from RRT, some of our other groups we've got together in the department, such as our Partners for Emergency, I always struggle with the acronym, PEER. Partners for Enhancing Emergency Response. Some of our field staff members that specialize in emergency response. And we try to integrate and collaborate across our divisions. So the people that are just getting their feet wet have an opportunity to talk to the people who have gotten some of this really hands-on experience in this. And then while we send out people into the field to take the real samples, that incident management team, they stay behind at the incident command post, and we have a facilitated discussion on the planning P, on the process, on the whole incident command structure as a whole, and think about the things that are going to happen during an emergency response. So you've got somebody out in the field picking up samples, and they get in a car accident. Okay, we have some human resources issues here. We have calls coming from the field asking the operations section chief what they need to do with their samples, or they got bad instructions. What do we do? How do we manage all of the moving pieces of planning an emergency response? So in 2019, we did a lot, like I said. Previous sessions, so 2016 and before that, I think we did one scenario and we repeated it at all 8 of the sessions that we did across the state, which was excellent, and we were advancing and building capacity with every session that we did. And then in 2019, we thought, how do we take this a step further? So 2019, we got the crazy idea that we were going to do multiple things. We're going to walk and chew gum at the same time. We're going to plan sessions that are different, not just sampling food and feed, but we're actually going to get out there and we're going to test some things that we haven't done with sample team, like testing our ability to take radiological samples in response to a potential event at one of our 3 nuclear power plants. We sent our weights and measures inspectors out to do gas pump skimmer sweeps. So everybody's heard of the gas pump skimmers, right? Where you put your credit card in and somebody's trying to collect your data. So we sent some teams out to go look for those. We found none. It was very good. Very good day for that. We've picked up incident repellents, and we've sent those to EPA labs for formulation testing. And we did chemistry analysis on luster dust. Anybody heard of luster dust outside of MDART? So it's a cake decorating product. It wound up on a cake in Rhode Island at a child's birthday party. It was a beautiful cake. It was rose gold, and it was exactly what you'd see on Instagram. So pretty. The adults thought it tasted a little funny, but the children ate it up, and it turned out that that luster dust had high levels of copper. So we saw that, and we saw that's an opportunity for us to do some marketplace testing of what we can find out there. We first went to big box stores and picked up some samples of cake decorating supplies and ran the chemistry analysis, and we found nothing that was of concern there. But then we actually expanded to what we called Cyber Command. It's glorified online shopping. But we picked up these samples, and we did find some that people in Michigan can buy that were a little high with some of those heavy metals. So we put out some consumer advisories based on this. And this is just another example of we do real things with this exercise. We want to do things that, like I said, kill multiple birds with one stone. If our programs have some goals on samples they want to pick up, we can pick them up with sample team exercise. What you would need 12 weeks to get done, we might be able to accomplish in a day. And that's kind of the concept behind this. We want to be able to practice our surge capacity. So if our director says, we need to get this done tomorrow, I need you to go and conduct a field survey of all the fir trees in the Rockford area, and our plant pest management people say that's going to take us 10 days. Well, if the director wants it done tomorrow, I can give you some resources for that. Here's all resources from across the department. Put your best people on it and get it done in a day. That's what we're trying to do here with sample team exercise. So it was a really great year for that. We tested our capacity and we succeeded beyond all measure. Our after action report is a really great one, and I can send it to anybody who wants to have a good read after today. But those are some of our big milestones in 2019. So all of our sessions, they're going to vary in size, but that's the great thing about the incident command system is that it is, oops, what happened? Oh, it's probably the computer. Got a screensaver on. Sorry, I'll keep an eye on that. So the glory of the incident command system is that it's scalable and modular. So if we have a session such as our Marquette session that had 17 participants, our org chart is not going to be very big, right? So it's going to be smaller. We had a pretty skeleton crew here. We did donning and doffing. We're practicing for an animal disease response, which, good timing, right? Many of you have, who's been on the avian influenza calls lately? Nobody? Okay. Well, if anybody wants to get on the avian influenza calls for local health departments, you just let me know, because that's my other hat that I wear right now. But that's an example of that. And then you can see our largest session in 2019. Look at this big org chart. All of these colors on the org chart represent different divisions that we bring together to manage this day. And it's scalable, right, to a larger session. We're going to need some more management to handle as many boots on the ground resources as we put out for this. On this particular day, we did several things. We picked up pig-eared dog treats. So remember the outbreak of salmonella in pig ears a few years ago in 2019? We actually expanded a national recall by the samples that we picked up in this particular session. We picked up samples of fish in partner with our local health departments. Thank you to the Ingham County Health Department who went out with there on this day to pick up some pretty gross samples of fish from restaurants. They were checked by our chemistry section to just make sure that they are what they say they are, which I think that might be on our list again for this year. It's always something that we're looking at, food fraud type things. And we looked at gas pump skimmers, and then we had that cyber command. We bought some more dog treats online and sent those to our laboratory for microbiological sampling or analysis. So this is kind of just that example of how we scale this and how we use this to practice the ICS concept. So again, employee engagement, we're here to meet the MDAR director. We're doing a variety of different things. The biggest thing I think that's been the coolest change to see has been the opportunity to show behind the curtain of the incident command system and emergency management to our field staff who are just starting with the department. They have an interest in emergency management. And to tell the story of why MDART exists in the first place, which is because emergencies have happened, right? We're in public health because dangerous things happen and the world is full of risk. So telling that story through sample team exercises is a pretty fun one. So in our department, it's a requirement that all of our employees take the basic incident command system courses within their first year of employment. So you have to take ICS 100, 200, 700, and 800. They are unfortunately pretty dry, I will admit that. The online trainings are not that fun. But then you get into the classroom trainings, which are a lot more fun, I think. And you get to do some exercises and put it to work. So we actually have a little bit of a talent, I'd say ICS talent, it's not a problem. We have an abundance of talent in it, so we have to figure out new ways to provide these opportunities to train on ICS once we get through the trainings, right? So we have an ever-expanding list of people that are interested in this and want to take those position-specific courses, and this is yet another way where we can get that kind of experience. So this is kind of where we think about, want to transfer from 2019 to how we've used ICS in the past, and then what we are going to do in 2022. Oh, I missed a slide. Always be coordinating with the laboratories if you're picking up samples. It's just kind of a thing. So 2022 or 2021 and 2020, excuse me, flip-flop there, obviously brought us a lot of challenges, right? As I said in the beginning, I think all of us would rather be training and exercising than having to respond the way we did over the last 2 years. But 2019 sample team exercise prepared us to to meet the challenges of the pandemic and in some pretty real ways. So in 2020, MDARD was one of the main state agencies to support the standing up of the field hospitals in Detroit and Novi. I spent 6 weeks there myself. That's kind of the win-win part of being the emergency management person. You get freely kind of reassigned to emergency management projects, and sometimes that can take a while. 6 weeks was a long time. But we were ready to deploy staff who had been trained in incident command to support these hospitals. Never in my wildest dreams, in my natural resources degree and kind of landing in emergency management by accident, did I ever think that I was going to be helping stand up a hospital, ever. But that's the power of ICS, is we train across our disciplines, and we are able to use this process to bring order out of a tremendously chaotic situation. So as a logistics chief at SES, did I ever think that I would need to source, oh gosh, all of the PPE, thinking of crazy solutions to finding PPE and the appropriate gowns for hospital workers. I had no idea what that was, but I learned really fast. And we had a fabulous team of people using ICS to do this, so it made it all that much easier. We activated our incident management teams internally for a lot of other things. I think we were the only state agency to activate an incident management team during those initial weeks of COVID for our continuity of operations response. So get all of your employees out of this building and do it now in 2 days. And yes, we had a lot of capability to do that, but there were a lot of details that had to be worked out, as I'm sure some of you would remember from that time. So we had our activation of our IMT to do that, and we had all of our people out with all of the technology they needed to do their jobs within, I think most of it was done within the first week. Jennifer and I were incident commander and planning chief, and we have several other people in the room who supported that as well. We activated an incident management team for Ralstonia. Have anybody ever heard of Ralstonia in this room? This is a different audience. Ralstonia is a plant pest or a plant pathogen that hasn't been seen in the US since the 80s. It's economically devastating to specific types of plants, such as potatoes. I can't remember. Yes, but it showed up in geraniums in a greenhouse in West Michigan. So we activated our incident management team for that. That was happening while the incident management team was at the care centers. So we were already staffed thin. We had a lot of things going on at once. That was also the same time as the Midland flood. So a lot of things going on at once, but ICS helped us manage it because we knew what to do. We had this training. We knew how to divide and conquer. We activated for COVID-19 in Mink, and special shout out to the CDC and to the Allegan County Health Department who were there on site responding to literal COVID in a mink farm. And then we had our virtual IMT deployment to MDHHS. They requested our help to help with mobile vaccination planning, and we were there for a few weeks. That was a fun one. So we learned a ton from this. Everything is really important to obviously pre-plan for, but there are things that come out in emergency that you can document and reuse. So we have a lot of different communications frameworks and policies that came out of that initial surge of information in March 2020. Everybody's asking for questions. Everybody's asking, how does COVID impact my industry? How do we manage all of those questions coming in at once? I have a few different ideas on how we do that better. I wish we had used an MS form to just organize our data, organize the questions that are coming in a little better. But we had a framework, and we asked people to adhere specifically to how we wanted these questions to come in from all of our divisions because it was just so overwhelming. We updated our EM plan, and after today, send me an email. I'm happy to give out a lot of these resources that we worked on, including how to deploy an incident management team or a single resource in an incident management team, and some of the things you need to work on, and the importance of liaisons. Oh my gosh, your liaison section on an IMT should probably be about 3 times as many people as you think you need. That's one of the takeaways from this, because we just do so much coordination in our work in public health. There's always another person to add to the list. There's better ways to split up our work, and we have to keep an eye on that. So now 2022. How am I doing on time? Oh, okay, we're good. So every 3 years we do this, and every 3 years we say, where is the time gone? How are we already in sample team exercise already? That's where we're at right now. It's just really snuck up on us. So we're trying to think about how we capacity build this time, especially since in 2019 we did so much. Little history lesson on how it worked in 2019. I mentioned that we gave these incident management teams kind of that pre-drafted incident action plan. I wrote that. In 2016, Jennifer wrote it. We didn't use the ICS process to build the incident action plan. So this year, we're doing something a little different, and we're looking for more opportunities for people to practice in those roles. And to do this, we have an incident management team working behind the scenes on the whole exercise, using the planning P to build the incident action plan. And Lauren Edwards is our planning chief right now. Michelle Kushner is our operations chief right now. And it's going really well. And we're using this as an opportunity to just practice in a no-fault environment, having those meetings on the planning P, which I'll show in a little bit and do a little review. So what do you do in a command and general staff briefing? Lauren puts the meeting purpose, she puts the agenda in there, we go over everything we're supposed to go through, and then we ask what questions people have. Where are we in the planning P? Do you have any questions about where we are and the context of what we're doing? And so we're going through that process, and it's going really well. And by the end of this week, we'll have our draft incident action plan ready to go for our session in Rockford next week, where we are picking up we're picking up fur samples and surveying for balsam woolly adelgid, a plant pest found on the west side of the state. So it's going to be a really fun day. I'm excited to go out into the field to do that and kind of get out of the incident command post. And it's going to be really fun and useful, we think. And we're just going to repeat that for every session that we do. So we're going to have 10 opportunities to use the incident command system planning process in the planning P to build an incident action plan, to get more familiar with this process, to see how it's modular, scalable, and you can use it to do anything from planning a plant pest survey to planning a wedding. So applicable. We've got some more resources here. We've worked on how to identify what position am I going to be best in. So as a really talkative person and somebody who likes to liaise with people, I fit really well into liaison officer. I'm working on getting better at planning section chief because I want to get better at my organization skills, and I'm not that great at logistics. So that's just my natural skill sets. So we put together a document on that. What are you good at? Where can you utilize people that are already doing these sorts of things in their day jobs? And how do they fit into an emergency response? So your finance and administration people, getting them involved in emergency response, getting them understanding what the finance and administration section chief does. Our planners, our emergency planners are going to make great planning section chiefs. You get the idea. But we have some more resources on that we put together for this type of exercise, and we're trying to implement that this year by putting people into the roles that they want to grow into or that they're already naturally suited for. And I said we're using ICS to do the whole thing this year. So it's a big growth year for us. It's a really great weight off my shoulders to not have to put together the incident action plan. That Lauren is doing a great job being the planning section chief and bringing it all together. And that we have a logistics section chief that's making sure that all those other details are taken care of. So it's fun to watch the process work, and it's a lot more coaching and kind of talking about how it works, but having the whole team involved and splitting up the work is just such a relief. So good. So these are our 2022 sessions. We're going to be all over the state, as you can see. If anybody is interested in attending, I am really wanting you to reach out. I'm a little behind. I was hoping I would have invitations out by now to some of our partners, like our local health partners, local emergency managers, and some of our federal partners, but I'm going to give you my card. Anybody who's interested in coming and seeing this, reach out to me. We have a lot of different scenarios that we're working on solidifying. So some of them are TBD, but we're going to be doing a lot of food and feed sampling because this is supported by the Rapid Response Team grant, and I need to make sure I say that. Thank you to the Food and Drug Administration for our Rapid Response Team grant in Michigan that allows us to do this. And then we have some other opportunities here to practice things outside RRT and what we cover through that agreement with FDA. So our radiological sampling, you can see we're going to repeat that this year in the Taylor area. We're going to do some stuff on animal disease response, donning and doffing, maybe swabbing some animals at the fairgrounds, and showing how a foreign animal disease diagnostic session works. And we're going to probably do another plant pest survey up in the Atlanta area. And these are all different from what we did in those locations in 2019. So you might imagine that we might have some repeat attendees at those geographic sessions around the state. We do, and we don't want to repeat the same thing they did 3 years ago. So we're going to mix it up and change up our schedule, and do a lot of cool things around the state. So this is that prep IMT that I was talking about. This is the behind the scenes incident management team that is planning this whole thing. And we will repeat the cycle 9 or 10 times based on how many sessions that we have using this organization chart. So I'm up there at the top with my boss. We're in the exercise director box up here. We've got people working on our liaison piece. Our director comes to these sessions, and then sometimes in the afternoon he gets to go out and visit food and agriculture places out in the field in that area. We've got our safety advisor that's constantly working with us, identifying what the safety issues are going to be at these locations. We're coordinating with laboratory, and then you can see we've got the general staff that you would see in a incident management team structure like anything else. Our logistics section is very busy. We take care of all the food. We always have donuts. That is a thing. You can't have one of these sessions without donuts and coffee. We've learned that over the years. Mike Uhas, yes, that is a carryover from the Mike Uhas days. So we will keep that going, and it's an important tradition to us. So yes, this is how we're going to use it. Create more opportunities this year for practicing that ICS and coaching, learning how this process works, and making it valuable for everybody. So this is the planning P. Who's familiar with the planning cycle here in the room? Okay, so I wish I had started with this now. Sorry. But we'll by the end of our time together, we'll be all familiar, and we'll be very excited about using ICS and emergency management. So this is the planning cycle. This is something that you can apply to any emergency that you have. It's a standardized process that brings order out of chaos. So here we've got the leg of the planning P. This is where the emergency happens. Something has happened, or we need to do something to respond to something. We've got our initial response up here. This is kind of where we're organizing a team. We're coming together to solve this emergency. And then up here in this circle, this is the planning cycle. It's a standardized process that we can use to come up with a plan for what we need to do to respond to this process, or to this emergency. So we develop objectives. We have a briefing for our command and general staff, our planning people, our logistics people, our operations people, our finance people, to say this is the problem that we've got. These are the objectives that we are going to meet to solve this problem. And go off into the planning cycle, come up with a plan for us, and bring it back to me as the incident commander, and I'll approve the plan, and then we'll send some people out into the field to get this done. So the planning P, after we do that command and general staff meeting, we go into a tactics meeting. That's where we talk about the really nitty-gritty details to meet our objectives to solve this crisis. Then we kind of get all that on paper. We write down exactly what our boots on the ground people are going to do out there in the field, how we're going to achieve the objectives, and then we put that all together into an incident action plan. So this whole process from here to here is kind of happening behind the scenes during sample team exercise. That's that planning and prep IMT that we've got pulled together for each of these. And they complete the incident action plan, and then they hand it off to the incident management team at each of these sessions. So we've kind of split up the planning P into two pieces to be able to provide more opportunities for training. It's an artificiality. We do that a lot in emergency management. We say that's an artificiality, but we wanted to do this to make sure that we had opportunities for all of those people who have just taken ICS to practice this. So it's a lot of work. It's a lift for us in emergency management to manage all the moving pieces of this, but it's worthwhile, and we see the benefits of it in our department. So that's that example again of that incident management team that's at each of these sessions. This is the team that's handed over that completed incident action plan. They're kind of just showing up on that day, and that's the artificiality of this, that they're handed a completed plan that they're being asked to execute. But then at lunchtime, we go through like what would have happened up to this point. If you were the IMT that was responsible for this emergency, what would you have done? How would you have managed it? What would operations, what would logistics, what would planning have done to make this all happen? And then what happens at the end of this day? We have to plan for tomorrow. You know, if this is going to take more than one day or more than one operational period, we start that planning P all over again. Whoops. So the intention is that over here, when you brief and you get those boots on the ground resources out into the field to achieve those objectives, the cycle starts all over, because you're gonna see how you're doing. You're gonna just kind of finagle your objectives a little bit. You're gonna massage it. You're gonna see what works best, and you're gonna see what's left to be done, and then you're gonna use that process over again to plan your operations for the next day. So it's about getting people familiar with that process. I'm happy to talk to anybody about it. ICS is a really cool tool that we have at our fingertips. It's meant to be multidisciplinary, multifunctional, so the more we all understand it, the better prepared we are when we need to respond to these things like COVID that just hit all of us in different ways. Understanding ICS is a big preparing factor. So I'm going to wrap up so we have some time for question and answer, but these are some of the resources that I've mentioned throughout the day. I'm happy to email them to you. I have cards up here. We have a toolkit. So thanks to Jennifer Bonsky in 2016 and all of her hard work on this. She said the whole time, I'm going to have a toolkit I'm going to take all these notes and hand it off to the next person who's going to do that, which lucky me, it was me. I'm really grateful for that because it was very useful, and we've shared this nationwide with the RRT states, with some of our partners in animal health. Wherever we go, we want to make sure that people know there's this resource. It includes spreadsheets, it includes draft incident action plans, ICS forms, the things that we send out to our field staff to get them ready for a day like this, if we need to do some, surge capacity exercise. It's got so many resources in it that I need to think of a better way to be able to hand it off to people because it's such a big file. I was thinking last night in bed, it's a zip file. I need to make it a zip file. So I will probably be doing that before I send it out to anybody. We have that skill sets overview, cool document, kind of just what we can naturally be best at and how that might translate to an incident management team. And then a lot of incident action reports, the ICS compressed model, which is something we do at MDARD, you can smush some of those meetings together in the IMT process, so you don't have to be in meetings all the time. That's kind of the purpose of ICS, is getting on a routine so you're not in meetings all the time. You have work to do. This is an emergency. We have work to do. How do we make it more efficient? And some of the things that I talked about, the crisis communications model in our emergency plan and checklists that we've put together for IMTs and deploying resources. So with that, that's all I have. I've talked a lot and I cover a lot. So in the beginning I said, think about what somebody's going to be brave. I'm not a very scary person, so we can take any questions. Any thoughts about, I recognize that from a scale perspective that staffing is a lot thinner, and we're all stretched very thin, but at the local level, are there any pieces of this that might be useful? Because the whole concept is huge, but what are the pieces that could be helpful?
Do you have any involvement
Yeah.
with tribal or tribal casinos?
Yes, yeah. So my boss, Brad Deacon, he's the emergency management coordinator, and he's actually our tribal liaison for the department. I believe that we put out some invitations to come to sample team exercise and see this in practice with us, and we'll be doing that again this year, but I haven't sent the invitations out yet. And we also, our local health partners in the room do a lot more work with tribal entities as well. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, yes.
So with staff shortages and stuff, I guess my question is, with a lot of people retiring,
Yeah.
from organizations, do you have any set qualifications for people to volunteer to come and be part of your team?
Yeah, so MDARD has kind of taken an interesting stance there. We do this because we need to succession plan, right? I have a list of people that are qualified for certain positions that have taken position-specific training or that are interested in that. But retirements, staff turnover, people taking promotions can take them away from their ability to be on an incident management team because they have other roles. So, and from a qualification standpoint, we love to look at interest, first of all. Willingness to be a part of something like this is it's not an everyday thing. Not everybody thrives in an emergency, we'll just say that. But there are people that are interested in this, and that's, from my perspective, that's the first thing I look for, and trying to find the people that have that potential to grow in this area and want to grow. So first looking for that, and then we look at, after those first courses, the online ones, we look at the in-person 300 and 400 classes. Those are kind of the base level. If we're gonna add somebody to an incident management team, we really want them to have those, because that's that kind of classroom experience. And then beyond that, as many position-specific courses and incident management team style courses as we can get people into, we try to take advantage of all those opportunities. From my perspective, I was writing notes today and I wrote, I need to find a way to have more opportunities extended to our local partners like that, because state police offers a handful of them per year, but I don't think it's enough. It's not enough for us. Yeah.
Someone with no experience or very little.
Mm-hmm.
Elizabeth would partner them up with, the long time
Mm-hmm.
for 20 years, so that when they go out and collect that sample, they're not doing it for the first time ever
Yeah.
in their life during this exercise. But we're going to put you to work
Yep.
and make you fill out the form
Yep.
while the expert's watching. So I know she does a really good job at partnering people in the positions for IT and in field.
In both sample team exercise and on real stuff too. So we're trying to build in more opportunities for shadowing. So people that have maybe not taken the position-specific courses to come and work as someone's assistant or a deputy chief. They have the interest, but they haven't been able to get into the position-specific course yet. Those are some of the things that we look at. But we have to be flexible, because we know that not all the training opportunities are there. So we're trying to be creative about exactly that: partnering, mentoring, coaching. is our big thing. Lisa.
Yeah, my question actually was about local health department training opportunities, but I think one of the important parts that we learned during our mobile vaccination IMC was that we had a number of people who had taken trainings, but we really did not have many people who were like also within the department that hadn't taken training, like administrative assistants and stuff like that. And in some situations, they would be excellent, logistics or planning people because of their organizational skills.
Yeah.
So, I don't think that you have to be a sanitarian or a manager or somebody. There are other people in the department that would be very good in some of those positions. So encourage them to get the training.
And that your ICS day job is going to be, or your ICS job might be different than your day job. And I can go on, but that comes with human resources implications too. So you got to think through those things. So it's a complicated but fascinating process, and I think there are so many opportunities to grow and provide growth for our employees. So it's not only good for our agency and good for public health, but it's good for us as employees and individuals. So that's it?
Yeah.
All right.
Anybody has any other questions?
See if the rest of the presenters talk with their hands as much as I.
General Code, a member of the family of solutions that make up the International Code Council, would like to welcome you to the presentation today. My name is Brian Fatka, and I'm an account executive for General Code covering the Great Lakes region. I live here in Michigan, and in working with one of the local health departments, we created some processes that I believe could be of great value to many of you. I'd like to examine how Laserfiche can help the environmental divisions of the Michigan Health Departments. We'll focus on digitizing information, such as property records, and then automating the Type 2 water reporting process. Both of these processes can save a tremendous amount of staff time and help avoid human errors. Laserfiche is a document management system that organizes and stores information in such a way that it is incredibly easy to search and find what you want. You're looking at a Laserfiche repository where you could click through a folder structure based on parcel numbers to find the information that you are looking for. Notice when we open the document that we have tagged everything with both address and parcel number. So instead of looking through a file folder structure, we could just enter that information in a search bar and find the documents related to that parcel with a simple search. On top of that, Laserfiche has built some incredible automation tools that can simplify daily tasks and streamline processes for more efficient work. The Laserfiche public portal is a way to share pertinent information, which means no more digging through old paper files. The Benzie-Leelanau District staff were spending a lot of time answering calls and looking up data for septic pumping companies and inspectors. They decided to digitize all of their property records relating to the location of septic systems and then publish those documents to their public portal. The Laserfiche public portal can be stylized to look like the rest of your website. This one was designed with a simple Google type search on the home page, or you could click the property search button for more detailed searching by street name and number. There's also an option to browse through folders, much like we showed before. Regardless of the method, people outside the office can now find the documentation they need to find a septic system's location on a property. The internal staff stays focused on other work, and the people in the field don't have to wait for their answers. While this system was focused on septic system information, the Laserfiche public portal is useful for all sorts of information, like public meeting minutes, historical archives, records requests, and really any publicly relevant information. Now, let's move on and look at how Laserfiche can be used, which speeds up the Type 2 water reporting. The process starts with a Laserfiche product called QuickFields. QuickFields allows us to take a lab report and break the data down into bite-sized pieces that we can use later to complete the report in WaterTrack. For documents that always look the same, such as these lab reports, we create zones to capture information, such as the lab name, or the sample location, or even the WISN number. The concept is that as lab reports come in through your email, you would store the attachments in a folder on your computer or network. You can see here as I start the QuickFields process of grabbing 3 documents out of that folder, and we watch as they all show up in the lower left pane. As I click on each document, I review the information we grabbed and make sure that it's accurate. Then I'm ready to send it to the Laserfiche repository for safe storage and for our next step. On the way to the repository, Laserfiche workflow is used to finalize some data for nitrate, nitrite, and bacteriological results. Workflow runs in the background so that when you're ready to browse to the repository and find the documents waiting for you, you again confirm that all information is correct before clicking the button which sends the sample to the state reporting website. When you do that, it disappears from the queue and automatically stores itself in the appropriate folder based on county, lab name, or WISN, depending on what you prefer. It also tracks all those little pieces of data we gathered which can be used for tracking and creating reports in the future. When you click the button to send this report to the state tracking site, you invoked Laserfiche robotic process automation. And while you normally wouldn't watch the process, I want you to see here how we trained the Laserfiche bot to log on to the website. We trained it to expand the selection list on the left and then navigate to the appropriate page. It then performs just like a human, entering a WISN number and clicking the Find button, and then it's able to select the appropriate laboratory and wait for the system to recognize that lab and then enter each piece of data. The bot would then click the Save button and close this window so it could start entering the next report. While we only showed a single report here, you could actually send multiple reports at once and the Laserfiche bot would do your work while you go grab a cup of coffee. I hope you were able to see that these automation tools could potentially save an incredible amount of time, remove the need to store physical paper files, and remove the potential for human error. If you would like to learn more about what we designed for health departments, please reach out and we'll provide a more in-depth look at the system and work to understand how Laserfiche could work for you. Thanks for your time, and I look forward to meeting you soon.
Elgin Corporation is celebrating 50 years of success after its founding in 1970 by World War II veteran Lieutenant Colonel Joe Glasser. Since its beginning, Elgin has led in the passive treatment and dispersal market. Its humble beginnings started with the perforated drainage system, PDS, and grew with the development of the GSF system. Elgin produces all of its products in Windsor, Connecticut. The geotextile sand filter, GSF for short, is distributed from Australia to Europe with greatest use in the United States. The first installations in 1982, this product is versatile and proven. This treatment product is 100% passive in gravity dose designs. However, more complicated sites employ a pump for pump to gravity and pressure dose configurations. Designers enjoy the high flexibility of the system. Capable of use in trenches, beds, and mounds, there is a system configuration that fits whether you find yourself on a sloping site or a site with a high water table. The GSF system is your tight lot, high water table, and poor soil solution. Due to the flexible design, tight lots become dream lots, high water tables become gentle sloping lots, and poor soils are just another soil when employing the Elgin GSF system. The system excels at intermittent use sites as there are no startup procedures needed for the product. The GSF module is comprised of cuspated core wrapped with a geotextile fabric. The module is designed in such a way to maximize the vertical surface area inside the product. The vertical surfaces inside the GSF module promote the growth and management of the biomat. As the system is dosed, whether through a toilet flush or the pump in the pump tank turning on, effluent flows down the distribution pipe into the GSF module. The effluent is then filtered through the GSF module before passing through to the surrounding sand. Each dose charges the module with effluent, raising the water inside. As the effluent passes through the geotextile fabric, the module backfills with air and a biomat forms on the fabric. The air promotes and facilitates the growth of aerobic bacteria, which eats away at the biomat. This management process helps promote the long life of the product. After the effluent enters the sand, it flows to the receiving soil in an unsaturated environment. That is to say, the sand pores above the receiving soil are not entirely filled with effluent. Rather, they are filled with pockets of air. This process provides treatment and dispersal in the same footprint. The Elgin team takes training very seriously. Even though the GSF system's design and installation are quite simple, Elgin and its partners provide multiple avenues to become a trained designer, installer, or regulator. We have 3 methods that we commonly use to include classroom training, on-site training, and virtual training. The Elgin team is founded on training. Since their military service days, they have trained, taught training, and designed training to help others learn. The team is led by Captain Jim King, Petty Officer First Class Eric Daniels, and Private First Class Scott Moore. Elgin's team is made of leaders, veterans who served, who now serve the on-site industry's needs. They will bring a training experience to you and your team on all topics from basic design and installation, commercial system design, or more complicated subjects. All you have to do is contact us at 800-444-1359 or on our website at www.elgin.com/training-request.
Sunrise paints these cherry-colored clouds, wakes the earth, shining rays out on the ground, brings to life our town below the base, where there's great food and better people. Everyone's a friend, all are welcome. Where the compass ends, to raise a toast to one more day. I feel it calling me, it's drawing me in. I feel it calling me, it's drawing me in. Take me there, take me where it's pushing, pulling me along. Takes me slow, my heart is full. Everything's right from wrong. Smiles dancing, sun and snow. Nothing ever looks so pretty on my mind, oh my. Take me there to Traverse City. I'm dreaming of a paradise, and mine is in the north. This feeling brings me back, always wanting more. Close my eyes, and the moments and memories always make me smile. I feel it calling me, it's drawing me in. I
Hello, everybody. We're going to get into the awards part of the program at lunch today for the annual MEHA Awards. I'm Dave Peters. I'll be your host for today. In years past, many of you may have remembered Eric Pessel and that. He was the master. So I've got big shoes to fill, but I've done this a couple times in the past. And one thing that kind of our COVID prevention measures here is I'm thinking about right now is it wouldn't be bad to have my mask on at the moment because I have got so much beef brisket stuck in my teeth right now. So anyway, but at this distance, I'm probably safe. So as we kick off here, I want to start by saying that we've got some thanks in order here, again, for our annual education conference chairs. Steve Aganaga with Washtenaw and Brian Esparza. Brian, what county are you with again? Oh, Macomb. Where's Brian? Oh, there he is. Okay. So round of applause for those guys, please, again. So, and I want to also throw some thanks in there too for like Jennifer Kahn with Washtenaw County. She's the awards chair for MEHA. I'm the liaison for the awards committee. So Jenny did a fantastic job. She kind of took over for Paul Houck, who is your incoming president, right? Because he's president-elect at the moment. So he'll be taking over as president for this next year. And then we also have some departing board members here. So we have Drew Salisbury, who's in the past president position right now. Drew had a very exciting presidency, I must say. If it's a 3-year commitment, right? So yeah, with all the closures and stuff, it was a tough presidency for that. So we thank Drew for that. And then we have some other departing members. We want to recognize Seth Steenwick and Jody Pessel. They're our departing board members. So we're having shameless plugs to look for people to fill these positions, right? To get people more active. So there are those openings available if you want to avail yourselves of them, including our president-elect we're still looking for, potentially. So, okay, again, here's thanking Drew for his past presidency. And then we'll move on to our first award of the day, our Endowment Fund Student Scholarship, which is being given to Sean Monroe. The endowed scholarship is a $3,000 scholarship provided by the MEHA Endowment Fund. The purpose of the scholarship is to provide financial assistance to students in pursuit of their degree in environment health field or related field. In order to qualify for the scholarship, the student must meet several criteria. The criteria are focused on, an environmental health major, core classes in such as wastewater, soils, food, sanitation, epidemiology, etc. There's GPA requirements. A written essay needs to be submitted and a couple letters of recommendation from from within their academic programs. So this year, again, award recipient is Sean Monroe. Sean is currently employed by the Jackson County Health Department and is pursuing a master's degree in public administration to further his professional development and career. Sean has worked in environmental health for 6 years in a variety of programs. He's an active member of MEHA, holds a membership with the Great Lakes Conference on Food Protection, and also has the NEHA REHS credential. So congratulations, Sean. Where is he? Oh, he's always on the AEC plan. Okay. Well, thank you, Sean. Come. Sean, I'd like to present you with a check, but would you take a credit card instead at the moment? So, anyway, congratulations, Sean. We're going to have to do photo moments with the president or something like that at some point. Okay. So, congratulations. Thanks. Next, we have our Emeritus Membership Award, and we're awarding this posthumously this year, if you're not aware. John Golke was a longtime active member of the environmental health community in this state. He was very active with MEHA. He was very passionate in MEHA. I don't know if anyone was here for the casino night at Frankenmuth that time for the AEC, but as a gambler and or a what do you call it, like a dealer, that was right in John's wheelhouse, if I remember correctly, from that casino night. So that was quite a thing, and he was quite a great guy. So, and I believe this picture of him with the salmon here that's from Brian's boat, right, Brian? Yeah, that's so. In those better days, and John passed away. Was it the end of December? I think it was. He passed away. So we're more than honored to present John with the Emeritus Membership Award this year. John had a stellar career at Ingham County Health Department, where he developed as a professional under the guidance of the Environmental Health Director, John Ruskin, and Assistant Director F. Robert Godbold. As they say, both outstanding MEHA members in their own right. John was an outstanding field sanitarian. He was awarded the inaugural 1983 David McMullen Young Professional of the Year Award through MEHA. So he was the first recipient of that award. And this tribute was penned by Pat Donovan, who many of us know was equally active in MEHA and environmental health in Michigan. So he had quite a few kind words to say about John. I cannot count the times John either served on or chaired a standing or ad hoc committee for MEHA. It was at least a couple of dozen times during his 40-plus years of membership that he was involved with MEHA. John served as MEHA president-elect, president, and past president from 88 to 90. Pat was privileged to be under his kind of leadership as the Southwest Regional Representative at that time. He got to witness John's firsthand, gentle, firm style of approach as he steered MEHA through a lot of some of their early years, in particular with like the fund development and the monies that our association is very fortunate to have so that we can stage events of this style. That board, under John's leadership, surpassed 450 active members when he was president at that time. And as Drew said this morning, our numbers are quite a bit down from those days. Those are kind of the heady days and even above, so we hope to get back there soon. He was also crucial in establishing or attempting to establish the Sanitarians Licensure Effort and Fund, as well as cementing the endowment fund with a separate protected funding source. So we had that seed money for the organization. John's career path took him to state employment with what is now called the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, DNR, DEQ back then, now we're what, EGLE, where among other duties, he was in charge of the review and approval of subdivision plats, and finally, as the specialist in charge of tracking and disposition of medical waste for the entire state of Michigan. During this time, he also stepped up and successfully ran for another term of MEHA president. That was, I believe, from 03, 04, and 05. At that time, too, Pat Donovan was serving as a second term, this time with the Northern affiliate, when, I guess maybe due to declining enrollment and what have you, the long-standing environmental health program at Ferris State University was going to be canceled and put aside. So Pat Donovan, Harry Grenowitzki, and John Golke kind of teamed together to approach the administration at FSU, at Ferris State, and unfortunately they were not able to save the program, but they were, they had established some contacts within the state where they were able to sign up and assist with the implementation of 2 new programs in environmental health at, let's see, I've lost my place here, at Lake Superior State and Central Michigan University. John spent his considerable time and money, his own money, traveling to Sault Ste. Marie and Mount Pleasant to participate in program development for both of these fledgling programs. CMU remains a fully accredited environmental health program, due in no small part to the efforts of John Golke. It was my privilege to nominate John for the LaRue Miller, this is the Emeritus Member Award. Oh, okay, we have a little typo. An Emeritus Member Award, and be presented to him to be present to see him receive this prestigious honor. Oh, I see what he was saying. John won the LaRue Miller Lifetime Achievement Award in 2007, and Pat was very fortunate to be present when he received that honor. John now is in possession of two of MEHA's three most prestigious awards, which is quite a tribute. He was more than just a good guy who belonged to MEHA for a long time. Sanitarians who have yet to complete studies and enter into the profession owe John a debt of gratitude for his hard work and dedication. It was John giving of his time and attention so that MEHA and the profession of environmental health is for the better. So with that, thank you very much, John. Our next award, the Distinguished Service Award members, is kind of uniquely a compilation effort this year. We have four individuals from the Midland County Department of Public Health that are receiving this award for their efforts in the field of environmental health, and this all is around the flood in the Midland area in 2020. Right? That it was the perfect storm. We had COVID, lots of unknown. Lots of things going on, and then we have an epic or biblical flood that was devastating to the region. This department is no stranger to responding to flooding-style events, obviously. Flooding had occurred in 2017 and 2018 in the city of Midland and the village of Sanford as the Tittabawassee River spilled over its banks. These events prompted the EH team to prioritize and assess public health risks associated with the flood. Many drinking water wells were submerged and food service establishments negatively impacted by the floods. The EH team had to conduct numerous site visits and had to actively identify impacted wells. They assisted and provided guidance with water testing and well chlorination. They also conducted assessments of food service establishments. The EH team worked closely with the FSE owners to provide detailed guidance and assistance to reopen safely and minimize public health risks. All right? So that was the typical course of action for their typical type of flood. And here we go, May of 2020. The dam impoundments broke on Wixom Lake and Sanford Lake due to what is now considered a 500-year flooding event. It defied the previous categorization of what a flood, quote unquote, was. The task for the EH team became wide-ranging and much more comprehensive than tasks commonly associated with EH divisions at other local health departments. It was an epic scale. They also assured that emergency shelters and supplies were safe for use and consumption. They became points of contacts for many state and federal agencies, especially related to supplies and deliveries. There were also many drinking water wells that went dry as a result of the receding lakes and the change in the water table. The EH team provided well and septic evaluations and permits at no cost for those impacted by the flood, and the team worked tirelessly to assess public health risks and intervene to minimize them. Again, like I said, this all coincided with COVID-19, with the pandemic. So along with the flood response of the EH team, they also performed as consultants for residents and businesses to assist with the interpretation of the state's COVID-19 orders, which were varying and somewhat confusing in those days. The EH team also conducted COVID-19 case investigations and contact tracing. Where they had the time to do that, I have no idea. I can tell you that from experience. But anyway, When the vaccines became available, they assisted with the mass vaccination clinics and continue to do so today. These simultaneous events would stress the most prepared and experienced environmental health divisions. This team performed remarkably under pressure and continue to do so again today. I nominate, and this is from Jim Henry, the Environmental Health Director with Midland County Department of Public Health, I nominate Midland County's EH team of Alan Block, Nathan Jammer, Greg Price, and Robert Wolf for the MEHA Distinguished Service Awards. So congratulations. Do we have any of the, oh, here we go. All right, good. Come on up, guys. Congratulations. Oh, here, okay, everybody's here. And let's get you guys. Okay. And let's present you guys with your awards here. I've got Robert. Oh, right there. There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, if you want to hang on to that. Where's he? Greg. Greg's there.
Thank you. Nathan's down on the end.
Nathan. Alan, there you go. Want to hold that? We got, oh good, we got people on. A big round of applause again, please. Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Up next, again, we had, typically this is an award we give individually, the Samuel M. Stevenson Sanitarian of the Year Award, but we had 2 submissions this year that were just so impressive that it was almost impossible to distinguish between the 2, and there's precedent for this, so we decided to award this award to 2 individuals from local public health for the work they've done recently across numerous facets of environmental health. So first we have Spencer Ballard here. Spencer Ballard's career thus far in environmental health is deserving of recognition because of his unwavering dedication to public health and specifically environmental health. He has shown this dedication through his focus on innovation and quality improvement. For these reasons, we nominate Spencer Ballard, again, for the Samuel M. Stevenson Sanitarian of the Year Award. Spencer began his environmental health career in 2002 as a sanitarian at Oakland County before moving to the Ottawa County Health Department of Public Health in 2005. During his time as a sanitarian, Spencer had positions in on-site services, Type 2 water supply coordination, and food safety. This wide array of positions gave him a well-rounded understanding of environmental health and its importance in the community. Currently, as the environmental health supervisor overseeing the food services team, Spencer strives to constantly innovate and improve the program. He has turned the food inspection report generating software into a customized tool that collects beneficial data and helps provide information to the public so they can make informed decisions on their choices of food establishments to visit and patronize. Spencer has also enrolled the food safety team in the Food and Drug Administration's voluntary National Retail Food Regulatory Program standards and is working to meet the highest forms of excellence. He regularly advocates to the County Board of Commissioners and other administration for resources that will allow the team to succeed and provide the best services to the community with the goal of doing what is best for public health. Spencer's greatest strength is his support of his staff members. The Ottawa County Food Safety Services team consists of 7 field inspectors. These field inspectors have various backgrounds educationally, with bachelor's degrees and so forth. So as we've talked about how opening up MEHA and things to a more diverse array of individuals coming from other areas of study in their academic careers, Spencer is very adept at finding the best roles for people with their differing knowledge and skill levels as they work in environmental health. So he has considered the combinations of education and experience to assemble a team of environmental health specialists who embody the department values of equity, integrity, and excellence, and contribute to the mission of working together to assure conditions that promote and protect health. He identifies skills and traits in each inspector and assigns them to roles within the team that use those skills and allow the staff and the team to thrive. He has worked with each inspector individually on projects such as plan review, body art, foodborne illness, disease surveillance, training, education and outreach, etc. And to help ensure the department, the team, and the individual staff members can reach their full potential. In addition to his work as a supervisor, Spencer contributes to the field of environmental health through his active participation in MEHA and the Michigan Association of Local Environmental Health Administrators, or MEHA as they're known. Spencer has been an active member of MEHA since 2005. In this time, Spencer has always been willing to contribute in whatever way necessary, even if that work is behind the scenes, quote unquote, in projects such as technology or finances with the organization. No matter what need arises, Spencer offers his time, skills, and vision with steadfastness and integrity. His dedication is above and beyond normal service to benefit other members of MEHA and the organization. Some examples of his recent dedication are things like served as a chair on the Membership and Professional Development Committee for the past term, a 3-year commitment. He currently serves as an assistant auditor on the audit committee for our organization, in charge of ensuring finances are being monitored and allocated appropriately. And he has also assisted with several MEHA subcommittees. He created a survey that Drew mentioned this morning about member safety preferences when coming up to, for example, this gathering, the first AEC we've had in 3 years. And as soon as, and of course, like all of us in environmental health, as soon as the COVID-19 pandemic hit the United States, Spencer's attention as well as the staff shifted into gear around all things dedicated to the protection of public health in Ottawa County with the COVID-19 response team. He worked countless hours to review and improve processes for relaying information, assuring staff quality, and increasing access to care for community members. Every action Spencer took was done with the intent of keeping the community healthy and improving efficiency in all the processes. He's dedicated, again, his time and energy in collaboration with several teams to complete the various following tasks over the past 2 years in terms of COVID-19. Helped set up and establish a call center to triage calls during COVID-19. This took a lot of pressure off the environmental health clerks, who are also handling, the amazing influx of calls. He improved the Ottawa County webpage to update existing complaint process that allowed community members to submit questions and concerns about COVID-19. Created a software program to notify COVID-19 cases and close contacts of their exposure. It was an automated process that provided a huge relief to staff from having to do so like over the phone. And Spencer, why didn't you forward us that program when we needed it? Yeah. More people have my personal cell phone number than I ever thought humanly possible. He developed flowcharts to assist the public in understanding quarantine and isolation requirements. Designed another automated process to quickly notify parents when their children were exposed at school, and created a web page to help parents access information regarding quarantine and isolation for children. And finally, utilized existing software platform to import data from MDSS. Prior to this system, everything was done by going back and forth by hand. So, In summary, Spencer's vision, leadership, and actions are commendable. His significant contribution to this field is through his ongoing creativity and ingenuity that support many elements of environmental health. He is constantly searching for ways he can serve team members and the community to promote public health. His service to the field is admirable and provides an immense example to fellow and future environmental health professionals. Taking this all into consideration, the Ottawa County Department of Public Health this past year and beyond, we believe Spencer is more than deserving of the Samuel M. Stevenson Sanitarian of the Year Award. Thank you for your consideration, and Spencer, congratulations too. So. Congratulations, nicely done.
Thank you.
I love the mask. Okay, you gotta, stand for a picture for a second. Yeah, get over. Is this water for me?
Yeah, I brought that.
Oh, thank goodness. Yeah, thanks.
I was like, oh man, he's got to be parked. I tried for you to see it while you're in the middle.
Well, you know, it's people go to such great lengths to submit a nomination request. You know, I feel guilty if I try to pare anything back, and everything seems very applicable. So,
you're doing a great job.
All right, thank you. And next, again, another very, very deserving recipient of the Samuel M. Stevenson Sanitarian of the Year Award is Jacqueline Bates with Washtenaw County Health Department. So. I'll dive right into her nomination letter as well. The Washtenaw County Health Department would like to nominate Jacqueline Bates for the Samuel M. Stevenson Sanitarian of the Year Award. Jacqueline earned a BS in Environmental Health and an MS in Food Safety, and is again holds the MEHA REHS-RS credential. Jacqueline was a sanitarian for both Washtenaw and Ottawa counties. And Ottawa County, they're like a seed county for everybody, it seems like, around here. Prior to becoming the Rural Programs Administrator in late 2019. Jacqueline used her time as a sanitarian to learn as many programs as possible within the health department, including food service, body art, pollution prevention, well and septic, public swimming pools, child and adult care facilities, and time of sale, before also taking on the Type 2 water supply coordinator duties. Is she like a triplet? There's got to be like 3 of her or something. That's a lot to hang on to, but that speaks a lot about, or as I know her, Jackie. So the variety of programs and activities within the environmental health profession that Jacqueline sought to learn, coupled with her problem-solving skills, attention to detail, willingness to help, and superb communication skills, make her an excellent candidate for this award. Jacqueline was promoted from sanitarian to the program administrator in late 2019, and while it can be difficult to supervise former peers, Jacqueline's ability to be consistent, coupled with her technical expertise, empathy, and patience, has made her respected by all who work with her. Those attributes carry over to her relationships with contractors and residents alike within Washtenaw County. After holding the program administrator role and barely getting her feet wet in it for just a few months, what lo and behold comes along but COVID, right? The COVID pandemic, which caused sweeping changes to all our lives, and both professionally and personally. And in those first days when when everyone was asked to stay home and there was many unknowns, Jacqueline volunteered to come in and answer calls from the public when very little was known about what was happening with this global pandemic. And the rules obviously were changing rapidly and by the minute in some cases. As time progressed, Jacqueline facilitated emergency environmental health response to homeowners without water, failing septic systems, and home sales through our local time of sale program when offices were closed and everybody, of course, was mandated to stay home. Jacqueline was instrumental in developing and implementing new process put in place to allow contactless drop-off and pickup of permits, payments, and other needed items for customers and staff alike. When it became clear that we would not be able to have in-person meetings with our certified sewage contractors, Jacqueline initiated a change and put together an informative newsletter with contributions from all the sanitarians to update contractors on important program aspects to ensure high-quality work during these difficult times. Jacqueline consistently leads by example and doesn't hesitate to help her staff by covering inspections, helping with water contamination sampling events, sharing upcoming continuing education opportunities, or maybe the best part, buying treats on tough weeks, such as donuts and other goodies, and standing up for her employees in uncomfortable situations. So clearly she has her people's backs, which is great. As an administrator, Jacqueline has had to learn the technicalities of the court system, working with lawyers for non-compliant sites while also presenting appeals to the Board of Health. For many of the appeal sites, which are arguably the most difficult sites, Jacqueline has the unique ability to think outside the box and work with her sanitarians and the design professionals to obtain the best result for homeowners and their neighbors, while also maximizing the protection of public and environmental health. Additionally, Jacqueline championed a massive software change in the department. She participated in countless planning meetings and performed most of the beta testing for new permitting software that went live in 2021, replacing a software package that had been in place for over 20 years within the department. She then created detailed templates and guides for her staff in every program area to assist with their transition to the new software. Amongst learning her new role and taking on all these tasks, COVID-19, et cetera, Jacqueline found time to create training binders for new staff at retirement, as retirements resulted in several new hires, again, with the ongoing pandemic. All of her organizational and communication skills also resulted in Jacqueline being tasked as a lead for one of the county's COVID mass vaccination clinic locations. Beyond her role at the health department, Jacqueline participated in the 2013 MEHA AEC conference as a moderator and helped plan the 2016 AEC by serving on the planning committee. Jacqueline currently supports Steve Aganaga in his role as AC planning chair. They're in the same office there, obviously. Jacqueline has served on both the MEHA Water Committee and the On-Site Sewage and Land Use Committees since 2019. She serves on the City of Ann Arbor's Water System Advisory Board, where she assists with the creation and education materials about lead in drinking water, reviews materials by the statewide Drinking Water Advisory Council, and provides guidance on community outreach. Jacqueline also served on the City of Ann Arbor's Surface Water Intake Protection Plan development team. Jacqueline volunteers, I don't know when she has the time to do this, but Jacqueline volunteers at a therapeutic horse riding facility weekly and worked as a graduate assistant for Michigan State University in the Masters of Science and Food Safety program from 2009 to 2019. In summary, Jacqueline is proactive, passionate about environmental health, and strives to provide her team with all necessary tools, literally and figuratively, to succeed in their protection of health and the environment. She builds consensus with her team and among customers who are facing difficult and often expensive decisions ahead of them. She is an invaluable resource to contractors, residents, and her colleagues. Jacqueline always says yes to new opportunities, obviously, and taking on new projects, and her work ethic and commitment are unparalleled. We can't think of anyone more dedicated to the profession and deserving of the Samuel M. Stevenson Sanitarian of the Year Award. And this was sincerely submitted by Randy Spaller and Jonathan Paluca, Senior Sanitarians with Washtenaw County, and Christian Schweghofer, the Environmental Health Director. So congratulations, Jacqueline. Oh, I'm sorry. Jacqueline couldn't be with us today because she's dining with her friends in Hollywood or whatever. Right. So Kristen will.
Yeah. Gosh, goodness. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you. I'm Jacqueline. I'm Kristen from one of the nominees, and I know that not everyone has had an opportunity to talk, but I wanted to make sure that I provided Jacqueline's words to you. So she just wanted to let everyone know that she was humbly thankful to her coworkers who nominated her for this award. She says all the credit goes to the exceptional team she works with and the supportive department she works for. Thank you for motivating me to continue having commitment and passion as a sanitarian. So thanks everyone.
I guess, yeah, you can. Okay, and finally, this brings us to the our final award of the ceremony here, and of course. The most prestigious award that this association can offer any individual in the field of environmental health, and for their longtime dedication to MEHA. This organization is all a result of the people that came before us that laid the groundwork, and that as the rest of us attempt to carry on in their legacy that they established when they were involved with the board and continue to do so today in certain ways. So our LaRue L. Miller Lifetime Achievement Award today is being awarded to Vern Johnson, who has spent 35 years in the field of environmental health, his entire professional career. After attending, Cornerstone University, where he earned his bachelor's degree in biology and worked as an intern at Kent County from 1988 to 1992. He wound up landing in Kalamazoo County, and obviously he has never left. So Vern has been there forever. Much like I am at U of M, like we're institutional guys now, right? Yeah, Vern married and raised 3 children. He's built 2 houses in Kalamazoo County. Both houses have exceptional septic systems. As his first 5 years were spent as a specialist on the on-site water and sewage program. So, yeah, state of the art right there. Vern has attended many MEHA conferences, even back when there were 3 separate conferences, which some of us can still remember, when we had the groundwater, food, and AEC. We had the 3 conferences, which now we're all kind of like merged together here. He has always supported and encouraged staff to be MEHA members and attend MEHA conferences and events. He's the EH director that made it possible for Kalamazoo County to start paying for MEHA memberships for staff to, again, incentivize people to participate in MEHA. Vern has been a speaker at MEHA conferences on multiple occasions. In fact, oh yes, this actually was at this venue right here. In fact, one year Vern performed CPR on an EH director at the AEC and saved his life. The person had, I believe it was on the elevator here, wasn't it, that had the heart attack? And there were some people riding on the elevator, and Vern stepped up, right? So Vern received the David H. McMullen Young Professional of the Year Award in 1996. From April of 97 to April of 2007, Vern was the lead senior EH specialist and became a standardized food evaluator trainer. In May of 2005, Vern received the Safe Kids Champion Award from the Kalamazoo County Safe Kids Coalition for demonstrating leadership and outstanding efforts to help reduce preventable childhood injury and disease with an emphasis in pool safety. So watch out for those drownings and entrapments, obviously. In part, this award was due to his continuous efforts to promote enhanced operator knowledge at pool and spa operator seminars, which started in 1999 and are still held every year to this day. Next up, from April 2007 to February 2015, he was the EH supervisor overseeing many EH programs, including food facilities, campgrounds, adult and child care facilities, body art, and the lead housing program. During his time in the as the EH supervisor, Vern implemented many changes to the food program to meet and exceed MDARD's minimum program requirements. He was, and often still is, in the media spotlight, counted on to be a trusted spokesperson for Kalamazoo County. Vern also led the way for implementing new software to allow EH to become almost paperless, which eventually expanded to the rest of the health department becoming paperless, which is a laudable thing because we still struggle with that at our location. This, as you can imagine, seemed an impossible task at the beginning, and it now seems implausible that we used to have, we used to have microfiche and 6-inch thick paper files for every house in Kalamazoo County. We still have some files archived somewhere that look like that. From February 2015 to his expected retirement on April 1st of this year, and it's in brackets here, no joke. Okay, so there's, okay. Vern. So he has been the EH director overseeing all of Kalamazoo County's programs including the Laboratory and Household Hazardous Waste Center. He is a member of the Environmental Health Advisory Council that serves as an informed advocacy body and sounding board for matters of policy that affect the lives of citizens who need environmental health services, and advises the County Board of Commissioners on environmental matters. During his time as EH director, Kalamazoo County has had its share of PFAS sites, which has required development of the new strategies and policies for our county. Vern was instrumental in Kalamazoo County's response to elevated PFAS levels found in the municipal water supply in parchment and residential well investigations in Cooper Township. Through a multitude of public forums, his coordination with local and state resources, and his interactions with the public he serves, Vern displayed qualities of leadership. Kalamazoo County has also had its first, in recent memory, cases of human eastern equine encephalitis and schools that worried about nighttime sports. Vern has been instrumental in putting in a strong vector program in place and providing resources and reassurances to the public. In the first year of the COVID response, Vern became the logistics chief, putting many hours into locating sources of necessary equipment and PPE, such as masks, hand sanitizer, and cleaning supplies, and then overseeing the redistribution of these supplies to communities in need. Eventually, he transitioned to the role of liaison chief to assist in developing vaccination clinics, call centers, and staffing plans, all while continuing to work with 900 plus restaurants and overseeing all the other EH programs. Vern is also active in the Michigan Association of Local Environmental Health Administrators, MEHA, and has displayed exemplary leadership abilities during his tenure in MEHA, including, but not limited to, his work on the Food Committee, statewide sanitary code, and the marijuana work group. He received the Distinguished Service Award in recognition of his many years of service to the environmental health profession in September of 2013. He served as president from 2017 through 2018 and received the V. Harry Androni, right? Androni Founders Award in September 2019 in recognition of his inspirational leadership, vision, compassion, and compromise as an environmental health director. Like many of his counterparts in public health, Vern rises to the needs of the community every time, whether it be a routine task or a new and unknown responsibility, and he does it with confidence, calmness, and a grace that his peers, staff, and the public can follow and trust. So that was quite a testament from the group there. So Vern, congratulations, well deserved. Please, everybody. Congratulations, Vern. Yeah.
Wow, a whole career and you highlight 2 septic systems. This group can appreciate confidence in flushing, however. Right? So And, you know, I was thinking that if I could summarize in one word my career, it would be grateful. And grateful for MEHA, because I remember my first AEC I attended, and I remember the awards such as this being given out, and I thought, man, that profession is pretty old. So when I got this, and when I heard that I was getting this, I looked in the mirror and it's like, am I really? And it's like, yeah, I guess I am. So thank you to MEHA for investing in me. But I want to take the time, instead of talking about me, to over this last, 2.5 years, I'm proud to be a part of public health and what we've done. The work that we've done is not always appreciated. So I wish I could give each and every one of you awards and hear your stories, because it's quite impressive. I'm proud to be a part of public health. I'm proud of you guys and what you do and in your silent heroes. And I'm grateful to be a part of Michigan Public Health. So you're heroes to me. I'm grateful to be a part. Thank you.
And then that concludes our awards banquet. But however, I have a little business to do. Where's our oh, someone lost a room key. Oh, you're darn right. Yeah, yep, that's a good point. Okay, hang on. Before I go into the room key loss thing, I want to send out some other recognition here that Brian was nice enough to point out. It's I want to recognize everybody involved, specifically the committee members for the planning conference for this year. And as we've already heard, in times it was a rough start to get going again, right? And then we had the issues with what we were going to do about like infection control measures in the conference. So there was a lot of stuff in play, given that we hadn't done this in several years. So I want to recognize the annual education conference committee members. Of course, we've got Steve Aganaga and Brian Esparza, who are our co-chairs here again, which you know. Also involved was Heather Blair, Rodney Blanchard, Brian Cecil, Rebecca Folkert, Paul Hawk, Sean Monroe, Tom Niebor, I hope I pronounced that correctly, Janet Phelps, okay, and Rhiannon Palmerville, if I said that right. So those were the people that made this all possible today. So please, nice round of applause for everybody. And then, last but not least, a quick recognition for your awards committee members: Jennifer Kahn, Harry Grenowitzki, Carolyn Krieger, Rob McGregor, and then, of course, yours truly, right? Okay. Okay, so if you lost your room keys, see Steve Aganaga. He had it in his pocket. Was it? I forget, 807? Was that it? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Anyway, all right, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
General Code, a member of the family of solutions that make up the International Code Council, would like to welcome you to the presentation today. My name is Brian Fatka, and I'm an account executive for General Code covering the Great Lakes region. I live here in Michigan, and in working with one of the local health departments, we created some processes that I believe could be of great value to many of you. I'd like to examine how Laserfiche can help the environmental divisions of the Michigan Health Departments. We'll focus on digitizing information, such as property records, and then automating the Type 2 water reporting process. Both of these processes can save a tremendous amount of staff time and help avoid human errors. Laserfiche is a document management system that organizes and stores information in such a way that it is incredibly easy to search and find what you want. You're looking at a Laserfiche repository where you could click through a folder structure based on parcel numbers to find the information that you are looking for. Notice when we open the document that we have tagged everything with both address and parcel number. So instead of looking through a file folder structure, we could just enter that information in a search bar and find the documents related to that parcel with a simple search. On top of that, Laserfiche has built some incredible automation tools that can simplify daily tasks and streamline processes for more efficient work. The Laserfiche public portal is a way to share pertinent information, which means no more digging through old paper files. The Benzie-Leelanau District staff were spending a lot of time answering calls and looking up data for septic pumping companies and inspectors. They decided to digitize all of their property records relating to the location of septic systems and then publish those documents to their public portal. The Laserfiche public portal can be stylized to look like the rest of your website. This one was designed with a simple Google-type search on the home page, or you could click the property search button for more detailed searching by street name and number. There is also an option to browse through folders, much like we showed before. Regardless of the method, people outside the office can now find the documentation they need to find a septic system's location on a property. The internal staff stays focused on other work, and the people in the field don't have to wait for their answers. While this system was focused on septic system information, the Laserfiche public portal is useful for all sorts of information, like public meeting minutes, historical archives, records requests, and really any publicly relevant information. Now, let's move on and look at how Laserfiche can be used, which speeds up the Type 2 water reporting. The process starts with a Laserfiche product called QuickFields. QuickFields allows us to take a lab report and break the data down into bite-sized pieces that we can use later to complete the report in WaterTrack. For documents that always look the same, such as these lab reports, we create zones to capture information, such as the lab name, or the sample location, or even the WISN number. The concept is that as lab reports come in through your email, you would store the attachments in a folder on your computer or network. You can see here as I start the QuickFields process of grabbing 3 documents out of that folder, and we watch as they all show up in the lower left pane. As I click on each document, I review the information we grabbed and make sure that it's accurate. Then I'm ready to send it to the Laserfiche repository for safe storage and for our next step. On the way to the repository, Laserfiche workflow is used to finalize some data for nitrate, nitrite, and bacteriological results. Workflow runs in the background so that when you're ready to browse to the repository and find the documents waiting for you, you again confirm that all information is correct before clicking the button which sends the sample to the state reporting website. When you do that, it disappears from the queue and automatically stores itself in the appropriate folder based on county, lab name, or WISN, depending on what you prefer. It also tracks all those little pieces of data we gathered which can be used for tracking and creating reports in the future. When you click the button to send this report to the state tracking site, you invoked Laserfiche robotic process automation. And while you normally wouldn't watch the process, I want you to see here how we trained the Laserfiche bot to log on to the website. We trained it to expand the selection list on the left and then navigate to the appropriate page. It then performs just like a human, entering a WISN number and clicking the Find button, and then it's able to select the appropriate laboratory and wait for the system to recognize that lab and then enter each piece of data. The bot would then click the Save button and close this window so it could start entering the next report. While we only showed a single report here, you could actually send multiple reports at once and the Laserfiche bot would do your work while you go grab a cup of coffee. I hope you were able to see that these automation tools could potentially save an incredible amount of time, remove the need to store physical paper files, and remove the potential for human error. If you would like to learn more about what we designed for health departments, please reach out and we'll provide a more in-depth look at the system and work to understand how Laserfiche could work for you. Thanks for your time, and I look forward to meeting you soon.
Elgin Corporation is celebrating 50 years of success after its founding in 1970 by World War II veteran Lieutenant Colonel Joe Glasser. Since its beginning, Elgin has led in the passive treatment and dispersal market. Its humble beginnings started with the perforated drainage system, PDS, and grew with the development of the GSF system. Elgin produces all of its products in Windsor, Connecticut. The geotextile sand filter, GSF for short, is distributed from Australia to Europe with greatest use in the United States. The first installations in 1982, this product is versatile and proven. This treatment product is 100% passive in gravity dose designs. However, more complicated sites employ a pump for pump-to-gravity and pressure-dose configurations. Designers enjoy the high flexibility of the system. Capable of use in trenches, beds, and mounds, there is a system configuration that fits whether you find yourself on a sloping site or a site with a high water table. The GSF system is your tight lot, high water table, and poor soil solution. Due to the flexible design, tight lots become dream lots, high water tables become gentle sloping lots, and poor soils are just another soil when employing the Elgin GSF system. The system excels at intermittent use sites as there are no startup procedures needed for the product. The GSF module is comprised of cuspated core wrapped with a geotextile fabric. The module is designed in such a way to maximize the vertical surface area inside the product. The vertical surfaces inside the GSF module promote the growth and management of the biomat. As the system is dosed, whether through a toilet flush or the pump in the pump tank turning on, effluent flows down the distribution pipe into the GSF module. The effluent is then filtered through the GSF module before passing through to the surrounding sand. Each dose charges the module with effluent, raising the water inside. As the effluent passes through the geotextile fabric, the module backfills with air and a biomat forms on the fabric. The air promotes and facilitates the growth of aerobic bacteria, which eats away at the biomat. This management process helps promote the long life of the product. After the effluent enters the sand, it flows to the receiving soil in an unsaturated environment. That is to say, the sand pores above the receiving soil are not entirely filled with effluent. Rather, they are filled with pockets of air. This process provides treatment and dispersal in the same footprint. The Elgin team takes training very seriously. Even though the GSF system's design and installation are quite simple, Elgin and its partners provide multiple avenues to become a trained designer, installer, or regulator. We have 3 methods that we commonly use to include classroom training, on-site training, and virtual training. The Elgin team is founded on training. Since their military service days, they have trained, taught training, and designed training to help others learn. The team is led by Captain Jim King, Petty Officer First Class Eric Daniels, and Private First Class Scott Moore. Elgin's team is made of leaders, veterans who now serve the on-site industry's needs. They will bring a training experience to you and your team on all topics from basic design and installation, commercial system design, or more complicated subjects. All you have to do is contact us at 800-444-1359 or on our website at www.elgin.com/training-request.
Sunrise paints these cherry-colored clouds, wakes the earth, shining rays out on the ground, brings to life our town below the base, where there's great food and better people. Everyone's a friend, all are welcome. Where the compass ends, to raise a toast to one more day. I feel it calling me, it's drawing me in. I feel it calling me, it's drawing me in. Take me there, take me where it's pushing, pulling me along. Takes me slow, my heart is full. Everything's right from wrong. Smiles dancing, sun and snow. Nothing ever looked so pretty. Oh my, my, oh my. Take me there to Traverse City. I'm dreaming of a paradise, and mine is in the north. This feeling brings me back, always wanting more. Close my eyes, and the moments and memories always make me smile. I feel it calling me, it's drawing me in. I feel it calling me, it's drawing me in. So take me there, take me where it's pushing, pulling me along. Takes me slow, my heart is full. Everything's right from wrong. Smiles dancing, sun and snow. Nothing ever looks so pretty. Oh my, my, oh my. Take me there to Traverse City.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. As she said, my name is Ariana Miles J, and this is Heather Blankenship, and we're going to give you an introduction to whole genome sequencing, public health genomics today. Just a quick kind of programming note. Heather's hard of hearing, so at the end, if you have questions, if you could pull down your mask to ask the question if you're comfortable with that, that'll be easier for her to read lips and understand. So just a little roadmap of what we're going to talk about today and where we're going. First, we're going to go into just what is whole genome sequencing, starting with what is a genome. Then we're going to just talk a little bit about the process for how we analyze whole genome sequencing data. And then we're going to go a little bit more into kind of the questions that we're asking and how we're interpreting whole genome sequencing data, asking is something related or not related, which is the question that we're really interested in when applying these technologies for public health. And then we're just going to touch a little bit on some of the important ongoing national networks that enable whole genome sequencing data to be really effective in preventing foodborne illness in Michigan.
All right, so a little bit about first, what is whole genome sequencing? So in order to start this off, what is a genome? We can do whole genome sequencing, but what is a genome first so we can help you understand? So a genome, in a basic set of language, is really just a complete set of genetic instructions. Whether it's a bacterial genome, viral genome, human genome, it's going to be a set of instructions for our cells, for the bacteria, the virus, whatever agent it may be, of what it needs to do, how it's going to live, how it's going to infect, how it's going to replicate, what each cell is going to do. And when we're thinking about the genome, the instructions are going to be coded by DNA or RNA. In the case of bacterial, it's going to be DNA that we have is the main material that we're looking at. And we're going to have 4 different bases. They're going to be in varying different orders to make up these instructions. So these 4 bases are put in different combinations to then make up those instructions that tell us what the cell needs to do. And taking all of this together, it's going to be a genetic fingerprint that can help us track microbes, which we'll get into a little bit more. But the different ways that these 4 bases are put together can help us identify whether 2 things may be closely related, how 2 things may be vastly different, or even what this organism is. So diving more into a genome, because when we do whole genome sequencing and we're talking about sequencing, we're going down all the way to that individual base level. We're going to look at that individual one to tell you whether it's an A, a G, a T, or a C. What is actually going on at that base level, and what differences are occurring at that individual base level that may give us a clue of differences in the fingerprint, differences between organisms, or differences in how that organism may react. So how do we examine each individual position? How do we look down at that individual base? This is where some sort of sequencing is going to occur, whether it's whole genome, where we're looking at the whole genome of an organism, whether we're targeted, whether we only want to look at a single portion of that genome. Maybe we only want to look at a single gene. Maybe we want to look just on antibiotic resistant genes, or we're just going to target that instead. So some fashion of sequencing in order to look down at those individual positions. What are we looking at and how are we doing it? So like I mentioned, we're having these individual positions to see how those changes have been made. And how does this compare to other methods that are commonly heard? So routinely, things like PCR have been used. Those are going to target the DNA. We're going to amplify it up if it's a match. And it's going to tell us if there's presence or absence. And that's going to be it. It's going to tell us if there's a gene present, there's not a gene present. There's an organism present, it's not present. With sequencing, we're going to be able to tell you not only is it present or not present, but what type of variants may be there. What differences in that genome that may cause it to be resistant to a drug or may be different than another organism. So what is whole genome sequencing? It's going to be a laboratory technique that reads the entire genetic code of an organism. I touched base on this a little bit by saying that we could either look at the whole genome, or we could do other methods that are going to look just at portions or targets of it and amplify up those little targets of them. So how does this process occur in the laboratory? So we start off with an organism of some sort. So talking about bacteria, for instance, we're going to start off with a bacterial organism. Whether it's come from a food product, whether it's come from a clinical sample, from a patient in a hospital, some way we're going to get to that individual colony on a plate that's going to be either an E. coli, a salmonella, or some other organism. But then we're gonna have to take all of that nucleic acid out. So we're gonna have to extract all of that DNA that we talked about. In order to get the whole genome, we need to take all of that material that's there so we can look at the full genetic code. We're then gonna have to fragment those pieces up because the instruments that we use in the lab only have a certain bandwidth of reading. You can only read so many individual bases at one time. So you're gonna have to fragment it up. That way that instrument can go through and read all of those different bases. And then we're gonna have to add little adapters to them. That way we know when we put on the instrument, if we put 10 organisms on there, that if I add, for instance, a pink adapter to organism A, and I add a blue adapter to organism B, when it comes off the instrument, anything that has that pink adapter to it, I know it goes to organism A. Anything that has that blue adapter on the end goes to organism B, and so forth. That way we can tell what material coming off the sequencer, what little base reads goes to what organism. So how do we analyze this whole genome sequencing data? We can take all the material, we can put it through the instruments, but how do we actually take all that data off the instrument and actually do something with it? So this is where I like to use the analogy of Harry Potter. So if we think about the Harry Potter box set, there are roughly, in a box set, there's roughly 1 million words in there. And if we go based off the Webster Dictionary and take the average number of characters per word, you're looking at about 5 characters per word. So in the whole box set, we have about 5.4 million individual characters. So I'm saying every single letter H, every single period space is going to be its own character. If we're thinking about the E. coli genome, it's roughly about 5.5 million small little bases of A's, G's, C's, T's. So E. coli genome, we're going to compare it to Harry Potter box set. So if we want to read the Harry Potter box set as if we were a sequencer, we'd have to go through and we'd have to cut it up into little strips of paper. So we've taken the whole nucleic acid as our box set, we've cut it up into little pieces of paper, so roughly about 250 little characters, and we're going to go through and read each single strip of characters as if we were a sequencer, one at a time. When we get to the end of it, we need to figure out a way to take all of that back to Harry Potter and not into some sort of paper mache. And that is where the bioinformatics and our analysis comes into play. So once we sequence it, how do we make sense of the data? So this is where we take all of those fragments and we're essentially doing a puzzle. We have lots of modeling and computational processes that are going to overlap it and go, okay, all of these are going to overlap here, and how do I start stringing them together so that we get back to Harry Potter or back to our E. coli genome? So we've gone from our bacterial organism, whether it's from a food product, from clinical patient, whether it's the environment, we've taken all of the nucleic acid out of that organism that we found. We put it through the instrument, we chopped it up, put it through the instrument, got all of our little strips of bases, all of our little genomic information. Then we did our analysis and we overlaid everything to see how it all comes back together into our genome. Now what do we do with it? We have a bunch of text files with A's and C's and T's and G's. What can we do with this? How do we make sense of it? And what can we do with it to make sense of it? So this is where pathogen genomics comes into play. It's something that Ariana will dive more into, but a little bit of an introduction into some of the things that we can do with pathogen genomics from those files that have all of the genomic information in it. So the first of which is we can develop interventions and inform policy. So for instance, with COVID, this is going to be our most relevant one that everyone is aware of. Having different variants, we're going to be associated with the effectiveness of monoclonal antibodies. So in order to look at this, we're looking at what variants were present, what differences in the COVID genome may have been associated with that monoclonal antibody. So it was informing how the monoclonal antibody treatment was being utilized. The next is transmission patterns. So looking at those specific differences within that genome, we can see how it may have gone from one person to another. So in here you can look and see the differences in the A's and the C's and how we may be able to track how it's gone from one person to another, from one part of the state to another part of the state, just looking at those little differences. We can monitor different genes and look at trends that we see over time. Are we starting to see an uptick in antibiotic resistance genes in a certain area that may need to be interventions put in place, whether it's differences in prescribing antibiotics or differences in how we approach some of our interventions. And lastly, we can investigate outbreaks. And this is where it's going to get into the, is it related or not? And that is the question. So this is where Ariana's going to dig more into it. We can look to see how closely related something might be. Are we seeing an organism in the environment that's closely related to some of our clinical samples, and what does that mean for it?
Let's switch spots so I can do the slides. Go for it. Cool. So.
Ariana, that does work too.
Oh.
Sorry, should have told you.
No, that's okay. So related or not related, that's the question that we're typically trying to answer with these technologies. So starting off, like, why do we want to know if something is related? So we have a couple of patients that are both sick with some sort of gastrointestinal illness. And we pull the isolates from both of these patients because we want to understand, are they potentially infected with the same thing? Is the cause of their illness potentially the same one? Could it be tied back to, in this case, something that could be consumed by them, a contaminated food product? So this is the motivating kind of question of why we're wanting to look at relatedness in general when we're doing foodborne illness investigations. So we have to strike a balance when we're trying to assess and define whether something is related. Of course, there's not just a simple, certain cutoff and really straightforward answer to address this question. So an example of being too broad would be if we said both of these patients were infected by salmonella, therefore there must be an outbreak because 2 people have salmonella. Well, that doesn't make sense because we know that salmonella is very common, it's found everywhere, and just because 2 people have salmonella doesn't mean it's related. That's at this genus level of salmonella. That's too broad of a criteria if we're really looking for an outbreak. But we could also be too strict. We could say there's, out of 5 million base pairs, only one of them that's different between these 2 organisms, and therefore there's not an outbreak. And that would be too strict because of what we know about potential errors the machines can make, because of what we know about how these bacteria evolve. We have to allow for some flexibility, for some differences. We can't just say if it's not strictly exactly identical that they're not related, because we know we could be missing things. An example of this in a human sense is if you were asking, like a ancestry question, and you had 2 people and you wanted to know if they're related, and you said, well, both of them were descendants of Genghis Khan, so you're definitely your family, right? We know Genghis Khan had lots of descendants, and there are lots of people across the world that are technically descendants of Genghis Khan. That doesn't mean that 2 people, are family in the way that we're interested in considering family. But we could also be too strict and say, if you're not identical twins, you're not family. And that's not true either. So how do we define a family? What level of relatedness do we think of? This is a non-infectious disease example, but this is the types of questions that we're really thinking about in this stuff. So there are a common way to depict relatedness in clusters in this work is in something called a phylogenetic tree. And I'm just going to show this and show you some of the components of it. This tree is made with genetic data, and you can think of it as a family tree just kind of turned on its side. So if you had this tree and you turned it that way, it might look more like what you'd consider a family tree. And in general, things that are on the tree that are very close to each other are going to be more closely related, and things that are really far apart are going to be less closely related. So this is a way that we synthesize this genetic data and summarize the relatedness in a way that we can interpret for outbreak investigations. So in this tree, each one of these series of letters that you see, this is called the tips of the tree, and these are sequenced samples. So this is pulled from an outbreak investigation paper at a hatchery, I think in Michigan actually. but you can see that we have different types of samples. These blue ones are environmental from these box liners at this hatchery. These green ones are clinical, and these orange ones are from other parts of the environment. And so each one of those has an isolate that was sequenced, and you can see them arranged along the tree, and you can see that there are both clinical and environmental samples that are clustered close together. The branches are these horizontal lines, and they're what really inform us about the relatedness. So when there's a long horizontal line between one thing and another, or multiple long horizontal lines, they are not closely related. When you have instances like this, where there's basically just a vertical line, there's no horizontal line separating isolates, that's an example of when things are really closely related. So your relatedness is measured by branch lengths. And then the places where the horizontal and the vertical lines intersect are called nodes. These are like the ancestors of the things that you did sequence. So you don't have sequences for those, but they tell you how far back do you have to go for these two things to be related, just like you would also on a family tree depiction. And in general, this one highlights here with these blue brackets what there are clusters. And cluster is just a group of closely related isolates. It's not a purely scientific term that has a static and set definition, but it's something that you'll hear in these types of investigations, talking about matches, talking about clusters. That's how we just kind of define a group of closely related isolates. So I think we wanted to end with this because a really important thing to know about this whole area is that this technology is only as useful as the data that we have available and the places that we're getting data from and the ways that we can combine and share this data. So there's two main networks I wanted to tell you a little bit about. One is called PulseNet. This has been a decades-long program that does surveillance for foodborne illness from clinical specimens and public health labs. It's hosted by the CDC, and it used to use a different technology called pulse field gel electrophoresis. But as of 2018, it switched entirely to whole genome sequencing. So now in PulseNet, we sequence foodborne pathogens in public health labs to identify outbreaks. Its mission is to collect and sequence these isolates from the human foodborne illnesses and to assist in developing, identifying outbreaks in that way. So it's a network of labs that can share information, share protocols, share methods in order to more efficiently identify these outbreaks associated with contaminated food. The other really important one is hosted by the FDA. It includes both state labs and also some federal labs, and I think some private labs as well, a kind of a much bigger mix of the types of labs. And the mission of Genome Tracker is to sequence isolates found in food and environmental sources to identify sources of foodborne contamination. So this one is going to be more focused on your environmental sampling, your food sampling, even really like old historic isolates, getting those sequenced, getting that baseline information to have available so that when you're looking for matches, you have data to compare to, basically, even if it wasn't super recent data. So this is an effort that's going to be really supported, definitely on the environmental health and agriculture side, and is really key to gathering, collating that information in order to make this technology most useful. So your take-home messages, kind of the main things from today. Whole genome sequencing is a laboratory technology that reads an organism's genetic code, which, like Heather said, is just a set of instructions encoded in DNA that tells the organism how to function and work, but something that we can capitalize upon to aid in epidemiologic investigations. We apply whole genome sequencing to determine if two organisms are related or not in order to identify outbreaks and find contaminated food sources. And it's a really powerful technique and technology. And these national and also international lab networks, such as PulseNet and Genome Tracker, are really integral to being able to make whole genome sequencing data useful, and gathering this information, sharing it, is really important in this effort. So I think we have plenty of time to address any questions. Thanks again for joining us this afternoon.
We were going back to the maps. It was interesting on the two different genome trackers. So the ones with FDA, why is it that there's like, I don't know, 12 states or something that don't track, where the other one looks like it tracks in every state?
You might have a better. Did you hear?
I was gonna say, are you asking why this one has less states colored than the other one? Okay.
States not tracking, or is it just that they're sending it to one of those closed states? You know what I mean? Versus the other map, every state was colored in an area. I'm thinking that every state does that, but only these states do this.
Yeah. So for PulseNet, if you go back to that one, PulseNet, you'll notice that every state is involved in it, and not only just states, but also some of the jurisdictions. So like LA County, New York City, and such. This is because a lot of the funding comes straight from CDC, and it's part of one of their programs that every site is going to do PulseNet. In order to get your funding, this is what you're going to do. And they set up as such. It's very standardized of a process. They have all the protocols, they have everything set up of this is what you need to be in order to be competent. They were really the beginning frontier in getting whole genome sequencing set up in state labs like this. Genome Tracker is going to be, because it's by FDA, it's not a requirement for a state lab in order to do Genome Tracker. And then, for instance, in Michigan, our Department of Agriculture, so MDART, as well as ourselves at MDHHS, both participate in Genome Tracker. So it really comes down to the state and what state priorities are and how they write for the grants. So for us in Michigan, it's one of the things that we find important is having that whole genome sequencing and knowing that, you know, we might have a cluster of samples and they're closely related to chicken from 2009 because we have that baseline from the state. So that gives us an idea of where do we target and pivot to look at. So again, it comes down to the priorities of that state and whether they're going to compete for those grants. So yeah, like I said, Michigan did find that a priority in whole genome sequencing and getting that there to try and aid in those investigations. Sure.
When checking to see how related they are, do they have to be in the same node, or how many generations or nodes back would you go to say they're related?
So the process that CDC has used to kind of figure out like what these cutoffs are. So we didn't get into, we have these measures. One of them is called alleles, which is like a difference in a gene. Another one is called SNPs, which gets down to a single nucleotide being different between two genomes. And typically they try to get like a rough idea of either the number of gene or of alleles or the number of SNPs that has been like the range in a sort of an existing outbreak that they have like really good epidemiologic data. Like it's very clear that there was an outbreak of this organism and this was the cause. And they have sequences for isolates from that outbreak, and they look at the range of this certain measurement and say, okay, what is the maximum kind of amount of differences we see there? And then they, for that organism, apply it to that organism in a different context and say, okay, roughly we think this number of alleles or SNPs is a good place to start as far as thinking that it's plausibly an outbreak. So they try to use this historical data, and it's really important actually to point out that the epidemiologic data is also really important in supporting this work. The genome data doesn't stand on its own. It can be really supportive and really helpful and tip you off to things. But you still need standard epidemiology, you still need the contact tracing, you still need the interviews, you still need that effort that we undergo in public health in order to trace down these outbreaks. And so combining that information to get these kind of ranges, you can apply them to future situations. But you have to kind of constantly be evaluating things because these organisms change and they're definitely different organism to organism. So you have to kind of work like right around those edges. But that's like the basic process. When it comes to how that looks on a tree, something that's close enough to be an outbreak, like I said, kind of that like signature would be these really like vertical lines to identify these clusters. These are, in this little tree, everything's pretty closely related, but they will definitely share fairly recent nodes. Using that language that you have, the nodes will be pretty close here as far as what they share. And you won't see big, long branches. Big, long branches are an indication that something is distantly related from everything else there. So does that address your question? Okay, great. Yeah.
So, could you possibly explain, like how Genome Tracker and PulseNet feed into the NCBI database? Because I know, especially at American, we'll kind of talk about the NCBI database a little bit.
Do you want to cover it?
I can jump into that. So, Genome Tracker and PulseNet, one of the things that we need between them, and it's important across all genomic data, is making sure that genomic data isn't just siloed in one area. It's not siloed in a single database, not siloed into a single state, because unfortunately pathogens don't understand state boundaries. It would be nice if they did, but unfortunately they don't. So we need to figure out a way, how do we share across all of them? How do we have state laboratories, universities, agriculture, everyone sharing their data across, irregardless of what grant's paying for it, what state you're from, what type of lab you are. So that is where NCBI comes from. So it is a national database repository that can get all genomic data dumped into. So not only foodborne, but also your hospital-acquired infection organisms, things like COVID, any type of organism that gets sequenced can be uploaded in there. And one of the nice things about NCBI is that they have a user interface that you can log in and you can say, okay, I am looking at these, and this laboratory sent to me and said, well, we have these 3, but I want to see if there's anything else in the whole national database. Maybe it's missing from the database that the lab did the analysis from. Is there anything else that may be closely related to it? You can log in and it'll pull up small trees based off the organisms that you're looking for, if any genomic data has ever been deposited in this national repository. So that's one of the goals of that repository, like I mentioned, is to make sure that everything's interconnected, because the analysis is only as good as the data that is there, and the more data that's there, the more informed you can get of a tree. It's exactly the same as if you have a family tree and you only have all of the siblings, but you're missing the parents and the grandparents, and you go up to the great-grandparents and you're trying to figure out how cousins and second cousins, everything may be related, but you're missing those gaps there of what may have occurred. So that's one of the purposes of NCBI, is how can we bring all of this data together in a spot that's organized and can be consumed by different groups in order to help inform outbreaks. Because if something's sequenced by a university lab, they may think it might never have any impact on a current investigation, but there have been times that maybe they're doing a water project and happen to sequence something there, and by chance it got picked up by an outbreak investigation because they had found something that otherwise they would not have known that would have been part of an investigation. So hopefully you'll cover more of some of the stuff that's going on.
Thank you.
I will say also that I think the foodborne illness side of things is really kind of leaders in applying this technology and sharing this type of data because of the nature of how these things are spread, across state lines, and these really big problems with a really urgent need to identify sources and things like that. So I think a lot of the principles and the things, then the data sharing that foodborne illness investigators have been doing for a long time with the whole genome sequencing data, we can learn from that and continue to apply it to other pathogens as we continue to sequence more pathogens in public health going forward, to solve more kind of mysteries and outbreaks that we wouldn't have solved previously without this data.
So I have a question about, I'm with MDARD, and we do a lot of environmental sampling, and one of the things I'm really interested in is when we have a firm that has what we call a resident pathogen, right? And so can you talk a little bit about using this technology to figure out, is this new contamination that came in on an ingredient and just passed through, or has this stuff been living in the plant for 20 years, and so, is that reflected in, when we do environmental sampling and we come up with, 5 different, individual, tips?
I'll start, maybe you can to add anything. I think that's totally an example. We're kind of getting into the harder questions that we might want to address with this data. And I think Same thing I kind of said to him to address his question. The combination of the epi data and the genomic data is really going to be key to kind of identifying potentially those situations where you have something there longer term. It's going to require a kind of closer scrutiny at those SNP cutoffs and distances, not just applying like one blanket approach that applied in an outbreak that didn't have that type of situation, but rather looking more specifically, okay, if this is what was happening, how might that be reflected in the genetic diversity that we see? Might we need to allow for more genetic diversity because we know that there's this pool of organisms? And traditionally, we would think that's not an outbreak, but because this is happening, we maybe have to be a little more flexible and look broader. And does our epi data agree with that? So it's really, I think it's like playing with those edges of those distances, really incorporating the epi data as well, and trying to come up with potentially new kind of pictures or standards of what that would look like, take into account that type of situation. But it's definitely I would say a more complex example, but one where this technology can still be powerful.
Yeah, that's going to be getting into some of how discriminate. Do you want to look at the data? Do you want to look at it and you say, okay, I have a salmonella in this facility. Are they two different serotypes? Do we have a salmonella typhimurium and a salmonella enteritis? At that point, you know that they're completely different. But we go down a little bit further if we have two salmonella enteritis and we say, okay, at the 7 gene level, we're going to get its sequence type. Just using 7 genes, are they still similar? And trying to narrow down to look at what level do we see that cutoff. But then, like Ariana mentioned, having that epi data of being able to do time tracking and seeing that evolve over time. Are we seeing a rate of mutation that's similar to what we would normally see for salmonella, or is it vastly different and we're seeing 2 different clusters emerge? It's indicative of, okay, this was more of our later, then we saw something sort of emerge here that's our mid, and now we have ones here indicative that we're seeing this like evolutionary trend, or do we see 2 completely different clusters emerge that's indicative of something new has been reintroduced into the facility? So that's kind of where having that genomic and epi data together can help tell a more full story, whereas just having the epi data, we know that they've found something multiple times and that's it. Just having genomic data, we can go, well, there may be something occurring, but maybe not, but having together, we get that little bit better story to point us in a direction. I think if there's no other questions.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Kushner, and today...
And I'm Lauren Edwards, and today we're going to talk about the evidence-based methods in vehicle identification in foodborne outbreak investigations. So a little bit about our group and what we do. So again, I work as the Rapid Response Team Epidemiologist with MDARD. I work as an integrated member of MDARD and MDHHS. I also serve as the EPI subject matter expert at MDARD, and I work collaboratively with members of my team and kind of glean on their subject matter expertise in field work and sampling.
And I know everybody hates it when you read the slides, but these are good reference materials for later when you look back on them. So I'm going to read the slide throughout most of this. But anyways, I'm Michelle Kushner. I respond to actual feed and foodborne illnesses, recall events, and other emergencies. I serve as part of the response team during actual emergencies, and I develop and present specialized training to our awesome field inspectors and for different types of emergencies and sampling events.
So here we have some photos that kind of represent our team at MDARD. So we have a picture here of our Giegly Laboratorian doing their great work, our food inspector working out in the field, some of the members of our produce team, our mobile milk house trailer that our dairy group uses. And then here we have an example of a tabletop exercise that was completed in 2020. It was one bad apple. I assume some people in this room were probably there. So no two investigations are the same. Not all positive samples, epidemiologic signals, or even genomic clusters are going to require MDARD to get involved, or furthermore, sampling efforts. Since Michelle and I have been working together for the past 2 years, we have kind of discovered that a rapid response to sampling a commodity has been an effective method of finding potential pathogens in food.
So we kind of liken ourselves to detectives. When we hear about an implicated food, mostly Lauren, we jump on the signals and use sampling as a mode to try and crack our cases. We also have a third member. It's Lisa Hainstock. Wave, Lisa.
Please stand.
She was our fearless leader last year, and she is presenting a subject after this one, so we wanted to give her a shout out, or otherwise she would be up here with us. She's the one who basically, I wrote this, I thought it was kind of funny, but I changed a little bit. I said, she basically follows up with the firms and our federal partners, FDA and USDA, to get the product out of commerce and off the shelves. I said something else, but I took it out because I thought it was a little too sketchy. So too sketchy. So this is a very simplistic way to look at our jobs, but they're not simple. And today we're going to share 3 methods or examples that we have used to track and crack the case. So during our presentation today, we will be asking questions. I want y'all to raise your hand, and whoever answers will score some candy. So be sure to pay attention to the presentation if you would like to sugar pick-me-up. So question number 1. Does anyone know the meaning of the acronym CRO? You two can't answer. CRO, what does it mean? How about an MDARD person back there? Steve. Exactly. So it's a cannot rule out. Good job, Steve. You get candy. I'm telling you, it's really good. Oh, he doesn't like candy. Who wants his candy?
Who wants one on Steve's behalf?
Oh. Okay, I'm going to throw them in the air. Oh, come on. Nobody wants to have fun. Here you go. All right. So Michigan's RRT uses data. I'm on the wrong slide. There we go. So Michigan's RRT within the Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development uses real-time and historical epidemiological laboratory and regulatory data in addition to epi-driven sampling responses. As stated in the last slide, no 2 investigations are the same and not all require sampling. Question 2, nobody wants to have fun. How long is the Mighty Mac? The Mighty Mac Bridge? Awesome, see? Do you want some candy? You'll have a Twix? All right, that's cool. See, I'm gonna call on you now. Okay, so this conglomeration that I created, so it's part of our RRT project. It's a flow diagram, obviously. It's an example of the first case that Lauren and I tried to crack. It was the enoki mushrooms caper. So Lauren will get into the background on this in a minute. This was actually our special project for 2021 as part of the RRT grant from FDA, and our first attempt at a project together as a team. This flow diagram is not quite completed. As you can see, some of our bubbles are empty. Lisa and I have been meaning to get together, but there was a snowstorm, and then she got sick, and then I didn't feel good, so as a result, this didn't quite get completed. I knew I should have brought some water up here. Okay, so we research, analyze, or everything on this side right here, all the way through to here, talks about research, analyzing, costing, sampling, plan time at the lab, and these are all things that we have to take into account before we do a sampling event. So this is where it all starts, the little idea. And then these are all the people and everybody that touches our projects. And then this is our samples get collected and go to the lab. And I simpled it way down because honestly, I met with the lab twice. And it was kind of funny because I had all these sheets of paper, like 15 sheets of paper. And once I got home to enter them into the bubbles, I'd call them back up and I'd be like, can you help me again? So all of the stuff they talk about, I'm just going to say they use the standardized BAM method for the 3 different organisms that we were interested in. So as you can see, it takes a village to tackle a project, an outbreak, and research. Question 3. Name something you saw in the last slide with the picture of our introduction slide. And Lauren alluded to all the different things. Does anybody remember?
Any of the different teams that I talked about that we work with at MDARD.
Go ahead. Sure.
That counts, yes.
Woo. All right, cool. All right.
You got water on the way too, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't realize how dry your mouth gets when you're up here talking. Thank you.
There's vodka in there.
Thank you very much.
Gin.
Woo! All right. So, as stated in the previous slide, this was our first attempt together as a team to tackle a signal that Lauren brought to our attention. And since we needed an RRT project, this became our specialty mushroom sampling initiative. Lauren, go ahead. Can you explain what you observed?
All right, so as many of you are aware, Michigan had previous involvement in a Listeria monocytogenes outbreak that linked back to enoki mushrooms. This kind of all came to light in early 2020. Additionally, during 2020, there was another multi-state outbreak of mushrooms. This was dried wood ear mushrooms that they were able to isolate Salmonella Stanley from. So again, we have 2 outbreaks of mushrooms in 1 year. So we kind of came to the conclusion that this is going to be a really important item to sample to potentially get some positives from. And basically to take that and put it on a larger, more widespread scale.
So as the RRT food safety specialist, I researched a ton of different specialty mushroom markets throughout the state. I figured, I researched the markets throughout the state that would carry specialty mushrooms. I conducted just-in-time training with a bunch of field inspectors prior to issuing the field assignment. Actually, I'll take that back. A lot of inspectors were texting me because I sent out a group text and I said, where are your specialty mushrooms? Because I used to work in the Detroit area. I've worked in the Detroit area all the way up to West Branch. So I kind of know that whole vicinity, and I knew and I worked in Flint for many years during the Flint water crisis. But I I only had one specialty mushroom store in Flint. So I was like, hey, my friend in Madison Heights, I'm like, I know there's mushroom specialty places down there. And then on the west side of the state. So we had a whole bunch of different mushroom stores, I'd like to say, but they were just had a lot of different specialties, especially all of these. So if you notice how many different samples we took 18 samples of enoki, 6 samples of maitake, 8 samples of shiitake, 5 samples of wood ear, and 8 samples of portobello. And we had a total of 44 samples from 5 regions of the state, which included 24 retailers. So if you notice, most of the samples were enoki. So that's kind of where we keyed in on, but we wanted to make sure because Lauren said, oh, wood ear, maybe portobello, you know, from signals. So
absolutely, and just to kind of add on that too, like that's really focusing that evidence-based practice on the sampling and putting it into action.
Yes.
Which is kind of another reason, you know, why we really focused on those enoki samples. All right, so of those 44 samples, 12 produced a cannot rule out, which is essentially a screening tool prior to confirmation. So that is a CRO rate of the enoki samples that we took of 27.2%. 10 of those listeria CROs came from enoki mushrooms. So the other 2 came from other types. No Aztec or Salmonella was yielded from any of these samples because we did test for all 3. So for those of you who are unaware, there is Listeria monocytogenes, which is that pathogenic form of Listeria, and then there are other forms of Listeria that are non-pathogenic. Listeria inocua, for example. So sometimes those CROs confirm out to be non-pathogenic Listeria. So 4 actually did confirm out to be that pathogenic Listeria monocytogenes, and they were all yielded from the enoki samples. Just for a little bit of additional context, 3 of these came from the same firm, so 3 from the same brand, 1 from an additional brand. And so MDARD inspectors went back to the firms where they had collected these positive samples. There were only product left of that lot code at 2 retailers. The other ones no longer had product available, and so they did conduct a seizure.
That's what happens a lot of times with produce. You go back to do the seizure and all the product is gone. And just so you know, the photos that we're using of the products doesn't necessarily mean that that's the products that were implicated. We just use those because that's what I had in my camera at the time. So just so y'all know. All right, go ahead.
All right, and so for everybody that was in here for the really wonderful genomic sequencing presentation that we just had, this is kind of going to be some additional information kind of piggybacking off of that. So the 4 positive samples, there were 2 isolates that were isolated from each package of enoki mushrooms. And then those 8 isolates made 4 clusters. So to break that down a little bit, when the sequences were compared, again, they established those 4 subclusters. So cluster 1 was made up of 1 isolate. Basically, within the tree, there was nothing else that was even slightly related. Cluster 2 was made of 3 differing from 0 to 7 alleles. So they were a little bit, there was a little bit of a range there, but they did, they were genomically related. Cluster 3 consisted of 2 isolates that were indistinguishable, which just basically means 2 fingerprints are pretty much exactly the same or would be very difficult to tell apart through methods of the laboratory. And then cluster 4 consisted of 2 isolates that matched within 0 to 12 alleles. So after a PulseNet comparison of by the whole genome sequencing team, it was found that no recent similar isolates within domestic or within Michigan warranted any additional epi or regulatory follow-up.
So lessons learned in this sampling, more research needs to be done surrounding mushroom contamination. Just know too that the enoki mushrooms all on the package say cook thoroughly. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't read the package and they do not cook them thoroughly. So, and plus a lot of people like them to have a little bit of crunch, whereas really to cook them thoroughly, they become kind of limp and, so that was one thing that we recognize as far as, more research needs to be done. So we learned to collect traceback information up front when we're doing projects, so that when we send the inspectors out, we say, hey, can you find the invoices? Can you find out where it came from, et cetera, up front, and that saves us time on the rear end. So maybe if there is a recall, we can quickly call the firm, tell them to, pull it, et cetera. And the use of our just-in-time training is priceless to make sure everything is standardized in our sampling efforts. We call it just-in-time training, even though our field inspectors know what they're doing out there. But when we have specialized projects, we want to make sure everybody is collecting exactly the same information, and that's why we call it just-in-time training. We could call it other things, but we like that phrase, so that's what we're going with. Question 4, sorry, I forgot the question. What was the name of the mushroom that linked to Listeria mono findings in the sampling? What is it? That's right. You guys aren't going to get any candy because he's going to answer them all.
Way to go, Matt.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brian. You got me water and everything. Do you want another? Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. So this is our second example. It's not like the first. As our first was a sampling started from an idea for an RRT project, this leafy green sampling was initiated by a request from CDC to MDHHS to us in the RRT team, meaning Lauren. Leafies have been an issue for a while, which we all know about when it comes to causing foodborne illnesses. This example just occurred in late fall. Lauren, tell us about the background.
All right, so this sampling initiative was completed by MDARD in December of 2021. An October 2021 recall that originated by a sampling that was completed by the Georgia Department of Agriculture and then sent to FDA for whole genome sequencing. Some states don't have that capacity, or they need to rely sometimes on national counterparts to complete that sequencing. So in December, when that sequencing was completed, it was found that it actually matched into a multi-state cluster of 18 cases with onsets ranging from 2014 to 2021. It was also found that the most recent case in this cluster was actually a Michigan resident. And so when epi data by our lovely MDHHS colleagues was reviewed, it was found that this case reportedly frequently consumed the same brand of bagged salad that the Georgia Department of Agriculture had collected.
And that's not it, just so y'all know.
It is not.
It's just a photo.
So since Michigan had the most recent case, CDC colleagues reached out to our MDHHS partners, and they requested, hey, can your Department of Agriculture complete a sampling activity? You have the most recent case, you have the most thorough epi data, though we did not have a shopper card history, which would have helped the investigation significantly. But that kind of helped us to jump off with that sampling initiative. Again, with that same brand that the Georgia Department of Agriculture had collected. Oops. All right, so when we had this information, the Michigan RRT, our food emergency response team, we quickly met and discussed the feasibility of a sampling activity, kind of how quick we could get it done. Note this is in December, so we're coming right up on the Christmas season. So we kind of had to move fast. On the day that this was presented to myself from our MDHHS colleagues, and then I brought it to my team, the Michigan's East region was completing routine sampling, and since Michelle is the liaison to the field, I'm gonna let her explain some of this.
So when Lauren gets really excited about a project, she always calls me on Teams, and I'm like, oh no, she's calling because she's got something. So I immediately looked on our sampling schedule for the whole entire year, and there was one sampling left, and it was on a Tuesday when she called me. And I got really excited because East Region is where I came from, and all my East Region friends were out sampling. So of course, I got on my phone and I made a group text and I said, does anyone have any samples left? Because Lauren had said to me, can we sample some? So I thought if we could do it during our routine, that would like kill two birds with one stone. So each region goes out and samples routine food samples about 4, maybe 5 times a year. They usually collect like 45 samples. And of course, the overachievers already had their samples taken, most of them, but there were more like me out there, and we had 22 samples left on a Tuesday when the samples are due on Thursday. So the ones that went out on Monday and collected all their samples, those are the overachievers. So I had a couple of field inspectors that had some samples left. We were able to collect 22 samples of bagged leafy greens just from a routine sampling event.
And I think it's really important to note here as well. So initially, they were just looking for samples of this particular brand. CDC was just looking for samples of this particular brand from a specific production facility.
That's right.
And so we'll get into more on that. But
So,
I just wanted
yeah,
to
I'll
add
add on
piece.
to that. So they wanted a specific lot code, but the problem was that they wanted a lot code that was probably live 2 weeks prior. So when our samplers went out, they found that the lot codes that were out there were actually something different. And I said, oh, just go ahead and sample whatever you can find if it's in that particular realm. So they sampled.
Yes. And so at the end of the day, because this was one day so far of response. So at the end of the day, I got another request from CDC saying, can you guys sample additional production facilities, essentially, to kind of cast that net broader? And so another meeting was held with our MDARD Food and Dairy Division leadership and our emergency response team about a federal request for additional product sampling from additional production facilities. So if you can remember back to that really big flow diagram
chart
that Michelle had talked about, we kind of had to get the buy-in from our laboratory colleagues and from our Food and Dairy Division leadership and from food supervisors, and really get everybody that's a subject matter expert in there to really get buy-in for this sampling initiative.
In one day.
Yes.
That was one day.
And so I'm going to let Michelle talk about.
So I was planning, so I'm in my office because I work out of my house now, and I'm basically, after 20 years of being in the field, basically, now I'm in an office sitting at my desk, and I was like, I'll go. So I knew that I had set up a cross-training with one of our lab specialists. And I said, hey, lab scientist, I said, can you go sampling with me? And he was like, sure. So we kind of killed two birds with one stone. We did some cross-training, and we went out and took the 15 remaining samples, and we got all different types, all different codes, packed them up, and since he was coming from the lab, he took them back to the lab. So I think that was on Wednesday or Thursday. So we got them all back to the lab on Thursday.
All right, so all the samples between the East region and the 22 samples that they took and the samples that Michelle and our laboratory scientists took, we ended up with 37 total delivered and ready for analysis. Analysis produced one of those CRO results, or those cannot rule out results, which was later confirmed. So one of the products that was sampled by the inspectors did indeed contain that pathogenic form of Listeria monocytogenes. It was sent to our lovely colleagues at the MDHHS Bureau of Laboratories for whole genome sequencing, which they do very rapidly, by the way. And it was found that it was highly genetically related to not only the Georgia sample, but the cluster of 18 illnesses. And at this point, our recall was expanded basically due to these Michigan-based findings.
And it was the sample that one of our inspectors took.
Yes.
From East Region. So.
And it's also very important to mention that the sample that actually brought back that positive was not from the initial production facility that was that Georgia had taken their sample from. This was a production facility in a different state. So that kind of.
But they were all genetically related.
Exactly.
So, is it me?
Yes.
So lessons learned in this sampling. So you notice the first sampling was a project. We went through the same tree of those, the flow diagram. all the way across, very similar, but this one was like on warp speed, because you take that one, it took us what, a couple of months to plan it, form it, get it all done. This one was one day, basically, to get it all put together, phone calls, everybody meeting, boom, and look what we found. So anyways.
This illustrates the rapid response team in Michigan.
Yeah, that's the rapid response team initiative.
Very quick.
So this sampling resulted in a positive, which linked back to the October outbreak genetically, yet the firm was now growing processing in a different state, and collaboration between state interagencies and federal partners proved in this investigation that sampling on the spot of an outbreak can find the link that is missing. So that's our second sampling event. Our third sampling event is about this little guy, a sugar glider. So this, I'll let Lauren tell the background of it, but this was sent to us because the sugar glider in this particular case was eating, or they eat human food. So instead of our feed people taking care of this, it was sent over to food. So go ahead, Lauren.
All right. So again, this is a little bit more of an atypical sampling. This is not usually what we would see within the food and dairy division. But there were 2 pet sugar gliders that were deceased, and they were sent from Michigan State University's Veterinary Diagnostic Lab to the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services Bureau of Laboratories to complete whole genome sequencing. The animal owner reported feeding these pets a variety of different human foods, which was why the Food and Dairy Division at MDARD was kind of, brought into the loop. So at this point, MDARD coordinated sampling of the food products that these sugar gliders were consuming, and again, sequencing was being performed on those isolates that were acquired from the necropsy. And so for those of you who are unaware what a necropsy is, it's essentially like an autopsy, but on an animal. And then another really important note is that sugar gliders are actually fairly susceptible to Listeria monocytogenes infection too.
So this is another situation where I was like, I want to get out of my office. I want to go somewhere. Let me do it. I'll do it. So I met the homeowner at her house because, again, Lauren was like, do you have an inspector that can go out and sample this for us? And I was like, oh, me. So I went out and I collected a jar of honey, a jar of wheat germ. All of these were opened, frozen cherries, and frozen vegetables. Remember that. Each sample was bagged and tagged, and then my car broke down in her driveway. I had to call a tow, and then I had to call my husband. My husband came and got me and took me to my personal car, but all was not lost. I jumped in and drove the samples from my personal car to East Lansing. Everything was on ice. The bad news was my car had corroded cables to the battery from sitting for so long during the pandemic, and a rodent had gnawed through the wires. It's kind of funny story, but it happened to my personal car too. They got in, and I must have a lot of rodents in my yard, but I kind of live on the verge of the country, so it got up and it chewed my the air filter too, and demolished it in my personal car. So it's probably the same guy. So are you next? Yes, you.
Yep. All right, so when all this food was, ran through laboratory analysis, we did not find any Listeria monocytogenes. We didn't even find any Listeria species. So no non-pathogenic, no pathogenic. We didn't really find a lot. So the necropsy sequencing results were completed by our colleagues at the Bureau of Laboratories. So this came straight from the sugar glider. And for those of you that watched our lovely MDHHS BOL's colleagues' presentation, this is the phylogenetic tree of the 2 isolates that were pulled from the sugar glider necropsy. So again, very highly related. I believe they were indistinguishable, and there's nothing else within that tree. So again, at the time of sequencing, no matches in Michigan, no matches nationally. And then for reference, the closest isolate was 55 WG-MLST, alleles different. So again, considered unrelated genomically. So I've got a question. So what was wrong with Michelle's car that made it so she had to be towed?
Air filter is plugged with mice. Sugar
The battery cables, that's right. Do you want a piece of candy? All right, he wants candy, that's great.
All right, and then I've got another one, and this one's open for multiple answers. So name a food that Michelle picked up from the homeowner of the sugar glider.
Yeah, it was terrible. Terrible year.
Yes!
So what I wanted to say about this before we sum up all of our lessons learned, with this particular case, what did we really find? We didn't really find anything. So with the first one, it was our project, and it was, you know, we created that whole flow diagram and everything. The second one, we actually found something that was implicated. And this one was kind of sad because we didn't find anything. And that's part of our job, though. We know that when we do these sampling events, we're not always going to turn up an answer. But I must say that since I've had this job for 18 months, it sure is fun trying to figure things out. I really like the detectiveness of this job. And she's always got ideas to do, too. So I'm like, all right.
And the other really thing that's really important to highlight is, you know, having good relationships with like colleagues. We would never think we would need to work with our animal industry division, you know, on a listeria situation. Like it's having the having connections in all of the different areas is really, really important. And a big shout out to Lisa because she has really good connections kind of all over the place.
Yeah, she hooks us up. Oh, go ahead.
So in the leafy greens, so you found some suspect items in other states. Do you get follow-up on that as to the cause or, you know, what becomes of that?
Sure. Sure. So, so what happens is when there's manufacturing that's done in other states, that then leaves the State Department of Agriculture, and it's then dealt with by our Food and Drug Administration. So that kind of leaves the state jurisdiction. So typically they will kind of loop us in on that type of stuff, and we have to sign a special piece of paper that essentially says we're not going to share that information without the knowledge and permission of FDA. So yeah, they'll loop us in, but the sample was taken off a retail shelf in Michigan. But yeah, after that, in terms of like traceback and stuff, that's kind of where our knowledge ends. There were recalls, yeah.
There were recalls, so that's kind of how the public is made aware of it.
Well, and just, I don't need to jump in.
No, that's
No, you're good.
FDA does involve in, states that are part of an outbreak in various tactics calls using ICS. So we hear about what's going on in terms of their investigation and the other states' investigation at implicated facilities. And it's not uncommon where the inspectional reports from those actually are put out on FDA's website. They are released as part of what they call their 480 release and things like that. So they're being far more transparent than they used to be in their findings, but during the midst of everything, there's usually not a lot of information going out because they're still in the fact-finding process. So it's, if you go out and you look at FDA's website and look at specific outbreaks or investigations, they often have to release the investigational findings.
So in that leafy greens situation, when you find genetically identical product in different states, how does that actually occur?
So like there'll be a distribution facility. So say there's a distribution facility in Ohio. That distribution facility is going to send things to Michigan. They're going to send things to North Carolina, for example, and it will go all over the country. And that's just kind of an artifact of our food system.
But you had it both in Georgia and you said another state.
I think it was Arizona.
Yeah.
Arizona.
Correct.
FDA will go investigate both production facilities. They'll go back to where it's grown and try to find some common link, just like others. But yeah, I don't know that we got the smoking gun on those, why they would be so similar at two different production plants if it was people were equipped.
But it could be because they were grown in the same location.
It could be,
but not
yeah.
produced or not processed.
Correct.
In
So, yeah. And that's when we turn it over to them. So we find this information and then we hand it over to them, and some, you know, as she said, we'll attend those meetings and listen in on those calls. So, and then eventually they'll have a report write up and they'll have things spelled out in the report. But I don't know if that one's been released yet.
I don't
because
believe so.
It was
I think
just
it's
in
still
December, and it takes them a while. I mean, it's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how long, but yeah, sometimes it depends on the depth of it. So, all right. So these are our final lessons learned. No two responses are the same. We said that in the beginning. Each response equals more information to make the next response better, because we build and we learn and we find out when we do things wrong, we go back and fix it. That flow diagram changes as the responses change and more science is out there. We keep track of the sequencing and the epi from the investigations, and samples may not result in answers to this investigation, but may supply answers further down the line. So that's what's kind of nice about those sugar gliders. Maybe it didn't show up in this particular investigation, but maybe we'll see something in the future, like, oh, these grapes have been linked to, or whatever, you know, some type of food. Oh, it killed 2, you know, sugar gliders in 2021. And then through collaboration with EPI, Lab, RRT, and our field staff, we create a more comprehensive approach to food safety, which is really one of our main goals. Did I have a final question? Okay, name the 3 sampling events that we just spoke about in this presentation. I know you know one. Mushrooms, sugar gliders, lettuce.
Beautiful.
All right. Thanks. And then
How many other sugar gliders did that homeowner have?
They just had the 2.
No, I thought they had.
Oh, did she have 3?
I thought she had more, and they
So
all died.
the 2 older ones were the ones that passed away in this particular case. I think there were like 8 or 9. But she had a lot. When I went to her house, she had a lot of animals. So who said that? You want some candy? What kind did you want?
Is it?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So question, I noticed in your pictures, and I know they're just sample shots that Michelle had, was there any correlation done, or did they look at organic versus non-organic as far as what we're coming up with positive samples and stuff in that investigation? I triggered because a lot of her pictures showed the USDA organic, certified organic on the leafy greens, and
No.
So
I don't. Go ahead, Lauren.
I was just going to say, we don't take enough samples of lettuce to have, you know, a statistically powerful answer to that question. I would assume that it has been investigated, and I would assume that there is probably a lot of literature out there that really discusses that topic, because I have heard it brought up before, but no definitive answers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are there any processors or packagers that are doing their own voluntary sampling, things they know might be a potential contaminant?
Yes. So, Michelle, did you want to talk on this?
I can kind of talk on it. It's more of our lab flexible funding model. They have a program that's set up where they're working with specific growers, and they actually requested a list of more of our processors in the state because they feel like they pick on the same people over and over again. But they're actually, yes, so they signed up to be part of this program, and they will, you know, give us a crate, or give them a crate to sample and process and test.
And also there's, most facilities will have their own internal quality control team. And so, you know, they will take samples looking for Listeria, or they will take samples looking for Salmonella, basically based on whatever type of facility it is and what might be most of a risk.
Prevention?
Yes.
Do you do any of that as prevention, or you're all reaction?
What was it? Again?
All prevention or only reaction?
Oh, for our sampling events?
Yeah.
It depends on what Lauren says. Hey, this is going on. Well, we have special projects that we set up. It just depends on how busy we are and if there's other things in the RRT that are going on. You know, because we're not only involved in food issues, sometimes we're drawn into other rapid response team issues, and then trainings and et cetera. So it just depends on how much time we have. But yeah, we could come up with a special project if anybody has ideas.
We do monitoring samples and samples for cause.
Oh, yeah, we do that for.
Samples are scheduled throughout the year across the state, so that's sort of, you know, some of the prevention.
So every year, all of our region with all of our inspectors across the state, we have routine sampling events, and they have like 45 samples that they take. So our inspectors are out there all the time. If you see them in the aisles bagging and tagging, that's what they're doing it for. And then they take it to the lab. So 45 samples. We have 6 regions: north, south, east, west, southeast twice. So
you have designed for
yes, yeah, prevention, yeah. I thought you meant just us, it's like RRT, but yeah.
But then we will also do prevention sampling. So for example, if we have a commodity one year and we're going through, so say this commodity had an issue in April of 2020, and we're going back around the calendar year, and now we have another produce commodity, or we have the same produce commodity, we may do preemptive sampling of that same thing. You know, we just try to look for creative ways to really find this before it gets anybody sick.
Because sometimes it might be a growing region that has the same issue the same time of year, year after year, and it's like, okay, we should probably be sampling this in July because last year and the year before we had an issue. So yeah, we come up with ideas like that too.
Special centers in SE too, like after the peanut butter recall, guess what? For the next couple of years, you're routinely collecting peanut butter at the marketplace, or tahini, or hummus. You know, as things show themselves as to be riskier products, then we kind of tailor the program around.
I'd like to introduce Jen Bonsky in the back of the room. She was my predecessor, and now she's our assistant deputy director. So
it's just a nationwide approach to try to get
yeah.
some of that, you know, marketplace sampling. I don't know if it's technically prevention because, you know, it's already happened. Everything that happened is in the jar of peanut butter, but
right.
That's how we look at stuff.
And then I have to apologize. I personally did not bring any business cards, but if you want to take a picture, if you have any additional questions, if you ever need to reach out to your MDARD epidemiologist or your MDARD RRT food safety specialist, you know, we're happy to chat, we're happy to answer questions. Or if we don't know, we're going to find you somebody that does know.
Yes.
And then just, I know we're running short on time, so this is just a big thank you to all of the people, or all of the groups that make what we do happen. So
yes.
again, big thank you. And with that,
thanks. All right. Cool.
General Code, a member of the family of solutions that make up the International Code Council, would like to welcome you to the presentation today. My name is Brian Fatka, and I'm an account executive for General Code covering the Great Lakes region. I live here in Michigan, and in working with one of the local health departments, we created some processes that I believe could be of great value to many of you. I'd like to examine how Laserfiche can help the environmental divisions of the Michigan health departments. We'll focus on digitizing information, such as property records, and then automating the Type 2 water reporting process. Both of these processes can save a tremendous amount of staff time and help avoid human errors. Laserfiche is a document management system that organizes and stores information in such a way that it is incredibly easy to search and find what you want. You're looking at a Laserfiche repository where you could click through a folder structure based on parcel numbers to find the information that you are looking for. Notice when we open the document that we have tagged everything with both address and parcel number. So instead of looking through a file folder structure, we could just enter that information in a search bar and find the documents related to that parcel with a simple search. On top of that, Laserfiche has built some incredible automation tools that can simplify daily tasks and streamline processes for more efficient work. The Laserfiche public portal is a way to share pertinent information, which means no more digging through old paper files. The Benzie-Leelanau district staff were spending a lot of time answering calls and looking up data for septic pumping companies and inspectors. They decided to digitize all of their property records relating to the location of septic systems and then publish those documents to their public portal. The Laserfiche public portal can be stylized to look like the rest of your website. This one was designed with a simple Google type search on the home page, or you could click the property search button for more detailed searching by street name and number. There is also an option to browse through folders, much like we showed before. Regardless of the method, people outside the office can now find the documentation they need to find a septic system's location on a property. The internal staff stays focused on other work, and the people in the field don't have to wait for their answers. While this system was focused on septic system information, the Laserfiche public portal is useful for all sorts of information, like public meeting minutes, historical archives, records requests, and really any publicly relevant information. Now, let's move on and look at how Laserfiche can be used, which speeds up the Type 2 water reporting. The process starts with a Laserfiche product called QuickFields. QuickFields allows us to take a lab report and break the data down into bite-sized pieces that we can use later to complete the report in WaterTrack. For documents that always look the same, such as these lab reports, we create zones to capture information, such as the lab name, or the sample location, or even the WISN number. The concept is that as lab reports come in through your email, you would store the attachments in a folder on your computer or network. You can see here as I start the QuickFields process of grabbing 3 documents out of that folder, and we watch as they all show up in the lower left pane. As I click on each document, I review the information we grabbed and make sure that it's accurate. Then I'm ready to send it to the Laserfiche repository for safe storage and for our next step. On the way to the repository, Laserfiche workflow is used to finalize some data for nitrate, nitrite, and bacteriological results. Workflow runs in the background so that when you're ready to browse to the repository and find the documents waiting for you, you again confirm that all information is correct before clicking the button which sends the sample to the state reporting website. When you do that, it disappears from the queue and automatically stores itself in the appropriate folder based on county, lab name, or WISN, depending on what you prefer. It also tracks all those little pieces of data we gathered which can be used for tracking and creating reports in the future. When you click the button to send this report to the state tracking site, you invoked Laserfiche robotic process automation. And while you normally wouldn't watch the process, I want you to see here how we trained the Laserfiche bot to log on to the website. We trained it to expand the selection list on the left and then navigate to the appropriate page. It then performs just like a human, entering a WSIN number and clicking the Find button, and then it's able to select the appropriate laboratory and wait for the system to recognize that lab and then enter each piece of data. The bot would then click the Save button and close this window so it could start entering the next report. While we only showed a single report here, you could actually send multiple reports at once and the Laserfiche bot would do your work while you go grab a cup of coffee. I hope you were able to see that these automation tools could potentially save an incredible amount of time, remove the need to store physical paper files, and remove the potential for human error. If you would like to learn more about what we designed for health departments, please reach out and we'll provide a more in-depth look at the system and work to understand how Laserfiche could work for you. Thanks for your time, and I look forward to meeting you soon.
Elgin Corporation is celebrating 50 years of success after its founding in 1970 by World War II veteran Lieutenant Colonel Joe Glasser. Since its beginning, Elgin has led in the passive treatment and dispersal market. Its humble beginnings started with the perforated drainage system, PDS, and grew with the development of the GSF system. Elgin produces all of its products in Windsor, Connecticut. The geotextile sand filter, GSF for short, is distributed from Australia to Europe with greatest use in the United States. The first installations in 1982, this product is versatile and proven. This treatment product is 100% passive in gravity dose designs. However, more complicated sites employ a pump for pump-to-gravity and pressure dose configurations. Designers enjoy the high flexibility of the system. Capable of use in trenches, beds, and mounds, there is a system configuration that fits whether you find yourself on a sloping site or a site with a high water table. The GSF system is your tight lot, high water table, and poor soil solution. Due to the flexible design, tight lots become dream lots, high water tables become gentle sloping lots, and poor soils are just another soil when employing the Elgin GSF system. The system excels at intermittent use sites as there are no startup procedures needed for the product. The GSF module is comprised of cuspated core wrapped with a geotextile fabric. The module is designed in such a way to maximize the vertical surface area inside the product. The vertical surfaces inside the GSF module promote the growth and management of the biomat. As the system is dosed, whether through a toilet flush or the pump in the pump tank turning on, effluent flows down the distribution pipe into the GSF module. The effluent is then filtered through the GSF module before passing through to the surrounding sand. Each dose charges the module with effluent, raising the water inside. As the effluent passes through the geotextile fabric, the module backfills with air and a biomat forms on the fabric. The air promotes and facilitates the growth of aerobic bacteria, which eats away at the biomat. This management process helps promote the long life of the product. After the effluent enters the sand, it flows to the receiving soil in an unsaturated environment. That is to say, the sand pores above the receiving soil are not entirely filled with effluent. Rather, they are filled with pockets of air. This process provides treatment and dispersal in the same footprint. The Elgin team takes training very seriously. Even though the GSF system's design and installation are quite simple, Elgin and its partners provide multiple avenues to become a trained designer, installer, or regulator. We have 3 methods that we commonly use to include classroom training, on-site training, and virtual training. The Elgin team is founded on training. Since their military service days, they have trained, taught training, and designed training to help others learn. The team is led by Captain Jim King, Petty Officer First Class Eric Daniels, and Private First Class Scott Moore. Elgin's team is made of leaders, veterans who now serve the on-site industry's needs. They will bring a training experience to you and your team on all topics from basic design and installation, commercial system design, or more complicated subjects. All you have to do is contact us at 800-444-1359 or on our website at www.elgin.com/training-request.
Watch for my visual cues here. Thank you. And thanks so much to all of you for sticking it out to the bitter end. All of you deserve at least one piece of candy, so thank you very much. As you said, my name is Lisa Hainstock. I work with the Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, and I've been working in outbreak response now for about, 20 years at MDARD now. Okay, it's getting to be kind of scary, but there we are. And I see some of my colleagues from many years back. We're all still here. We're all a little grayer on top, but I like to think of us as well seasoned. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit today and give you some general overview things about NEARS, the National Environmental Assessment Reporting System. Then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague who's going to give you some real world experience and information. So for those of us who do environmental health, when we do environmental health or environmental assessments during an outbreak investigation, we work to try to identify where those food safety risk factors occurred. And many times those are called contributing factors. It might be a sick worker, it might be inadequate cooking or cooling, it could be bare hand contact with ready-to-eat food. But one of the issues that we need to consider is the fact that a contributing factor is almost always directly or indirectly associated with some underlying factor, some reason why that contributing factor occurred. And that's usually associated with people, equipment, processes or policies at the facility, maybe sometimes with the food itself. It could be a management issue, or it could be an economic constraint that caused that contributing factor to actually exist. So when we're doing an environmental assessment, if we really want the biggest juice of the squeeze to really solving an outbreak and really hoping to prevent the next one, we not only have to look at those contributing factors, but the underlying reasons why. And if we don't do that, it's kind of like treating the symptoms of a disease without actually looking at the cause of the disease and seeking to find some type of a cure. So some people say, well, what's an example of an environmental antecedent? So we laid this out. This is actually based on a real world event. We had an outbreak caused by norovirus at a restaurant. Initial environmental assessment said, okay, well, we found out what the contributing factors were. The worker didn't wash their hands after they used the restroom. They worked while they were sick, and they had bare hand contact with coleslaw during the preparation. Coleslaw doesn't undergo any cooking, so that's basically a ready-to-eat food. But further examination by looking at those underlying reasons why that occurred helped us to say, you know what, there was no soap in the hand sink. Are people going to wash their hands without soap? No. But we also found out that workers weren't being trained on proper hand washing. Yes, you can't run your hand. It's not one of these swish things where you just run your hand under warm water. You need to have soap. You need to know when you're supposed to be washing your hands, as in after you use the restroom or handle, raw or other things. And in this situation, the restaurant also did not offer any paid sick leave, which we know is not mandated in Michigan, but it would be great if it was. So we essentially identified the fact that there were three main environmental antecedent failures. There was an equipment failure, there was a people failure, lack of training, and there was an economic constraint there. So you're asking yourself, why is that important? If you don't address those environmental antecedents, it's like the definition of insanity. It's it's doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results. So you have to look at the underlying reasons and address those as well in order to have a really good response and to really say, how are we going to prevent this from happening in the future? So one way, one system that helps you to sort of look at not only contributing factors but environmental antecedents is the implementation of a program called NEARS. Again, National Environmental Association, or I want to say association, that's too much MEHA today. National Environmental Assessment Reporting System. This is actually a CDC program. It's been around since approximately 2014. It's a national surveillance and reporting system to help capture that environmental assessment data, not just the contributing factors, but the environmental antecedents that cause them. NEARS itself actually involves a set of standardized questions to help collect that kind of information. One thing I do want to emphasize is the standardized questionnaire is basically just an add-on to the environmental assessment that you're already doing. But what you're doing is collecting standard questions for every single assessment, so you can look at that and make sure you haven't missed anything in terms of an antecedent. So again, it's not replacing it, but it's an add-on. Now the data that's collected through this can be used not only by your jurisdiction to look at where are we seeing issues happening over and over again and these antecedents, but also it helps to report nationally. So nationally can be used by FDA and CDC to help develop intervention strategies and recommend where we may need to look at some regulatory changes. So here's an example. Washington State Department of Health has been a NEARS participant since almost the very beginning. They do a NEARS assessment using that questionnaire for almost every single outbreak they have, whether it's 200 people or it's a 2-person outbreak. At one time in their state code, their language regarding bare hand contact was basically that restaurants were supposed to minimize bare hand contact. What does minimize mean? You know, basically leaving it to industry to make the determination. So for obvious reasons, industry basically was not in support of there being any type of bare hand contact prohibition with ready-to-eat foods. So what the Washington Department of Health was able to do was to take information from all of these outbreaks that they had been investigating, this environmental assessment data, because they're getting the same data points for every single one, and say, you know what, we have a problem with bare hand contact and ready-to-eat foods in all of these different outbreaks, because they could show it over time and show that trend was there. They were able to show this to industry and say, we have real numbers here to show that bare hand contact with ready-to-eat foods is a real problem, and it's a significant cause of outbreaks in our state. With that information and a lot of other outreach, they were able to actually codify a bare hand contact prohibition in 2016. And they were able to show that because they had proof. Okay. So there's another instance as well where the New York City Department of Health, Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, sorry, don't want to do that wrong. They started to pilot NEARS in 2012. And they found that, you know what, we really aren't doing a lot of environmental assessments. In 2012, they'd only done 2 environmental assessments out of 12 foodborne outbreaks involving restaurants. So they said, you know what, we're going to start to do this more regularly and do them for the little ones and the big ones all the way across the board. By 2015, they had actually done environmental assessments using the NEARS tool as part of their system for 88% of all the outbreaks that they had. So you can see, I mean, oh, wait a minute, I'm right up there, oop, back one. So you can see there was quite a trend here. This is the number of NORS reported outbreaks that were also reported in NEARS, and how that went up significantly all the way by 2015. What they were able to do with that is by looking at that 3 years worth of data, they said, you know, we are seeing a lot of issues with restaurant outbreaks where we have sick workers without paid sick leave. And it fell back on them to say, we have recently enacted laws regarding paid sick leave for workers. Why aren't we enforcing it better? So that fell back on them to say, we need to do a better job as an agency to enforce it. So it can provide metrics to tell you, am I doing a good job? Is our food safety program working? And they ended up implementing NEARS across the board in their foodborne illness investigation outbreak procedures. So they use it all the time now, because they said we found out where we had a gap. So currently there are 23 states enrolled, including Michigan, and 23 local agencies. MDARD actually enrolled in, as part of an Outbreak Net Enhanced grant with HHS in 2017. And since then, we've had 6 local health departments that have also signed on, because obviously MDARD doesn't do a lot of environmental assessments, particularly for food service. We don't really do any. But we've had 6 environmental health, or 6 local health departments that have enrolled since then. Their data is also going into Michigan's data as well. That's, let's see, Ottawa, Calhoun, Oakland, LMAS, Berrien, and the newest one is Washtenaw. So they are now using this environmental assessment tools from NEARS in their outbreak investigations. So how many of you have had to fill out a NORS form? You know what a NORS form is? The CDC 5213, where you give all the Ys and all the numbers for your outbreak stuff. If you look at that, it's very, very lab and epi heavy, and it doesn't capture a lot of data about your environmental assessment. And that's a lot of work that it basically goes unreported. It talks about the contributing factors you found, but nothing about the environmental antecedents. So there's no way of, nationally speaking, looking at any of that type of data. The great thing about NEARS is it serves as a companion to NORS. At the CDC level, they can be linked together. So you can have NEARS outbreak that gets linked with the NORS information. You're saying, well, why does that make a big difference? So this is an example where the NORS data on an outbreak said May 16th, 2015 was the initial exposure. It got reported to the local health department on the 19th of that. But nobody went out to do an environmental assessment for 27 days. Once they did, they were able to get, do their observations and everything. But it showed where there was a gap. So the great part about NEARS is it's not only collecting information about the facility, it's collecting information about the agency that's doing the assessment. When did you get out there? How many days? How many visits did it take for you to get all this data? So it allows you to see that metrics and judge yourself, do we need to do a better job? Where can we make improvements? So there are some immediate outcomes, obviously in the food safety programs, just what we talked about, 2 different agencies there. It can also, if you implement it across the board in your assessments, whether it's the little ones or the big ones, it helps to increase that environmental reporting, not only locally or for the state, but nationally speaking. So your data is feeding into the national picture about maybe we need to look at changes. It also gives you access to practical information about conducting environmental assessments. You've got this great tool. I mean, it asks for everything but the kitchen sink in terms of management and workers and everything else. But you also, one of the things that it highly promotes is the use of the CDC EATS training. It's an environmental assessment training that's been online for a number of years, although we had a bit of a gap during the pandemic because of IT issues. But it's a great training. That actually has avatars where you're like the assessor who's going in to do the assessment and asking questions. It's really cool. But it also gives you an access to a free data entry and storage system. So how many of you do your environmental assessments and it goes with your final report and you send it to MDARD and HHS and then it goes into a file? Do you ever get an opportunity to look back at that data over time for all of your assessments and say, what are we seeing in terms of trends? This gives you a place to put all of that data and store it so you can go back and look at that data again. It also has a lot of long-term outcomes. Now again, NEARS is a surveillance program. Surveillance means that you have to put lots of data into it before you're able to pull a lot of data out of it. So while it can in the short term give you some basic information, the more you use it, the more data that gets put into it, not only locally but across the state, the more information we can pull out of it. So it can help to improve your retail food safety program, and maybe Michigan's as there, because it's collecting that environmental It's helping you to identify those environmental antecedents. It's also helping, as you have more data in there, the more you can analyze it for trends. Where are we seeing continued problems in food safety? Is it a language issue? Do we need to put more outreach to industry on sick workers or other things? Because we're all super busy people, right? If you want to know where are the problem areas that we're seeing across the board, because you can look at all the data and compare it, that's maybe where we want to start to put some of our emphasis on outreach. It can help you, of course, like what we saw, evaluating food safety programs, your internal programs. Are we getting to there fast enough? Are we putting in what we need to do to get the most information out to prevent illness? Because that's ultimately our main goal. It can help develop or modify internal policies or regulations, or it could be maybe state regulations or even national regulations. Because you can see, you know, this, the way it is not working. What do we need to do to make it work? Obviously, you know, we want to take up follow-up action to help reduce or prevent outbreaks. Nobody likes outbreaks, and nobody likes to see them over and over and over again for all the same reasons. If you're interested or you're involved in FDA's retail national standards, it is specifically cited in those standards as being a really good idea to help you meet Standard 5. And then finally, you do get, or the agencies get, annual reports from CDC about the reporting you did for the last year. So this is kind of an example of one here. This is from 2015, but here it said the enrollee, which would be Michigan, on average, it took at least 2 visits to get adequate environmental assessment conducted. This one says, these are the main contributing factors in those jurisdictions, the ones that we're seeing most frequently because we're putting it in there. How many of the outbreaks are actually getting reported and the assessments going into a national system. But this is just an example of some of the data points. It's usually got more data points on it. And they can be tailored to look at different metrics, because we're all about metrics, right? We all got to, you know, the bean counters and stuff. COVID threw the metrics out the window, but it will come back, unfortunately. But it also helps too, because it helps you to see where you measure out, or where the enrolled agency measures out nationally. You know, are we middle of the pack? Are we down on the bottom? Are we up at the top and doing a really good job? One of the great benefits about being a member of NEARS is every quarter we have a virtual meeting of all the members, and they give us, you know, we're able to sort of touch base, ask questions. Also, we hear from different speakers, maybe different agencies that will tell about their experiences specifically with NEARS, but also other food safety issues. It also provides a great opportunity to get notification about new food safety training that's coming out. Because again, this is CDC, this is, you know, state and local agencies across the country. And we also have the benefit of there is a secure NEARS community website on MEHA. So you can get in there, and all of the resources and training and things that you might need as part of NEARS participation is available in that community website. You can also just put questions out to the membership. Hey, we're seeing this, or we don't really know what to do in this situation with our, you know, NEARS thing. And it could be anything that is specific to the restaurants, or it could be specific to how you're implementing the NEARS program. And this is where you get the benefit of hearing back from people who've maybe been doing it for a while, and can kind of say, well, we found over time that X, Y, and Z works if you're having this problem. So it gives you kind of an inside opportunity to talk with other people who are also implementing NEARS as well. So just a little goof on the NEARS has an Explorer program that it has in collaboration with MEHA, where if you're like, yeah, we're kind of, you know, interested in getting involved in NEARS, but we kind of want to get our feet wet, you can apply for NEARS Explorer grants. Usually they offer them annually, can be anywhere from $2,500 to $4,000 to help support your food safety programs and to learn more about NEARS. So it could be to help pay for some of the staff costs for them to take EATS training. It could be attending a national or a regional NEARS presentation. It could be buying environmental sampling equipment as part of expanding your environmental assessment capabilities. There's a lot of different things. So what it is it's really to help to encourage local programs within the state to do that. And in fact, Washtenaw County was part of the NEARS Explorer program last year before they came into the program. So overall benefits, I can't really emphasize how many things there are. It can help both your agency, it can also help the feds to identify additional information about environmental assessments, expanding the program, the training. And also we have now a NEARS manufacturing module. So like when MDARD goes in and does environmental assessments at a manufacturer, there is now a new questionnaire where that data can also be captured, where that used to be like never happened, ever, because that just went to somebody and it just went into their files. It can help to strengthen our national description of foodborne outbreak data. Not just what are our main risk factors, because that's always what gets reported on NORS, but what are the reasons why that keeps happening and what do we need to do to address that. Helping to mitigate social and economic disruptions. Like if you can stop outbreaks before they occur by using this data to help you learn more and more about what's really going on in the food industry, hopefully that's going to help to minimize the number of outbreaks that you have. And I think all of us can kind of attest to, if we could have looked in a crystal ball and seen what COVID was going to do in terms of social and economic mitigation we could have taken in advance, we all would have jumped on that. It was learn as we went. Also a cost savings too, to help with, in your environmental assessment situations, making certain that your people are well trained. So they have a really focused, trained staff that are going out to do these assessments and maybe minimize the number of times you have to make contact with that firm to collect that data. And then finally, ultimately, is preventing illness and death. That's our main focus in life, our reason for being. So again, if I can't do anything but to encourage you to be involved in NEARS, take a more active measure of environmental assessment data and how it can be used, that's really why we're here to do that. So basically it comes kind of down to what battle do you want to pick? Do we want to spend our resources constantly citing the same risk factors over and over and over again? Or do we really want to start focusing on the background reasons why they keep happening and spending more time and resources on addressing those and preventing the contributing factors from occurring? So it's really, where do you want to put your money? Where do you want to put your time and your resources? So with that, I am going to turn it over to my esteemed colleague, Kayla Anderson from Ottawa County. She's going to give you some real-world information about how their agency has implemented NEARS and what they're getting from it. So thanks.
Thank you, Lisa. We appreciate that strong foundation to start us off. My name is Kayla Anderson. I'm with the Ottawa County Department of Public Health. I serve as the foodborne illness lead on the team and have a pleasure of working with a team of food safety specialists that we couldn't do it without. So we are here to see what NEARS looks like in action and how it's helped improve our outbreak response in Ottawa County. So whenever we investigate, we want to do it with intention. The intention leads to the root cause, which can help us prevent foodborne illness outbreaks from occurring in the future. As Albert Einstein once said, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. That's kind of what I felt like when I first started with the foodborne illness program at Ottawa County. The same challenges seem to persist. and I was looking for a solution. NEARS was that solution. Some challenges that we faced were there wasn't a standardized foodborne illness response system in place. That led to a slower response time because we were trying to figure out, how do we move forward best? But NEARS provided that structure so we were able to move forward efficiently. Without that structure, we were juggling pieces of the outbreak, and it was hard to see the whole picture of it, which prevented us from providing recommendations to the facility that actually addressed the root cause of the outbreak. After implementation, our response became faster, more structured, and effective, and we were able to see the whole picture, which allowed us to get to the root cause of why an outbreak occurred. It also improved our communication and established relationships, both internally and externally. In regards to the minimum program requirements, meeting MPRs 15 and 16, as you can see there's 5 requirements on the left-hand side of the screen. But for NEARS, after you implement that, there's only 2 additional steps that you have to complete. Forms 1 through 7, and entering the data into the NEARS online database, which is a pretty straightforward process. When we say the NEARS forms, we're referring to the forms that are found in the manual here. This is something that we would take out to the investigation. It provides some very insightful information, but there are the 7 forms in here. All right, red light. We have entered an outbreak scenario, so I want everyone to assume the role of an investigator. You have been assigned as the lead foodborne illness investigator for an outbreak involving contamination and survival of an unknown agent. Before proceeding, please answer the following question. What do you call an alligator in a vest? Investigator. Yes, good job. Awesome.
He didn't even pause.
I think you heard it before. All right, August 8th, 2019, the Ottawa County Department of Public Health was notified by a community member that 3 out of 4 members of a dining party became ill with gastrointestinal illness after eating at a food service establishment in Holland, Michigan. What is our next step? Well, we grab our NEARS toolkit. So here you see we've got 7 parts, and that's again referring to the manual here, the 7 forms found within it. And this is an example of the rest of our toolkit that we would take out to an investigation. So we have sampling supplies in here, provided by MDARD, thank you. And then we also have our procedures to investigate foodborne illness, which is a very helpful guide. Hair restraint, thermometer, and then a clipboard. So our first step is completing part 1, which is your first form. This is an example of 1 page of the form. It helps us narrow down the scope of the outbreak. So again, we're focusing on the general characterization of the outbreak and the actual response. So the total number of environmental assessments is recorded here. Like Lisa mentioned, it might take a few times going out to the establishment to gather all the information that you need. Contributing factors and environmental antecedents, those are identified in part 1 as well. And this section is very important because it helps us connect the environmental assessment data to the EPI data. Codename Operation Armadillo. So this was our code name for the outbreak, and that was an effort to keep everything confidential as we discussed the case. But Also an inside joke between myself and another inspector who's now retired. So just a reminder, keep it confidential, but enjoy working with your coworkers at the same time. Part number 2. So this is completed at the same time as part number 1, so it goes pretty quickly. You're just documenting the basic establishment information, you're doing a menu review, and you are documenting if there's any language barriers. And the case study that the investigators, all of you, are walking through here, there were some language barriers at that establishment, which did pose some challenges, but we worked through them. All right, what do you see on the left-hand side of the screen? What do you think it is? It's a bucket, yes. What's inside the bucket? Salsa, yes, yep. And there's a plastic cup inside, and it is just in contact with it. So someone could take their bare hand and reach inside of that and then contaminate the salsa. By completing parts 1 and 2, we were able to determine that 3 out of 4 individuals did become ill after eating at the restaurant. Common restaurant exposure and common food type were identified between the 2. 2 separate households, that was the extent of what we were working with, thankfully. It didn't spread any farther than that. And we were able to classify what we had on our hands as a suspect outbreak, which allowed us to initiate our response. The manager interview, this is a very valuable part of the investigation. It helps characterize the policies and the practices that are occurring at the establishment, which is what we want to understand. What do they know, and what are they actually implementing on a day-to-day basis? The information that you will enter in this section is based on the primary manager. So who is there on a day-to-day basis that is overseeing them and intervening when there is an issue. This serves as a guide, which is a great thing to remember. So whenever you receive intriguing responses, follow up with probing questions and rephrase whenever a question isn't understood. And that was something that was commonly done with this investigation because of the language barrier. So we did spend quite a bit of time working through these questions, but it was also a bonding experience with the operator because they could tell that we were really investing in that conversation and wanted them to understand. Aim to complete it within no longer than 48 hours after the outbreak is identified. That helps you to just gather the current information and the practices that are actually going on at that time. An important part about this too is the establishment that we were working with voluntarily closed shortly after we had started our interviewing process. So that limited us on the amount of time that we had to actually see what was happening at the establishment. The results for part number 3, so because we completed that part of the NEARS assessment, we were able to identify our top 4 environmental antecedents. So our environmental antecedents are why something went wrong. And the why behind this was the illness policy wasn't known by the food service workers. The food service workers lacked basic food safety training. The certified manager wasn't on site. They were off managing the other establishments that were within their family chain. And there was a lack of time because there wasn't enough people to keep things safe. So we talked about the why. Now we'll move on to the how. So how did it go wrong? Let's investigate. Part number 4, establishment observation. So we are assessing practices during the environmental assessment. So that would be hand washing, cooling procedures. What are they doing in real time? Complete this early on and during operating hours. That goes back to the establishment voluntarily closing and how important that is. And this includes information from all of your visits. So it gives you a comprehensive overview of what you observed in total. Identifying contributing factors. So this is determining how something went wrong. And our root cause is always related to something that is involving contamination, proliferation, or survival of microorganisms or toxins. This also helps us organize the environmental health, EPI, and lab data, which can sometimes be hard to merge together. So this was a really helpful part of the evaluation. Our department also observed the preparation of pico and salsa, and those were our two suspect food items, and we scheduled that with the operators, and they were welcoming, had us into their facility, and walked through the process of what it looked like for them to prepare the pico and salsa. And it was very transparent, but it really showcased that they did have some existing issues that they needed to work through. Our contributing factors. Contamination, that was our most plausible factor. So one food service worker worked while they were ill, but did not report symptoms to their employer. This was a piece of information that was really key to our investigation, and I think it was our second visit, but I was speaking with the food service workers who spoke Spanish mainly and was trying to convey that we were there to help. We weren't there to get them in trouble. They were fearful and quite nervous, but I was just stressing to them that we're there to help. We don't want any other individuals to get ill if they were the source of the illness. Not that we're saying they are, but we're here just to make sure that they aren't. And that's when they opened up to me about working while they were ill. Every time we went to the establishment, the hand sink was blocked. There was one hand washing sink in the main kitchen area. So again, very transparent. They just didn't know or possibly didn't care to keep that available. Improper storage of the utensils in the pico and the salsa. There's the pico up in the corner. You can see there's just a ladle handle laying inside. And with the salsa, you saw a 5-gallon bucket with the cup just partially submerged into that. Our other contributing factor, survival. So we have ready-to-eat foods consumed by ill cases that may have been contaminated with the pathogen. All right, a review. Contributing factors are blank. It went wrong. What do you think? They are, starts with an H. It's either how or why. How, yes. Contributing factors are how something went wrong. Suspected or confirmed foods, that is gathered in step 6. So this is only completed if a food item is identified as suspect or confirmed. Provides a systematic review of food preparation, which ties back into our observation of seeing the pico and the salsa prepared, which is very helpful and certainly recommended if you have the opportunity. And it walks you through the food flow. So critical control points. Were those violated, and were they a part of why the contributing factors happened? Part B for this section, this boils it down to the type of food, such as seafood, poultry, or beef, the state of food, was it frozen, was it fresh, and the description of the food upon arrival to the establishment. So was it in a damaged package? What did it look like when it arrived? For our investigation, all of the items arrived at the establishment as raw produce. So here are examples just a little bit closer up. See if I can. So we've got the pico on the left and salsa on the right. You can see the handles were submerged like we discussed. Bare hand contact was certainly plausible, would you agree? Yep. And do we know if they're wearing gloves? Hopefully, but we don't know. The seventh step. So this is completed if you have positive samples. And for NEARS, we are only working with environmental samples. If this is a case where you do have a positive sample, this section identifies the agent that was found in the food item, where the sample was taken from, and for this investigation, we only had clinical samples, so no environmental samples, which is a hint for the next question here. Investigators, what agent do you think was found suspect in this scenario?
I always guess norovirus. Norovirus or Hep A.
Okay. All right, let's see. We'll find out at the end. So completing all of these sections, so parts 1 through 7, that led us to compiling our executive summary. And tracing that back during an outbreak, that can be challenging because you're sorting through a lot of data, a lot of visits, a lot's happening at one time. But the NEARS framework really just lays it out nicely so you can refer back to it and just nail your executive summary very well. So we were able to determine ready-to-eat food items were a plausible vehicle for the transmission of norovirus, yes. And we have a visitor here today. We have a visitor, a special guest. This is our friend, we'll call him Noro, for norovirus. Whoop. All right, and since I can't give him away, I will give you,
No,
you had it?
You said it first.
Okay, here you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're not spreading noro, we're preventing the spread.
Okay,
with
so
hand sanitizer.
This isn't to imply anything.
No. No.
Give that guy the hand sanitizer.
You received it because you answered it right in an educational way. All right. We were able to identify our contributing factors, so contamination and survival of the pathogen. Our antecedents were lack of knowledge regarding policies, inadequate training, insufficient staffing, and no certified manager on site. Food service employee worked while they were ill with 24 hours of GI symptoms, which isn't good, but it was a great example of the importance of establishing that relationship with the people that you're working with, because it can really help with an investigation and preventing that the outbreak from occurring. 3 stool samples were collected, so that was our clinical sample selection, and they tested positive for norovirus G2. And here you can see we have an outline here. Does anyone know why the arrow's pointing in the opposite way than it normally would? Right, yeah, so we're working backwards to solve an outbreak. So you've got the cause, what happened, how did it happen, and why. So the NEARS framework helped us to address the root cause of the outbreak, which was wonderful to be able to help the facility in that way. As a result, we have 1 certified food manager that was on site. Staff members were trained adequately. They improved their hand washing and glove use practices. We did complete follow-up inspections to make sure that they were improving and sticking to the plan that they had laid out for their action. They implemented utensils with hooks on them, so they prevented the potential bare hand contact from going into the food. They developed an illness policy and reviewed it with their staff members, and it was in a way that they understood and could comprehend it. It wasn't just straight from the food code what was required. They actually knew what they needed to do in the event that they were sick. They also developed standard operating procedures, and they trained all of their staff members on how to do that on a day-to-day basis in a non-complex way that they could understand. Our results. The last time we were at the facility, certified manager was on site full-time. Staff members were trained. The data was entered into the NEAR's online database. The facility was in compliance, and as a result, we were able to meet our MPRs 15 and 16. So well done, investigators. So you have completed the outbreak scenario using the NEAR's framework. And it is our hope that you would be able to implement NEAR's as well to prevent outbreaks and protect the public. So your participation does make a difference. We encourage you to join us online at the NEAR's online community that Lisa had mentioned. And the environmental assessment training is very fun and engaging. I would encourage you to do that. And of course, please register your local health department if you're interested in participating in NEAR's. And Lisa or myself would be more than happy to get you started with that and just answer any questions that you have while you're getting yourself rolling. So thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
So we do have one online comment or question. Just to let you know, at any given time, there were 47 people watching this virtually also.
Oh, wow.
So
Hey, I have to think that we can help or something.
yeah. But the question. And then her question is, well, why aren't you enrolled? Fair question. Kind of what's been the deterrent after listening to what Ottawa presented? Kind of why isn't everyone enrolled in here? So good question, Nora, and we miss you.
So I did want to go ahead. I do have a question. Sorry.
sunrise paints these cherry-colored clouds, wakes the earth, shining rays out on the ground, brings to life our town below the base, where there's great food and better people. Everyone's a friend, all are welcome. Where the compass ends, so raise a toast to one more day. I feel it calling me, it's drawing me in. I feel it calling me, it's drawing me in. Take me there, take me where it's pushing, pulling me along. Takes me slow, my heart is full. Everything's right from wrong. Smiles dancing, sun and snow. Nothing ever looked so pretty. Oh my, my, oh my. Take me there to Traverse City. I'm dreaming of a paradise, and mine is in the north. This feeling brings me back, always wanting more. Close my eyes, and the moments and memories always make me smile. Calling me, it's drawing me in. I feel it calling me, it's drawing me in. So take me there, take me